Good morning. Are we set to get started? Terrific. Okay, got it. Good morning. Sorry for the slightly late start. Good morning. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the Board, and today is Tuesday, April 19th at 9:05 a.m., and the meeting's called to order. I'm going to begin by introducing board members, and then we'll move to staff. To my left is Vice Chair Fran Spivey Weber. To her left, Board Member Dee Diadamo. To my right, Board Member Tam Doduk. And to her right, Board Member Stephen Moore. Mr. Howard, will you share which staff are assisting us today?
Thank you. Michael Loffer is not available today, so Dana Heinrich on my left is taking his place, and to my right is our John Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, and assisting the board are Janine Townsend and Courtney Tyler.
Thank you. Emergency evacuation procedures have changed slightly in the building. Just take a look at where the nearest exit signs are to you, and if you hear an emergency sound, gather your belongings and your friends and proceed carefully out of the building. We used to gather in Cesar Chavez Park across the street. Now we go down 11th Street between E and F to the J. Neely Johnson Parking and Community Garden. If you want to know when the all clear comes and it's time to come back to the building, please join us there. The meeting's being webcast and recorded. So what that means, you see me trying to do it with my headset, is that you need to get close enough to the microphone that it gets picked up so that the folks, not only we, but the people behind you in the room and the people on the webcast can hear you, but not so close as to have a static pop. It takes a little bit of work, but that allows our folks who are listening in to be able to hear more carefully. And finally, if you have any kind of noise-making devices, please set them on stun or silent, just out of courtesy to everybody else. With that, we're on to the public forum. That's the portion of the meeting where folks can speak to us for a few minutes on an item that is not on the agenda, and we have two requests today. Our first request is Douglas Deach. You'll have to tell me how to pronounce that just to be right, Executive Director of the Monterey Bay Conservancy, followed by Libby Yuramovic from Citizens of Beaumont. Hello. Yeah, and there's this one.
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
It says 5 minutes here?
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to give me 5 minutes?
Yeah.
That's very generous of you.
Sure.
My name is Douglas Deach. I'm Executive Director, founder of the Monterey Bay Conservancy, which is a 501c3, 20-year-old water policy think tank in Santa Cruz, California. My name is spelled D-E-I-T-C-H, like to get rid of an itch. The reason I mention that is because if you please go to douglasdeach.com or dougdeach.com, you'll see me addressing the Coastal Commission on their mission failure in basically taking care of our most important, stewarding our most important coastal resource, which is our groundwater. Now, I guess around 2 months ago, there was a hearing in which 30,000 comments, favorable comments, were tendered in support of Dr. Lester's retention as Executive Director of the Coastal Commission. He succeeded Peter Douglas. And you can see all of my appearances before them with Peter Douglas documenting their mission failure, quoting myself. The Coastal Commission, Coastal Conservancy Board of Supervisors in Santa Cruz and Monterey are, quote, are complicit in the greatest environmental catastrophe in the history of the Monterey Bay, which is a permanent loss of our groundwater resources. If you want to see my exact comment that I tendered, you can go to lawandorderliberal.net. And because I'm a very liberal person, but I believe in following the law. That's when we have laws. Now, if I may go through this very quickly, this is kind of an update on the groundwater situation in the Monterey Bay. As you know, you have just established 3 critically overdrafted groundwater basins, February being the SoCal Aptos groundwater basin, the Pajaro groundwater basin, which is actually connected to the SoCal Aptos groundwater basin. I'll get to that in a second. The boundary adjustments that are being proposed by SoCal Aptos are inadequate. The Groundwater Sustainability Agency is not representing the stakeholders there, actual stakeholders. In Pajaro, the Pajaro Valley Water Management Agency, which was founded by a friend of mine, Henry Mello, in 1981, has a 35-year history of complete failure. Now, this is documented by this first map here, which is outlines the Pajaro Valley PVWMA. And what you can see is the progression of the below level C, what's happening. This is from 2013. So now, at this point, with 2 years of continuous pumping, we should assume that this whole groundwater base is now below sea level. This is nothing that's happened recently. This has been going on for 30 years. If you've ever heard the term, another one which I made, a Waterbury Ponzi scheme, that's what's going on here. Now, in the year 2014, the state of California supposedly passed a unique revolutionary groundwater sustainability law. There's a guy named Gary Patton who used to be a supervisor. You might be familiar with him. He was a few years ahead of me at Stanford Law School. He's a very significant supervisor there. Gary, in the year 1987, and you can see this, he passed the first, to my knowledge, local groundwater sustainability act, which is our county well ordinance. And this is on, I just actually did this in my car this morning. On this page here, this is the actual law, and you can see the first page, and then you'll see a signature here. I made a mistake copying, but here's a signature on the last page. Now, what you'll notice up here in amendments to this law in 1987 was also incorporated as part of our local coastal plan. And what this law does is it forbids by law any groundwater overdraft in our basins. So since 1987, we have had a local groundwater sustainability act that actually, as a ministerial duty, requires our Board of Supervisors to declare a groundwater emergency. Although supervisors have police powers under the state constitution to do this, like Monterey County does, the Board of Supervisors in Santa Cruz County has been compelled ministerial duty to declare a groundwater emergency since 1988, when the first comprehensive groundwater resources report was tendered by John Ricker, who's the person who's the main water person in Santa Cruz County. Oh, are we already here at 5 minutes? Okay. Let me just go through this real quick. So anyway, I've already spent too much time doing this. So my problems here are that we have not been following the law. I have made been trying to make presentations to the PVWMA, to the Board of Supervisors. I'm actually running for state assembly now, but there's a blackout. The papers won't cover me. Doug4assembly.com, where I take all this stuff. But anyway, what I'd like to do is to come back, give me an opportunity to come back and make a comprehensive a report to you on what's going on in the Monterey Bay. We need help. The State Water Board should be taking over the Monterey Bay, and basically, you see, in a groundwater basin that is completely below sea level, there is no sustainable yield. What's happening is the sea is coming into our groundwater continuously, so you can't take any water out. So this is all, there are fictions going on in there and people not doing their jobs.
Ditch?
D-itch, because then you'll be able to find me online. DougDitch.com, Douglas
But
D.
that's not the way you say it.
It would be Deitch if one were German,
Deitch.
but I'm not German. This is a name that immigrants get when they come to this country and can't speak English.
Try and figure out someone to contact you to talk about the framework of the new law, and also, have you been talking to DWR, because they're the ones who designate the barriers and do all. They have the
Mark
lead.
Cowan, excuse me, sure, yeah. I have a solution for all this too.
Right, but we need to move on.
Oh, yeah, I
this
understand.
morning. It's just that we do have a backup rule, but it doesn't kick in immediately. So
Well, it should.
it's a longer story that we're not going to resolve while we're sitting here right now. And you've given the contact. It's your website. You may want to leave your email.
Yeah, they have that.
Maybe,
But
you could chat with Eric for a moment, the person on the end, and he's familiar with ours for follow-up.
But real quickly, we have a law that we should have been following.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Done.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You give me more
Thanks
time.
for
I appreciate
flagging. Next, Ms. Yaramovic, sorry, Citizens of Beaumont. See you. Yep.
about the city of Beaumont. The city of Beaumont was first required to produce Title 22 compliant recycled water in March of 1995. 20 years and multiple orders from the state board later, and the city still cannot produce Title 22 recycled water for the simple reason that they never built the facility. It's something that everyone has to accept. They stole all that money, and they never built the facility. On July 7th, 2015, Mike Atacapara, a staff member from the Santa Ana Regional Water Control Board, was questioned by Beaumont council member regarding the city's ability or inability to produce recycled water. Instead of telling Beaumont City Council the truth, Atacapara misled council. I have his transcript right here from the workshop. They asked him plainly if he could, what the problem was. And he tells them, oh, everything's taken care of. It's just an engineering report. Mr. D has it all taken care of. Mr. D is Deepak Morjani, who was the public works director that signed the requisitions authorizing his own company, Urban Logic, to be the consultant. $34 million has been taken out of the bond requisitions that we've counted so far. The city's new theory is that they've destroyed all of their documents. They're even saying that Union Bank destroyed all of the Mello-Roos municipal bond documents for the city of Beaumont, $350 million in Mello-Roos bonds. The city didn't build a recycled water center. They didn't build fire stations. They didn't build roads. They didn't build anything. They just stole the money. Did Union Bank really tell the city that they destroyed all their documents? I don't know. The city lies all the time. But the state has to step in. This has just gone beyond an insanity. On July 24th, 2015, Beaumont staff and council stood before the Santa Ana Water Quality Control Board and promised to comply with order number R8 2015-0026 that went into effect on August 1st, 2015. The order requires the city to produce Title 22 compliant recycled water by December 2015 and build a $70 million brine disposal system by 2020. The city stated to the board that they had hired a public works director and finance director, but it never happened. They don't even have a finance department. They just use temp clerks from temp staffs. They can't bring anyone in because their books have been cooked for 20 years, and nobody will do it. They try to bring in accountants and CPAs, and they just walk back out because the books are cooked. They're forged. It's as simple as that. In November 2015, the Regional Water Board sent a notification that the city was in violation of its capacity permit. The notification was never disclosed to the public, and the city cannot produce a copy of the notification. Apparently, staff and council just destroyed the document and never disclosed it, but I did get a copy from your regional board. I also included a map here of all of the building permits the city says they have given out in the last 10 years. They are far beyond capacity. They don't care. They are all about getting more houses because that's how they make their money. It is no secret in the pass area that Beaumont staff and council stole all of the taxes, bond funds, and mitigation fees collected to build a recycled water facility. In December 2015, the Yucaipa Valley Water District and the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District approached the city of Beaumont to take over the city's sewer needs, hook up the city of Beaumont to Yucaipa's water facility because they really did spend $70 million and build a recycled water facility, and close down the city of Beaumont sewer plant because it is beyond repair. It is so deteriorated, it's not worth repairing. Beaumont staff and council told Yucaipa and the water district that they would hire an engineer and get an assessment because, they can't trust those people, and they'd get back to them. Never did. The water districts called another meeting in March, and the city showed up. And then a week later, on March 28th, the city held a council workshop where they gave an overall view of the brine disposal. On April 3rd, they sent out a request for a feasibility study, like they're back to 1990. And the feasibility study is going to come back. They've had multiple feasibility studies. It's not feasible. It's not feasible to put the plant there, and they stole all the money. The state has to step in. There are 40,000 people that are about to have a horrible, horrible situation. Their safe yield, they use double what their safe yield is in the Beaumont Basin. The drought restrictions never even came close to complying. I will not stand here all day because I'm not a politician or an attorney. Go ahead.
No, thank you for raising it. And James, can you follow up with her and then get back to us on this, the serious allegations? Do you mind going and speaking with James from
Thank
our
you.
Division of Financial Assistance? Great. Thanks very much. He's going to have to come back for a presentation shortly, but at least you can get connected. Thank you. That's what public comment's for. Next, the board will consider the minutes from the April 5th board meeting.
So moved. Second.
Corrections? All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have one uncontested item, which is item number 2. Do we
Adoption of item number 2.
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item 2 is carried. And then item number 3. Mr. Howard or Ms. Loudon?
Yes, this item is consideration of a resolution approving $1.44 million of additional funds for cleanup from the cleanup and abatement account to Tulare County for the countywide interim emergency bottled water program. And Ms. Lindsay will introduce the staff.
Morning, board members, Chair Marcus. My name is Damon Badell. I'm senior engineer over the cleanup and abatement account unit in the Division of Financial Assistance. Here with me is Assistant Deputy Director Leslie Loudon to my left, and to her left is Staff Counsel Stephen Westhoff. As Mr. Howard mentioned, the item before you is to augment prior grants from the cleanup and abatement account with an additional $1,455,000 to Tulare County for its countywide bottled water program. In 2014, the county received $500,000 to establish the countywide bottled water program for providing bottled water to disadvantaged households that have a contaminated water source. In addition, the county received $1 million to establish a bottled water program for schools that have a contaminated water source. Last year, the county received an additional $750,000 to continue the countywide bottled water program and expand it to include households impacted by drought-related emergencies. Concurrently, earlier this year, the funding for the school's bottled water program was reduced down to $275,000 due to a low level of participation in that program. In particular, Lindsay Unified School District, which is one of the largest school districts in the county, with about 6,000 students, has refused funding from the school's bottled water program. Concurrently, the county requested an additional $2.18 million to continue the countywide bottled water program for another 25 months. To meet the county's request, $725,000 was repurposed from the school's bottled water program to the countywide bottled water program. The remaining $1,455,000 is being requested under the item today. And as of today, the county has received $1,975,000 for the countywide bottled water program, which has currently enrolled over 1,500 households. If this item is approved, the total funding committed to the program will reach $3.43 million. As you will hear in the informational item also being presented today, there are numerous projects underway in Tulare County to provide clean, safe drinking water to drought-stricken areas. Staff recommends approval of the funding as proposed. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and also Eric Coyne and Denise England from the county are present to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and get started since I made the request for this item to be pulled off uncontested. I have two questions in mind, but let's start with follow up on what you said. in terms of the school that declined the funding for bottled water. What was the reasoning behind that? Did they not need the water? Did they say why?
Yes, the school cited several different reasons for not accepting the funding. Some of those reasons included their administrative costs would be increased to administer that program, and also the financial burden that they would have to carry if this funding were to expire. They would have to continue providing bottled water, and it would be a financial burden on their part. And then also they mentioned that public perception, they were afraid of the backlash that they might get from the public for not providing the bottled water sooner.
But do their students currently have access to safe drinking water?
Well, currently, the schools are on city water, so they're pretty much drinking contaminated water right now.
And we offered the school money and the school declined.
That's correct.
And therefore, that money is now being proposed by staff to be repurposed. Does the county have specific intent to use that money to somehow supplement or support the schools in question?
We have no knowledge of whether the county has any plans along those lines.
Could I ask someone from the county to address that question?
Just, make sure it's on and pull it up a little bit.
Oh, good morning. Eric Coyne. I'm the grants manager for these bottled water programs and the other drought relief. We've reached out to Lindsay multiple times. Also, your district engineer that regulates their system has reached out to them. We can't make them take the water. We are supplementing the households that have no access to a community system. This is something we just can't get past with the Lindsay School Administration. We've tried multiple times to provide water to them, as we are to dozens of other schools that have a contaminated source, and they just won't take it. So in the interest of fairness, we know that this is a statewide program, and it's been the principal immediate relief that we can offer to our folks that are suffering with drought. We recommended that this be repurposed so it could be distributed to those that desperately need the bottled water. I don't know if that directly answers your question. The way we supplement it, if they're in the cities and they're on a muni system, they could, the way this project set up the countywide bottled water, they could apply for their own money. If they're not part of a muni water system, or they don't have a separate agreement with the water board for aid, then absolutely, if they're deemed to be low income and meet the requirements for either contamination or dry well, we make it available.
But that would be the individual homeowners and citizens in the county. I guess what I'm concerned about is you still have a school district, and do we know what the number of students enrolled at that school is?
Well, the school district has about 6,000 students enrolled.
So we have potentially 6,000 students who are being denied bottled water that the state is offering. And while I appreciate the repurposing so that that money could be put to use, it still doesn't address the problem that we still have, which are these 6,000 students in those schools. Assumably through their family, through your program, they'll get bottled water through their home, but not at the school.
We don't have jurisdiction over the school to force them to take it. That's respectfully, we don't regulate their water supply. We have tried multiple avenues. We have gone through the city engineer, who has tried to get them to take it. He's responsible for their muni water system and supplies the school. We've gone through your regional engineers that regulate. We've gone through our partners at the state level that administer this program. We've been trying for months and months and months.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Who does have the authority to take some action?
At least I've made an inquiry regarding that issue, and apparently we probably have authority to take action against the water district, but it's not clear yet, even though we're looking into it, what action we can
I'm sorry,
take.
the water district?
The water district, because that's the permittee in this instance.
But it's the school district that's,
And so we're checking into, I've asked someone to check into the issue of whether or not we have authority directly related to the school district, and I haven't received a reply yet.
Question, because I thought I heard you say something. If somebody, whether us, community, whatever, gets this school to change their mind, they can ask you for it. And I thought I just heard you say you would give them the water.
We have the approval and authority from staff, absolutely. What we have done here, we've served schools in a couple of different ways. We're the county, so if they're not represented by a water district that, Allensworth CSD, they have, I believe, I hope I get this right, they have their own aid program. There are a couple of CSDs that have direct grants for this same water source. If they're not otherwise served, so we're not double dipping, we make this very easy. It's a one-page bilingual application. What is your household income? How many noses do you have in this household? We don't care what your citizenship is, what the ages are. If you can answer those questions truthfully under penalty of perjury, that's what, we're not the IRS, but that's how we regulate it. And we don't have multiple applications or, something for the same address. You're hooked up and you're delivered water. It's that simple.
I have a question about other schools. I think you had mentioned other schools. Could you provide some information about how many other schools are being served? And I think I heard you say that there are some that, other schools, districts that have, or schools that did not take advantage of the grant.
Basically, Lindsay is the only real holdout of the ones that are eligible. We went through with your engineers and we said, okay, who has, because you have the water quality testing, your agency. So, who has a contamination source? We have marketed this through the superintendent of schools with direct communications. We have about 93 schools. So it's not, we know most of these superintendents. Sometimes the superintendent is also the principal and I started to say the bottle washer, but teaches there. Some of these are very small schools. So we've done a lot of direct outreach to them. If they're qualified, say, Valley Oak, okay, it's as simple as we qualify them. What is your ADA? And in that case, we qualify the whole school. We do not say, oh, Sally's parents have an income. We don't exclude that child. We just say there's 280 students here. You get X amount of water per person per week, and we have it delivered to the school site. And it's worked, frankly, very well. Some, as they've improved, I think we had one or something that improved their well, so they're off. They have a permanent solution now. Until there's a future violation or something, they would not be eligible. We'd serve somebody else. So we've tried to make it, we went to, we think, extraordinary lengths to make sure that if you needed the water and you're entitled to the water, that you get the water with the least amount of fuss.
Okay, and then I have a couple of other questions about outreach. Did you, or were you able to make contact with parents, the PTA, school board, and has Community Water Center been involved?
Pretty much all of the above and different things. We did not mail all 6,000 households in Lindsay. We to a certain extent, we didn't want to overreach. What we did was the state had communicated, your staff, in multiple venues, both from Sacramento and from the regional level. We have communicated, I personally have had meetings with senior school board members, the superintendent, the county superintendent has reached out because this is a paramount interest to him is that children have clean water at schools, as you can imagine. This is the second largest the county school system next to LA in the state. So there's a lot of rural schools. Lindsay is probably the largest, next to Visalia, one of the largest school districts. Anyway, we've reached out, the engineer for the city and the city manager have reached out to them. So I don't know respectfully how much more we could do.
You made the point about, or staff did, about the concern of the district about furnishing clean, safe water after the 25-month period, or whatever the period was for the school district expired. Is to get a sense of when, you mentioned long-term solutions, which is what we're all moving toward, and that's what this program is about. It's an interim solution. In the case of Lindsay, which is a large school district, are there permanent solutions in the works, and what's the timeline on those permanent solutions?
Lindsay is unfortunately financially very challenged. They have, well, I'm not saying it, the grand jury has said it. They have a crisis of leadership. They've had, most of their professional staff is furloughed and working for free. So they have some challenges.
No, I respect that, but I'm
offered-
thinking more of the water side and maybe...
And so we have offered to work with state and federal sources if it's a matter of applying for a loan to drill a well. In some cases, you go where the best water is. That may not be in the city. It may be out in the county and pipe it in. We have offered to, with our Board of Supervisors' support, to float the loan, apply for the loan, turn over the keys, so to speak, when it's tested. Your engineers have said, yes, it's certified, it could be put into service, to turn it over to them. And that is something we're looking at. The challenge is finding a reliable spot to drill water where you know you're going to find good water.
Sure. So yeah, so it's still in the feasibility stage, and it probably, the solution will exceed the 25-month type window. But you just mentioned that the county stands ready to use resources to supplement school districts in the case, like if this 25-month window runs out and they don't have the bottled water, the county is a partner that could assist the school district at that time.
And maybe too, if I could step back a minute, and we're careful not to overreach. We want to be a good partner with them, but we recognize their autonomy. This is about something else too, respectfully. We have a school program, which one of the reasons I came here was, of course, to answer questions, but to thank you for your support, because there's a lot of need statewide. We unfortunately have about 65% of the statewide drought is in our county because of the hydrology and the sheer amount of dry wells. But we came with your staff and we came up, these are really pilot programs. To our knowledge, had never been done before. Countywide bottled water, $500,000, designed to provide for 3 years, okay? Then we said schools. Well, you know, schools have a problem too, you know, and in some ways it's easier to qualify them because if the feds have qualified them for free and reduced lunches, well, that's easy, okay? And so we thought, let's make sure we hit them at the schools. Schools have a financial burden. In some of these small schools, the resources to provide bottled water is taken away from their educational mission, okay? So we asked for, and we were granted $1 million. Now what happened was the drought need exploded, and we went through the $500,000 for the countywide bottled water. That you could see the need, and so we applied for additional funds before we ran out, because we don't want the people to lose the only resource they can depend on. In the meantime, we were more challenged. We thought would be getting some of the schools on board. Okay, it took a while to get the word out, to explain that, no, this is a real project. There's no catch. Just here's the simple rules, and we'll make this work for you. So the school program, to be honest, built a little slower than the countywide program. A lot of these residents are getting their bottled water at home, and they're getting it now at the school. So in the meantime, we share the common mission of taking care of these people on a temporary basis till we have a permanent solution. So working with staff, we said, Could we reprioritize some of the school money where we're having trouble meeting the need? We think we have more than enough funding to continue out for the end of the grant. Could, extrapolate that out and keep 275 for that program and based on the current need, and then reprioritize that money back to where the immediate need is, okay, countywide. And that's how we got here. I hope I've helped you with the Lindsay situation, but that's 4,000 people. When we say 1,500 families, some of these families have 9 people under one roof. The amount of noses, I don't have those figures in front of me, but there's a lot of people depending on your bottled water right now. And so we don't want to wait till that funding runs out. If we had not had the support of staff and of course at your direction with the supplemental funding, that funding would run out probably next week. And we don't want that because that is the lifeline for a lot of people. So that's how we ended up with you today with your staff support.
Probably won't wrap it all up, but this is a really helpful conversation. But I know Ms. Dodek had another question too.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional information, and I would support the repurposing of the fund based on what you've said, but my request and direction to staff, drinking water staff as well, and I look forward to hearing the speaker from Community Water Center, is to please escalate or think about how a partnership with Community Water Center, with the county and the water board might further address the Lindsay situation.
Lynn, Deputy County Administrative Officer for Tulare County. I wanted to clarify the Lindsay situation just a little bit before we go on a witch hunt for them and do something to them. So
I'm not suggesting we do something to them, just that we further coordinate and collaborate on that.
The city of Lindsay is actually a surface water system for the most part of the year. For about 90 to 95% of the year, they get an allocation off the Central Valley Project. During that time, their drinking water meets the standards. It's when the canal goes down and they have to go to the groundwater sources is when they exceed nitrates. And so part of the school district's issue is we're going to provide bottled water for the part of the time when we're on groundwater, but there comes with their opinion was it would come with an aura or a look of the water's safe, the water's not safe, and how you differentiate the two and what the perception is of the students and the parents when they are getting bottled water and when they're not, and dealing with that. And that was one of the hangups they had.
Yeah,
So
you could see that both ways, though.
Right.
They're making a choice in that complexity to err on the side of not caution.
And Mark, were you going to say something?
I was going to describe also that the city is primarily on surface water, although obviously they need to use this well with the DBCP problem. I think she mentioned nitrate. I'm not sure about there's a nitrate problem as well. So I think we can certainly get the board members more information from our district in terms of how the city is going about minimizing the use of that well, and whether the fact that they're mostly on surface water means that this problem can really be solved sooner rather than later.
Thank you for that. One of my questions for follow-up, doesn't have to be at this minute, is thoroughly what the situation is with the water district water and how long it will take to resolve whatever those issues are in the long run and how we can help with that as well. This other issue is perhaps one of judgment. We'll see if we have any legal tools. It's one where I think judgment is incorrect, just speaking as a person, not as a board member. And so we need to struggle with that a little bit. And it's not really robbing Peter to pay Paul. As I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're moving the money over because it's not being used. That doesn't mean that it wouldn't materialize if Lindsay wanted it or would take it, we would find the money to do it. So it's not really robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's just managing the accounts at the moment.
Yes, that's correct.
That was one of my first concerns looking at it. But you had another question.
Yes. Could you explain a little bit about the OES, Office of Emergency Services Household Tank Program, how that service is being provided in Tulare County, the number of households that are receiving both this whole water for their tanks as well as bottled water? And what is the strategy moving forward in terms of, determining that the tank water is sufficient and that the bottled water, which as Member Moore pointed out is an interim measure, a very, very interim measure, would be discontinued?
So yeah, as you mentioned, the county does participate in a household tanks program. They have about 575 tanks throughout the county. Recently, they tested some of the tanks. They tested 469 of the tanks, and 32 had contamination. So a lot of the households.
I'm sorry, what kind of contamination and to what extent? Does it make the tank unusable or?
It's mostly E. coli and total coliform contamination. And there was only 32 of the tanks that tested positive for that. And a lot of the households there, about 307 from what I remember, are both, they have tanks as well as bottled water. So originally we were thinking that, to resolve, to kind of reduce the county's dependence on bottled water, we could have the county work with the Division of Drinking Water to establish some sort of a water quality testing program to test the tank water and to demonstrate whether households can be supplied directly from the tanks, because currently those tanks are only used for sanitary use.
And I don't see that that included in.
Oh, right. So, so the reason it was taken out is because recent talks with county OES, or sorry, state OES, they mentioned that if the state water board were to stop bottled water deliveries to those households, that they would have to step in and provide that water. So for that reason, it was kind of defeating the purpose of having that condition there, and so we had to remove it.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. What does water quality monitoring have? I'm sorry, repeat that. You remove the water quality monitoring provision because bottled water would be delivered by OES regardless of whether the testing shows that the water is sufficient for use?
Well, so the intent of that condition was to eventually take folks that have tanks, take them off of bottled water. But county or OES has mentioned that if we do that, that they would continue to provide the bottled water regardless.
Let me jump in and see if I can say it in a different way.
And then we'll also let OES speak for himself.
Sorry, I didn't see the logo on the shirt
But
there.
I could make an argument as to why it's right to continue it, but I'll wait until that's necessary.
Actually, I'm not opposed to continuing it. I am curious as to why water quality monitoring is not included in staff suggestion.
Oh, not for the purpose of not giving bottled water,
Yes, but just to
test it anyway?
understand what's in the tank. If there's a problem with the tank, we need to know. If there isn't a problem, we need to know as well.
So the concept was that they would test the tanks, and if they showed no E. coli, then we'd stop delivering bottled water. The testing is expensive and would require the county to do that on a regular basis. They were not very enamored with that idea, and since, and we'll let OES talk, but since the idea that if we cut off the bottled water, OES would just supply it, it seemed like a useless
But the water is.
The water is not being used for potable uses now. It's and so it's only used for cleaning and those kind of things, toilets.
Good morning. My name is Sean Smith. First name is spelled S-E-A-N. Last name is Smith. I'm the operations chief for the State Operations Center. And regarding the tank program, the household tank program in Tulare County, currently OES, through the California Disaster Assistance Act, is funding 659 tanks. The way we look at bottled water from an OES response standpoint, bottled water is a normal disaster response. When we would normally provide water on a disaster, bottled water is our program, not a tank program. Tulare County, the need changed. We looked at, we have long-term solutions that are being put in place by DWR, water boards, OES, everybody's working together to get the long-term solutions in place. So when we looked at the tank program, or the idea came up about a tank program, it sounded like a good way to supply water to keep the sanitation in the homes going. Really, we didn't really look at it as drinkable. We decided that potable water was the best way to go, because if you don't put potable water in the tanks, you're going to contaminate the household system of the house. Anyway, I mean, just if we put, say it was surface water or some other water that wasn't tested or cleaned, it wasn't deemed potable, then the entire system of the home, which every home's a little different, some are old, some are new, we would be putting non-potable water through that system. So that was the reason why we decided on potable water for the tanks in the very beginning. It was not that we thought that they would drink it. We never actually thought that to be the process. And then the other issue comes as we progress down this, we're about a year now. The tanks sit out. Tulare County is very hot, 110 degrees, 100 degrees, a lot of the summer. Water's hot. You run into chances of a bacteria growing, maybe not. We looked at ideas of cleaning the tanks, flushing the tanks. Then the idea is if you get there and the tank's half full, you have to drain 250, 300 gallons to clean that tank. You just threw away 300 gallons of water. And the most expensive part of our program to deliver the tank, or to deliver the water, is to deliver the water to the tanks. The actual tank installation, a couple $1,000s, not very expensive. The actual delivery of the water is the most expensive. So we want to keep that water in the tank as long as we can. And when they come to fill the tank, they top it off, which gets out any of the bugs and any of the debris that may be floating in the tank, but it does not sanitize the tank. So from our standpoint, we thought that if we told folks to drink that water, and maybe I don't know what the totals were for contamination, but just one household that people got sick, whether it was our fault or not, the first lawsuit out of that probably would offset any bottled water the state was providing, the cost of dealing with that. So as it was approached to us at OES that, hey, if water boards discontinued water to these tanks, what do you guys think about that? Our response was, well, then we would just fund bottled water, which is part of the executive order that allows us to provide safe drinking water, or safe water, to the households. So bottled water, tank water kind of comes into the same.
Thank you. So 2 follow-up questions to that. So of the 600 and something household for which tanks have been provided, I believe 307 of those households receive bottled water through us. Are the rest then being provided bottled water through OES?
No, there's NGOs out there also, non-government organizations, private nonprofits.
Okay.
There's other sources of bottled water than just our 2 programs.
So I guess, would I be correct in saying that all the households that currently have tanks are also receiving bottled water?
That would be a question for the county. I'm unable to answer that. I don't know
Okay.
how they supply the difference.
So I'll ask the county in a minute, but then my other question to you is, what is OES's, I guess, exit strategy, for want of a better word, in terms of when you would stop providing these water?
So we'll stop providing water in tanks once the permanent solutions are in place, or the governor determines the drought to not be a state of emergency anymore. But I'm guessing the Water Board, DWR, have been working really hard on a permanent solution for Tulare County. We've heard some dates, but we're probably looking mid-2017. So we're going to fund the water deliveries through that time for these folks, as long as it takes. It's normal disaster response. We have to do it. We can't not provide water.
Could I ask the county to answer my other question about whether the 600 or so households that receive the tanks are also receiving bottled water from whatever source?
And the answer is not all of them. The bottled water program does come with an income qualifier, whereas the tank program, if your well is dry and you've notified us, we're putting tanks in households. The other thing is the bottled water program also allows for folks with contaminated water, because we do have some systems and some private wells that are contaminated. So the numbers don't necessarily match up. You're not necessarily on the bottled water program and have a tank, and you're not necessarily have a tank and on the bottled water program.
So for those households who are on the tanks and do not receive bottled water, is there any current testing of the water that's coming out of their tank?
Yes, so all of the tanks, users have been notified that the tanks are for flushing, for showering, for cleaning, for those types of purposes, and they need to have another source for drinking and cooking and that sort of thing. So if they're not on the bottled water program, they're most likely purchasing their own bottled water or utilizing one of our nonprofit partners to get bottled water that way.
My understanding is it was always set up to be non-potable. I was surprised when this came up that anybody would have thought of using it for potable. Just, again, just thinking as a person, this, you talk about complex messages. It's just, these folks have suffered a lot, so having them have to even trust some government agency to test their tank and say, drink it, I wouldn't drink it. Even, if it were, it's almost impossible to test it in real enough time.
And just to add another layer of complexity, the folks are getting, the tanks are anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000 gallons, and we're filling them based on household population, but we're filling them on a regular basis, but oftentimes their tanks may be running dry, and so at least they still have water that they can cook with and drink, and even while they're waiting on the refill of the tank. So it serves dual purposes.
Thank you. So with this additional funding request, that will take the bottled water program to what time frame?
About April 2018.
And by that time, will permanent solution be in place?
For all of Tulare County?
Not everywhere in the county.
So where I'm going with this is, should we be expecting yet another request from the cleanup abatement account for bottled water in 2017? Hence my question earlier about an exit strategy.
So I would expect that we will have continuing need for bottled water in Tulare and other places as we do permanent solutions. The permanent solutions are not going to be 100% at one time. They're going to be phased in, so we'll be phasing people off of bottled water over time as different. This is not a one-size-fits-all solution for the whole county. There are all sorts of different solutions being proposed, and they will take certain people off of the need for bottled water. But I think that you would be right to expect that that when this authorization in 2018 runs out, there will still be people who the solution hasn't addressed.
I just wanted to mention that our specific appropriation for this funding expires at the end of this current fiscal year. So the cleanup and abatement account, we have an appropriation next year for drought, so we could provide the bottled water potentially under that appropriation, but the contamination appropriation expires. So that money was specifically set aside in the account for these contaminated water sources. And the cleanup and abatement account is over subscribed because we appropriated more than is in the account based on the anticipated revenues. So, the contaminated water then would be sort of competing with the drought projects, and we just don't know, what the demand is going to be.
Well, we need to stay on it, but also we need to stay in touch with the administration and the governor's office. I don't think we have an issue that gets this much attention from everybody, so we're not going to resolve it all here. These are all the right questions, but we just have to stay on it and ask for more if we need it, and hopefully we get it. So, thank you. Can we hear from the speaker? Oh, even if you aren't, we can come back. It's like you are the board member. Ms. Hinton from the Community Water Center. Thank you for joining us.
Having me. I'm Kelsey Hinton, and I'm speaking on behalf of Community Water Center. So we're based in Visalia, which is in Tulare County. As we've all been discussing this entire time, Tulare County is at the epicenter of the drought, with over 1,500 dry wells still ongoing as an issue. Clearly, additional funding for immediate solutions as well as long-term solutions is absolutely needed so that all residents in Tulare County can have access to safe, clean, and affordable drinking water. But however, we want to make sure that any allocated funds are going to be used as effectively and as efficiently as possible, while also ensuring that residents' concerns are being heard and their voices are part of this process as well. So one point that I would like to make before getting into the more specific things that you guys have already brought up is that we have recently reached out to Tulare County, specifically Tulare County OES, around drought programs, specifically around the bottled water, the tanks, whether they're potable or not, things along those lines. And we've had an extremely difficult time getting answers. Part of this is just because they're so busy, the need is so great, it's hard to get a hold of anybody. But if it's hard enough for us, I can't imagine how hard it is for the residents who this isn't their full-time job to be reaching out to people to understand what's going on with these programs. So that's just something we like to flag, that communication is very important in these processes and something that can always be improved. So then some of the more specific concerns that we have and we want to raise, starting with the school program, the bottled water program for the schools. So only $275,000 of that is going to be used for schools in Tulare County, has already been noted. But we have the same concerns that have already been raised. So what about these 6,000 students in Lindsay? What are they going to do if they don't have bottled water and Lindsay isn't cooperating with the county to get that? You can't continue to not provide them with a safe, clean, and affordable source of drinking water in their schools, because kids have to go to school. You have to drink something when you're there. So that's something that we're very concerned about. And it sounds like the county's been doing they've done a lot of work of outreach to those schools and trying to get this to go through. But I think that there's more that can be done. So that's our first concern. And then just to your earlier point, we haven't done outreach to Lindsay Unit. Yeah. Yes.
They haven't met you yet.
Yeah, so we haven't done that. Yes, but we have the same concerns that you guys do have on that. Second, another point we want to raise that hasn't been raised yet is that the $5 million that's been allocated for private well owners, we know that self-help is in the process of negotiating a contract for $3 million of that for private wells. We just would like to raise the thought of what the status of the remaining $2 million is. And we just want to ensure that this money is continuing to get into the most drought impacted and drought vulnerable communities that it can. So then on to the tank point. So we've actually had a lot of residents. We've been working a lot in East Porterville, hosting community meetings with the East Porterville for Water Justice group. And there's been a lot of concerns from residents there about the water coming out of their tanks. They said it's hot and slimy, so it's not water that they feel comfortable or safe using. It does sound like the county is doing testing, but it doesn't sound like that's necessarily clear to all the residents who are on this program of whether the water is safe enough for them to be using. We do have residents, for the past few months, residents who still don't understand if the water is safe enough to drink, if they should be using it for that purpose, or if it's not. It sounds like it's very clear, and it's very clear to all of us who have this information, but that's something that's still of concern to residents. And also, I don't think it's clear that if you have a tank that you can still apply for the bottled water program, because that's something that we also have some questions on. So I think there can still be done a lot around education of these programs and making sure that everybody's on the same page and knows what's going on with them. And also to continue testing of this water, because it sounds like even if only 32 of these tanks are contaminated, that's still 32 tanks and 32 households who this is their only source of water for different purposes throughout their house. And even if they're not drinking it, they have a right to know what's in it because it is coming in contact with their skin, their children. So yeah. And then finally, while the bottled water program is essential as an immediate solution for unsafe, contaminated water or lack of water, it's definitely not a sustainable one, which I think everyone in this room agrees on. So especially for households who have completely run out of water, there are wells that continue to run dry, and there is still no groundwater, no protection over overdrafting of groundwater in Tulare County. So that is directly hurting the same people that these programs want to help. So that's something that we have concerns about as well and wanted to raise. And long-term solutions must go hand in hand with short-term relief. Thank you.
What timing? That's impressive.
A couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah.
When you say some of the community members are hesitant to use the water from the tank, are you saying use in terms of drinking, which we don't want, or use in terms of for other activities like flushing, watering the lawn? I mean, do they have concern about the use of water for those purposes as well?
I think it's primarily around drinking because, as I said, they're confused as whether they should be drinking it or not, and clearly it sounds like they aren't. But when it's coming out hot and slimy, I think that's something that's of definite concern to them.
I have other questions,
That's really helpful. Those are the right questions.
but for the county. So if anyone has question for the speaker. So I wanted to follow up with the county, or OES for that matter, but mainly I think with the county. For the 32 tanks which you found through testing to have some contamination, what action has been taken, and will there be continued testing of those 32? And going forward, will there be some sort of periodic random or, some sort of testing program in place to keep an eye on the water situation, since we are not actually making it a condition, or staff is not suggesting that it be a condition of this grant?
Sure. So I will not claim to be the OES expert for Tulare County, but I will do my best to answer those questions. My understanding is, yes, we have an ongoing testing program, and so we will continue to test. We also have a chlorination program to try to get around those issues. The water being warm, we really can't get around that. They're in dark green tanks above ground in the sun in Tulare County, where it was 90 degrees yesterday. It's very hot. And so we'll continue to monitor that. What I believe happened to the tanks that the E. coli was found in, that the tanks were drained, they were treated with chlorine, and then they were refilled in an effort to, but again, notifying the resident that you shouldn't be drinking this and that sort of thing. We are trying to figure out a way to get the message out. It's been an ongoing challenge to get both messages on how you get a tank, on how you get on the bottled water program. If you have a tank, you at least have received the bottled water application at least once, probably more than once, because it all goes through the same system. Folks call 211, they get connected with immediate resources, they get put on the list for the tank program, and so we've tried to integrate those, and we try to continue to get the messaging out. But from a resident's perspective, it is very confusing. You have no water, and then you have a tank, and then you have bottled water, and what are you supposed to be doing with each is confusing. I'll admit that.
One of the things that might be helpful, since you're all here, is if you could meet with Ms. Hinton and see how the Community Water Center might help you in the other
Sure, and we meet
agencies,
regularly.
because it does take sort of a village.
We meet regularly with them. We're also using self-help as well as United Way of Tulare County, as well as our local conservation corps. So we have an integrated system that we're using as well. So, but yeah, I'm happy to talk to Carrie.
And my request is that, I'm looking at Mark because I think he might be the one to do this, but probably with the DFA as well. On the long-term solutions, clearly it's going to take a while, and there are priorities, and you're identifying what those priorities are, but I don't really know what they are. And I think it would be good to, on a regular basis, whether it be monthly or quarterly, update a listing of what the priorities are and kind of where they are in the process of getting a permanent solution as we see this program hopefully taper into a more permanent approach.
Yes, we can certainly do that. Mark Bartson with the Division of Drinking Water. In terms of the Lindsay system, I understand there's 2 wells, so it's not a case where they have 10 or 12 wells and they could just take this one out of service. Now, the good news, of course, you heard earlier, is that the surface water is their main source. However, what you're saying about kind of getting a better handle on how long it'll be to the permanent solution, whether it's for Lindsay or some of the others, maybe we can keep a running report to in coordination with Leslie and her folks to know where we are in that process.
Conversations I've been having with you all over the course of the last few weeks, where we just need to have a more organized way of looking. You don't have it all buttoned down because each one is kind of a one-off, but a way to get a sense of where things are, where they are in process, where issues are, et cetera, so that we can make this puzzle work as quickly as we can. But I think for just comprehension for all of us as well as others, and to be able to articulate what we need, because we're going to continue to need more tools than we have if we really want to get to anything resembling, I hate saying permanent solution, let's come up with another way to say it. Sorry, makes my skin crawl. But figuring out how to get sustainable solutions for these communities, it's going to take a lot more tools than we have, so we are going to need to put some rigor into that.
And
So we've already
I just-
started doing that.
Just want to make sure that folks understand there's the dimension of the projects and, you know, the concrete and steel and everything that needs to go in the ground, but there's also a very important institutional component in Tulare County and other parts of the state. And that's where, you know, our SB 88 authorities get brought into the discussion about consolidating water authorities. Because the permanent solution, when we look at sustainability, it's not just the system, the engineered system, but the institutional framework that supports it.
No, it's just a question Ms. Hinton raised. It would be good also to get an update on the full 5 million. I know we're oversubscribed where you think it's going to go. You don't have to do it right now, but that's another thing. I think that's a good, a valid question to ask, particularly as we look towards whether we need to ask for more. We've always been a little concerned that we've been here. I keep using robbing Peter to pay Paul for some reason this week, but you know, robbing contamination dollars for drought dollars. But at a certain point, we just go back and explain where we are and what we need. In this case, we've got a contamination issue, so it fits, but still.
As far as the 5 million, we'll just give you a quick update. So we've been working with the 3 nonprofit organizations that run the private well programs and the less than 15s. And our initial intent was to give them an initial allocation and make sure that they could get the money out before we allocated the full amount. Now we've learned we can't do that, so we will be encumbering the full $5 million by the end of this fiscal year. Self-Help has indicated that they have the greatest backlog, so we haven't come up with what the final allocations will be, and in fact, one of the nonprofits may choose not to participate. So we will be allocating all of that money and seeing how quickly it goes out and seeing whether there is any more. Those, of course, are just for drought-related private wells and small systems that have drought impacts, not contaminated sources for that funding. But so far, we haven't actually executed the agreements. It's, you know, taken a while to put together. It's a brand new program. It's both a loan and grant program, and establishing the eligibility and working with the nonprofit. So, but we're getting close, and I know people are frustrated. It takes a while, but these programs are a little difficult to set up. It was a brand new program for us.
Well, you need to be able to report at the end that you spent the money properly, which I think is important.
And when you say close, Ms. Loudon, you mean a month away, 2 months?
Certainly before the end of the fiscal year. So we are just at the point, we have our draft agreement that we've been sharing back and forth, and we've worked with them as far as right now. We've pretty much got, I'd say the program has definitely outlined all the requirements and everything. So it's a matter of everybody, you know, the attorneys looking at the conditions and the scopes and tweaking things and making sure that we all can agree to all of those conditions. But they will be executed before the end of the fiscal year.
And I think the point that was made, I think at the end of the community water system presentation about overdrafted groundwater basins exacerbating the problem, and I'm looking now at Eric, could you check with DWR and with our staff as to what they are doing to keep from exacerbating the folks running out of water? I mean, it really is, talk about robbing Peter to pay Paul. That is a true robbing of somebody, you know, robbing the state.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll
Okay.
check into that.
Because that's awful.
I'm sorry, I interrupted Board Member D'Adamo, so.
I'm going to hold off until the next item.
Yeah,
It's more
because we
big
are
picture.
trending
Yeah.
into the next item. That was helpful.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate staff's work on this and all the things that the county is doing. And I welcome Community Water Center into the mix and would encourage the 3 of you to get together and see what we can do about Lindsay. And with that, I will move the item.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll get back to it in item number 5. But now let's move to item number 4. Thank you all very much for your work, not just today, but over these months.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and board members. I'm Diane Riddle. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the Hearings and Bay Delta section. And before we get started with the update from the State Water Project and Central Valley Project, I'll just provide a few updates on activities that we've been working on related to drought. As I think you're all aware, we held a workshop on April 5th regarding a temporary urgency change petition to modify San Joaquin River flow requirements this spring. We issued a notice of that petition last week. We also received one concurrence email from the National Marine Fisheries Service on Friday. Just yesterday, we received concurrence from the Department of Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So we're planning today to issue an order on that change petition. So that should go out by the end of the day is my expectation. And then two other updates that I think maybe the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation will get into. They're expecting to deliver to us their April update to the drought contingency plan by the end of the week, and I think also the Sacramento River temperature plan, and I'll let them elaborate on those if you have any questions. Otherwise, I can turn it over to them, or if there are any questions on the temporary urgency change petition, I can take those now. Okay, I'll turn it over then.
Good morning. Let's go to the first slide. All right. Oh, excellent. Yeah, all right, cool. All right, well, I think by now you're probably familiar with
I
some...
don't like those numbers.
Say again? Well, that's... Sorry. Next year.
Not your fault.
This typical graphic that we show most times depicts the conditions of the snow water content in our mountain range to our east. As you can see, statewide, percent of normal to date is now at 65%. I think the next graphic is more telling, so I'm just going to go to that one. This is a line chart where you can see the progress of the accumulation snowpack and the subsequent diminishment. Typical peak is April 1. This year it peaked about a week or so earlier than that. And as you can see, it's dropping off rapidly. We're seeing quite a good bit of melt, especially on elevations below 10,000 feet. Over the water year so far, this graphic represents the percentage of average precipitation brought to us by our brethren up in Reno. Anything green or bluer is above average, and anything yellow or redder is below average. And as you can see, Northern California, the coast, and the Northern Sierra above average this year. The Southern Sierra and the Central and Southern California, Central Coast and Southern California, in some instances very far below average this year. Over the last 11 years, this depicts the precipitation indices as they've evolved. You can see 2012 wasn't that bad, and it's been pretty bad since. This year's a little better than those previous 4 years, but still not very good. And before 2012, things have been pretty dry as well. So it's not been a great 10, 11 years. Looking at the indices themselves, this is a day old, but I've checked the numbers haven't changed since it hasn't rained in the last 24 hours. The 8-station index in the Northern Sierra, 52.9 inches, so above average, even if we get no more this year. This is what it looks like on a month-by-month basis. We got an inch with that last system we saw a week or so ago on the north. For an average, April's average usually 4, so we're a quarter of the way there. There might be some rain this weekend as well. I don't expect to see more than an inch, 2 inches tops in the wettest locations. And most of that will be in the Sierra Nevada, say Oroville catchment, Feather River catchment southward to the Kings. The San Joaquin indice, 5-station, 37.5, still below average for the year, but there's still several months to go. As you can see, those months don't usually contribute a whole lot. We're almost halfway through what we expect to see in April. We'll see if the subsequent storms get us closer to average. I expect they might. And then on the Tulare Basin, 24.9, still below total for the year. Just not a whole lot of opportunity to catch up. A little less than halfway through this month, and we're about halfway through the expected average. Reservoirs, good in the north, not so good in the south. Specifically Shasta, looking good. Ron, good job. John, all right, you guys, way to go. Unfortunately, and you know, Folsom did a little up and down earlier in the year, but still tracking high. Still lots of snow to come off and help it out. And then New Melones, not so great down there. I know you're a fan of the stand, and sorry. You'll notice this. This graphic isn't the easiest. Doesn't look as lively as this one. That's mostly because the 2 dry years we like to plot, 76, 77, 77, 78. The reservoir wasn't completed until 78, so there was nothing to put in it. So it's a less attractive graphic. Yeah. That's all I had, unless you have questions regarding hydrology and outlooks.
No, thank you. I just, I had looked before, but I didn't see the percentages on the snow. It's been so hard to explain to folks that being above average in January, average moves. And it should go higher, so the percentages drop, but I was hoping they were higher than that, so bummer.
Okay, John Leahy with State Water Project Operations, DWR. So following up on Art's graphs on the precip, snowpack, what have you, here is the runoff forecast based on the April 1st snow survey. And you can see also how that has changed each month. Their first estimate back in December. The actual official ones based on the Bulletin 120 start February 1st. So that's when they start the comprehensive snow surveys up and down the Sierra is based on that one. There is a handful of surveys that are done for January, but the first comprehensive one is done in February based on the snowpack. And of course, we do know based on the graphs that Art just showed that March was very productive. And it did push the year type classification for the Sacramento Valley Index, also known as the 40-30-30, from dry to below normal. And the year type for the Sacramento Valley is based on the median forecast of runoff. And just a little bit on that 40-30-30. So the 40% weight is given to the forecast for the April through July coming up. So that's, snowpack is a big factor in that. 30% is based on either the actual or forecasted runoff in the October through March period, so just in the past. And there's a 30% weighting to the previous year's index. So it does take into account antecedent conditions and how that may have affected the watershed. So, despite slightly above average precip in the north, we're still looking at a below normal year. And, April's not showing any signs of pushing us to one of those wetter categories. You can see the other exceedances at 25%, 10%. There's still an outside chance that we'd end up with above normal. But at least what we've observed so far in April doesn't give us any reason to believe it's going to change from the below normal. If it does stay there, this will be 9 out of the last 10 years will have been below normal or drier for the Sacramento index. For the I'm trying to think where I should probably chime in a little bit on the update to the drought contingency plan that we're expecting to release an addendum here to that plan based on the updated information the end of this week, so Thursday or Friday, or early Friday. And quite frankly, so we're going to have all these updated hydrologic information, updates on the fishery status. But the bottom line, as far as it relates to any of the Sacramento Valley standards, the shared standards between the two projects, outflow, salinity, because of the high reservoir storages and sufficient enough of runoff, we don't see any problems meeting the D1641 standards. So that's basically the bottom line of the update. as it relates to the Sacramento Valley standards. The San Joaquin Valley Water Index. And I think there was a little bit of confusion in one of the workshops earlier, but one of the differences with the San Joaquin Valley Index, okay, so for one, it's a 60-20-20, so it weights the forecasted April through July a little higher than the Sacramento. I think that also introduces, because it's more largely weighted on a forecasted value, there's a higher degree of uncertainty related to it. And per D1641, the official year type for the San Joaquin Basin is based on the 75% exceedance, not the median. Okay, so in March, we were actually looking at a critically dry year on the San Joaquin. It was right on the cusp. It was 2.1. If you can see in the lower right-hand corner, there's the year types by index, and if it's 2.1 or below, it's a critically dry year. So it was right on the cusp. March was just wet enough to push us into now a dry year type for the San Joaquin Valley, now that we're in April. And I think we're going to be a little back and forth here. I believe we're going to entertain now the discussion on Old Middle River. And I think this will be a back and forth between Ron and I. I don't know, Ron, do you want to start here? Or?
I can do that, John.
Okay.
Good morning. This is Ron Milligan, Bureau Reclamation. I put a few slides together because we've several times talked about a lot of interest in Old Middle River flows, how they relate back to the biological opinions. It's kind of been thrown around generically as probably controlling a lot of the delta operations for the projects over the winter and into the spring. So I thought we'd do a little background into this because it's not necessarily intuitive, or there's lots more to know than maybe meets the eye. So Old and Middle River flows, this is just a little graphic aerial of the delta. Clifton Court, you see there kind of at the bottom center of the picture. You're looking north here, you can kind of see Frank's Track, Sherman Island. And the two gauges of interest here are Old River gauge in the Middle River gauge is located here just right along Bacon Island. These are USGS gauges. They've got a fairly long record. And there's a number of things that get recorded there, but one of the things that gets recorded, and this is off of CDEC, is hourly flows. Now, we talk about Old and Middle River flows, but I stuck this in here because, just to give you an idea, this is very much a tidal environment. With the flows in the course of a day going from 12,000 CFS in this particular, this is just over the last middle part of the month into the last week. 12,000 CFS going kind of northerly, and then maybe 15,000 CFS coming back, and then doing that twice a day, back and forth. So it's kind of difficult to pull a signal out of this. But what has been done is something called tidally filtered. So it tries to take that data on an hourly basis and think about, well, what part of that signal is actually the tides? Can you pull out of that? And this is a representation of both those two gauges together, the information that you just saw. And this is CDEC doing that with some algorithms for tidally filtered data to kind of give an idea as to what's the net flow on an hourly basis that you would be seeing. And this is over kind of the same period, and it's kind of moving around in a number of directions. What's interesting here, I want to kind of note, is the project pumping in the South Delta has been constant through this whole time. We've been combined exports about 1,500 CFS through this period. So there's a lot of other things that kind of drive even this, obviously the tides are the biggest change from the previous slide to here, but also other conditions about winds where we are within kind of the 14-day lunar cycles as well that are kind of moving the net flow from one place to another. Now this is hourly data. The next thing that's typically done is those are kind of averaged out the same period to daily numbers. Again, those take out some of the movement, but they still kind of move quite a bit from a day to day. Again, just a whole number of things, winds, where you are within the tide cycles as well.
Sorry, just so I'm understanding the point. So somebody looking at this chart or the one before, it's not right to assume that you were pumping more when it got more negative on the 17th.
That is correct. Yeah,
Say the lunar cycles, that's the spring tides and the neap tides?
Yes, the spring neap 14-day, and I'll go back. Well, it's not necessarily easy to see here either, but our pumping, other than a little bit of the Clifton Court gate operations on a daily basis, is still the same net pumping daily here, and not a very high pumping rate either, because we were in the action for the NOAA Fisheries opinion, which I'll talk a little bit about. So we're just kind of talking about the dynamics, but there's obviously a lot going on, and what this OMR metric is trying to capture is trying to net out flow from north to south, which is it's a tool in trying to manage hydrodynamics in the delta, but obviously there's a lot of things that get averaged out here as we go through, and I thought it was kind of important to talk about that. But as I said, there is no change in the delta pumping in the south on the projects here through these particular days. Now, there's probably a few windy days in there, low pressure, high pressure changes, but there's still a lot of dynamics going on in the delta that are not just the delta pumping. So again, that gets averaged over the course of each of the days, and again, still some movement there. So I've taken this data, I've expanded it over a 14-day period, and over a 14-day period, it's been negative 1,740, which is typically when we deal with these, and I'll talk a little bit about how this is applied within the biological opinions, we've used a 14-day running average as the metric for a lot of that compliance, and primarily so that we get through a full spring neap cycle with the tides because of that. So
Otherwise, you'd be throttling up, down, up, down.
well, and that's been the difficulty, and we've had some circumstances in the early years. We've probably been managing to this for about 10 years in some fashion or another, either through the courts or through the biological opinions, and how to deal with that has been somewhat difficult. Again, even on this 14-day period, the project pumping was the same through the whole time of about 1,500 CFS with the head barrier closed at the head of Old River with the 7 culverts, is it, John?
I think it's 8.
Okay, eight culverts in the open position, but so that configuration with the pumping and some consumptive use in the southern part of the delta, 1,500 CFS, some pumping by Contra Costa Water District, some consumptive use with a little bit of bleeding over from the San Joaquin River is roughly this 1,700 CFS in terms of just a mass balance. So it kind of works, but as you can see from a day-to-day basis, even this methodology there's things going on there that are maybe influencing the fisheries. So that's the mechanics of the gauges, but let me just go back to our picture here for a moment. So during the period when we were doing the consultation and thinking about delta smelt dynamics, one of the things that is a theory, because there's probably about 3 areas of dynamics, well, maybe 4, that come into play with some of our listed species. Obviously, we talk a lot about delta outflows, and that's an important dynamic, but particularly for X2 positioning, but that's probably from Sherman Island and most of the time in the winter, spring out to the west, and just the total flow up there, that aspect of this. We've talked in the past, obviously, through a number of times about things like Q West, to bring that up, which is probably more of a net flow across this part of the San Joaquin River up across Frank's Tract. And then obviously we've talked about net flows from the San Joaquin River that come into play too. But one of the things that seemed to show some correlation at times when we've seen some high take events for Delta smelt and longfin smelt through, particularly with adults, has been the net flow through this old Middle River corridor from north to south. And during periods where those were highly negative and or a lot of turbidity, had coincide historically with some higher take events at the salvage facilities at Clifton, at Skinner and Tracy Fish Screen. So the thought was, as a management practice for adult Delta smelt in particular, that would be something to be looking at. And there was a lot of correlation done to that set of dynamics. Now, it may not be the only one, but it was something that came into play. And we've been trying to figure out how to use this information in a management style in our operations, and they've been embedded in some of the biological opinions. There may be some other dynamics as well, maybe just pure pumping, maybe a lot of things, but this is the places we have. One of the difficulties, though, with OMR, particularly the data set that was done to build the backdrop for the biological opinions, was that is a product that's typically produced by USGS. And we talked a little bit about the tidally filtered. Now, what I showed you was what comes from CDEC, but USGS does do some work with this, a little more sophisticated look at trying to tease out the tidally filtered information. The difficulty with that, it's very good data, but it's not always, well, certainly not real time. It's probably about 3 days in arrears. So to get the full official USGS data can be 3 days after the fact, which is a little bit hard when you're trying to schedule 2 or 3 days ahead on your pumping. So you could be a week behind in terms of what you know. So we have looked at a number of tools. One is the CDEC data, which is a little more real time, and we can see what may be filtered out on a daily basis or an hourly basis. And then there are some regression equations that have been developed over the period of time, which look at just the parameters like projected consumptive use in the South Delta at a particular time of year. San Joaquin River, is the head barrier fully closed or open? What are the pumping rates? And putting a number of those things together give us a fairly good idea over the course of a 14-day period how numbers will average out, which is kind of how this will work.
And this may be premature, but on World Water Day last month, the federal government announced a big initiative on data and doing predictive flows, like big data predictive flows on rivers and waterways. Is that something that could help with this, if not momentarily, when it gets built out?
It's possible. I think this one is a little more difficult just because it's so tidally driven, and the tools that we currently have aren't too bad. They certainly are getting us close enough to do our operations. But obviously, given all the noise that I kind of showed you in that, this isn't an instantaneous thing. OMR reading on a particular hour or even for a day is not going to translate to a take event necessarily. This is obviously, with that kind of changes in twice a day, what you have is a circumstance whether these are particles or larval delta smelt or even small fish that can swim and have some behavior associated with them. They're basically moving up and back and moving up and back through these channels, and they're kind of losing the war over a course of time if it's too negative. And these fish do have capabilities, if they know which way they need to head, to be able to ride the tides and then find their way out. But if it's too negative and they're smaller in scale, they either can get disoriented, or we have seen, as I said, larger events where we've
with more negative flows and make it much more difficult for these fish to get out of that central part of the delta.
So on the model and that you're developing, or are you using it currently?
We're
CDEC with
using
all
it.
the other factors?
We're currently using a set of regression equations to help us predict, given if we pump over the next course of days, how we would see OMR track from that particular point.
Okay, and that's where you account for whether the headberry is open or closed, and forecasting on consumptive use,
Correct.
et cetera. How about monitoring presence of the species? Is that incorporated into that analysis?
That, in terms of just purely what the Old and Mill River flows are going to be, it's probably immaterial whether the fish are there or not. The next question is, well, what is your right target or management point for an Old and Mill River flow? So I'll take as an example the Fish and Wildlife Service opinion, let's say for adult Delta smelts as a particular period. The biological opinion calls for that Old and Mill River flow to be anywhere from minus 1,250 CFS to minus 5,000. Now that's a pretty big range. The question is, well, so where do you need to be within that range? And the answer to that question is, well, are there fish present? Is the turbidity high or low? Where are you in a particular life stage? And where has some of your longer term monitoring, as well as maybe some of what we've been doing the last couple of years, monitoring in what we've labeled as early warning, which is to see on this frontier, let's say Frank's Track, the Prisoner's Point, we've done quite a bit of monitoring in terms of using a trawl rigging to be able to see, do we see Delta smelt there? Hopefully, if the early part of the season goes well, like a couple of years ago, most of the fish end up well north of in the northern part of the Delta and not really in a place where these flows are going to influence them very much. And in that case, you would see typically a determination by the Fish and Wildlife Service of a more negative OMR is appropriate. If you see a lot of fish in your trawls in this central part of the Delta by Frank's Track, then this is going to be a much more restrictive OMR target. And we have a lot of discussion, particularly in a year like this, when we do see some fish in that area. What does that represent? We've seen some numbers there, typically small. Another thing is, what kind of fish salvage do you see in terms of entrainment at the facilities? If those are really high numbers, then that's an indication that you're probably at a place where you have high entrainment risk. But when your overall population is very small, like there's a concern about that in this particular year, your monitoring becomes more sketchy, and you're not sure. I see one, and that may be a historically low number, but what does that represent in a larger scheme? And that's been part of our struggle this year in terms of both the management for both the species as well as the water supplies. So cycling back through these, did want to kind of show, I think there was a question of, well, what times a year do these things come into play? And I've taken about 6 particular actions that relate to Delta operations, both from the Fish and Wildlife Service biological opinion and the NOAA Fisheries opinion. The Fish and Wildlife Service opinion has 3 actions I think are probably germane to this discussion. They're all Old and Mill River flow actions in terms of the response. The first one is, sometime in December into early January, we've talked before about a first flush. When the first good inflow of the Delta produces some turbidity and kind of cues Delta smelt to come upstream into the Delta to find a place to rear in the wintertime, sometime in that early December to January timeframe that occurs. And if it occurs in a way that's been outlined in the opinion, there may be a very specific response to minimize pumping for as long as 2 weeks to be able to allow those fish to move into the northern part of the delta. And if that occurs in the right manner, and it's probably at least half of the years that it does, we don't really even need to take an action. Either there's not a pulse that's significant at that particular time, or it happens in a manner that it's pretty obvious that those fish were able to get to a good place. There's not necessarily an action. But if you do get a lot of turbidity that's bleeding into the central delta, then there may be this call for action one. After that has occurred, there's a period of time where adult delta smelt are just rearing in the delta, and they're just moving. They tend to migrate around a little bit. Ultimately, they're going to try to find a place to spawn. This is where there is some sensitivity to turbidity. A lot of discussion about turbidity events. A rainstorm comes in, what's happening with turbidity throughout the delta. And that can kind of last all the way, depending on temperatures and timing, potentially all the way through March. Action 3 is a period of time where adult delta smelt is spawned, and then you have larval delta smelt and juvenile smelt in the system. That's pretty much where we are today, and that can have some crossover with the adults depending on the time frame. And probably a little bit less concern about turbidity, but still the same hydrodynamics with ultimate river flows. For action 2 and 3, the range of where OMR can be prescribed by the service is anywhere from minus 1,250 CFS to minus 5,000. And it all depends on what the perceived entrainment risk is, which really relates back to monitoring, salvage, specific surveys, all those things. So currently, as we sit here in mid-April, that action, we're in the juvenile action 3 environment. The current determination by the Fish and Wildlife Service is a minus 2,500 ultimate river flow is protective. Now, as you saw from our earlier graph, we are currently operating in a manner that our ultimate river flows are about minus 1,700. So we're certainly less negative than that prescription. So there are other things in play that are controlling the operations. In the NOAA Fisheries opinion, there's some different dynamics that come into play. We've got more species that we're dealing with, certainly. And the first action is 4.1.2, which is to have the cross-channel gate closed more often than what's prescribed by D1641. The thought there is that closures of the gate allow out-migrating winter run and spring run Chinook salmon to stay within the main stem of the Sacramento and not find their way into the central part of the delta. So there's more closures involved there than there are in D1641. And in years like we've had, unfortunately, through the drought, where salinity management in the central delta becomes a difficulty, where opening the gate might be prudent to balance the salinity in the central delta, but keeping it closed for salmon actions is where we've had to do some additional work to find the right balance of that within our biological opinions. In this last December, on the first half of the month, was a time where we did work with NOAA Fisheries to actually flex this particular RPA to allow us to do some opening there that kind of helped with the salinity. The next action down the list is 4.2.3, which basically is an OMR type of action. It's meant to kind of help salmon both winter run, spring run, and as well as Central Valley steelhead, primarily from the Sacramento Basin side of things, to not have a high entrainment risk. And basically, this is a calendar-based action. It starts at minus 5,000 OMR on January 1st, and is basically a ceiling that goes across the entire season into about around the 15th of June. It has some other actions. This may look good sound for those that kind of followed in years past, the salmon decision tree in terms of taking actions. If we see a particular density of salvage
for a salmon species, then the Old Mill River target of minus 5,000 gets a little more restrictive for a period of 6 days or so until that density of take has subsided. And kind of the idea being allow a little bit less draw on the Old Mill River to kind of get some fish to be able to head back up to the north.
The limit during that time frame?
There's 2 steps within that. It can go to minus 3,500 if we hit one limit, and then the next one is minus 2,500 OMR. Now, at the same time, there's a backdrop of an incidental take number that's established for each of the species that's also being monitored and looked at. That has not tended to be an issue as it relates to salmon species, but we certainly keep an eye on that. And this is an area where some rapid genetic testing has been employed to be able to check to see, when you're talking about number of fish and the density per acre foot exported, it's really important. You need to know if that's a winter run fish. And you know, the old rule of thumb is, well, if they're a particular size, that's probably an indicator, but that's not always infallible. So some rapid genetic testing has found that sometimes you get some false positives just based on length, and that's been kind of a useful tool. But that, again, kind of spans the time from January 1st to June 15th. The last row here is the NOAA Fisheries Biological Opinion Action 4.2.1, which relates back to the San Joaquin River flows and establishes a ratio between the inflows or the flows of Vernalis to the amount of exports. That's a 61-day action. That's all of April and May. And it basically is tiered to wherever the water year type is on the San Joaquin River. So in this particular case, we're in a dry water year on the San Joaquin River. The prescription would be to only pump half of the Vernalis flow in a dry water year, but no less than 1,500 CFS, which is viewed as a kind of a minimum health and safety. So that is why since April 1st till right now, we've been at a 1,500 CFS combined pumping at the 2 projects. This is an area where, in conjunction with the actions we've been talking about with the change petition for the San Joaquin, is to, at the time we're going to be augmenting flows to create more of a pulse flow, to be able to pump part of that at a 1-to-1 ratio, to have kind of a blended pumping to Vernalis flow rate. And we were required to get some concurrence of a flex from NOAA Fisheries to be able to do that. So that will kind of cover about 31 days of the pulse, and then we will kind of off ramp back into the 1-to-1, or excuse me, the 2-to-1 that's related here. So these are probably the big 6 biological opinion actions and kind of the span of time that they would cover on the calendar. Once we get to July, then pretty much all of these have kind of left, are kind of out of play. The Action 3 for the Fish and Wildlife Service is kind of the last of the actions as they relate to Delta smelt. The off-ramp of that is either all the way through June, or if once temperatures in the southern Delta get to a certain point, it's kind of perceived that there are any fish that were still remaining there, that it's just too warm for them to survive, because by that time, the life cycle is for the Delta smelt to migrate back out towards the bay to cooler water. So that is correct. So that is the kind of off-ramp criteria as to that. So I think that's 25 or 20 degrees Celsius at Clifton Court, John?
25.
Okay, so once we see some consistent days of 25 degrees Celsius at Clifton Court, that's an indicator that the South Delta is probably warmer for any of those juvenile Delta smelt to find their way out and survive. So if they haven't gotten out by then, they're probably not going to be able to do it.
That's an off-ramp on the Fish and Wildlife Action 3.
That's correct. So by the time we get to July 1st, then typically these actions are no longer needed, although we do continue to monitor for any take from an overall infill take permit number, but our numbers are usually pretty low at that particular point in time. And those, excuse me, typically, well, assuming we have water to provide to ramp up pumping, that's when it would typically occur. We would go through July, August, September with kind of a typical summer operation. Then you cycle back around October where we talk about more of our fall operations. One last note here is typically the transfer window that's afforded under the biological opinions applies to July, August, and September. Now what that means is that there's typically very limited exposure for listed species. So if there was capacity at the pumping facilities to move transfer water, at least for those 3 months, there's very likely not an effect that would occur for listed species. When you get into October, November, there is the potential for some of those effects. And this is where the last couple of years we've worked closely with the fish agencies about allowing some transfer water to move through those periods. But we had to actually do a lot more analysis to see what the potential risks were to listed species.
So I don't know if you were planning on talking about this or not, but just what this means in the real world in terms of, I know you've got some slides on amount of water, but talk a little bit about what this means in terms of, moving water in July. First of all, you have to have water in July to move. You need to be able to forecast what that amount would be in order to make adjustments on contract deliveries. And then once you get the water in San Luis, there's issues on carryover storage. So, and farmers need to make decisions by now. So there's likely a need if that water gets moved in July and you're not able to have guaranteed contract deliveries, there's a higher likelihood that the water would be in San Luis, growers desiring to use it in the next water year. And then the challenges that you have with carryover and requirements over at San Luis.
Well, all those are true, but there's a lot of pieces to that. And this is where the complexity of the opinions make kind of that allocation process a little more challenging. Back in the day, where particularly even with just D1641, it was pretty structured in the sense of there's certain water year types. You could kind of forecast where hydrology was your one big moving variable. And you can get an idea as to what the requirements would be for outflows or the parameters within D1641. And you could start walking through this process starting in February. You said, okay, I've got an idea of a range of hydrology. I know what my storage levels are, how much snowpack we have. We can kind of create a range of what we may be able to do and kind of forecast out our operations. Both picking up water in the wintertime and then also to be able to run operations in the summer. But with the added complexity or variable of, let's say, delta smelt species and or potential closures across Channel Gate or some salmon entrainment actions, the February, March into April component becomes a little bit harder to put your finger on. And so add to that coming out of the drought sequence of last year where October, November, and December were very difficult months in terms of moving water because there was just such low flows and we were battling salinity. And then once we did see water hitting the delta, then we have to work with the dynamics of the species. So it does become very difficult to come up with an allocation for south of delta. I know for John, for State Water Project, that's difficult.
And it's also difficult for the CVP south of Delta as well to be able to determine, okay, what can we say and kind of allocate, and we have a high certainty that we can deliver on that with so many uncertainties in play. And we don't compound them so much that we find that we just don't think we can do anything until it's too late. And then growers are confronted with, gee, I really didn't know I had anything until the last minute. So my only option is to kind of put into storage and keep it for next year, which isn't necessarily the most optimal way to go. And a year like this one, you never know how next year is going to play, and then people may put water into storage and find that it gets bumped out for some other project supplies. Maybe as we talk about this last fall and winter as an example, might make this even a little more, drive this home a little bit more. So here's just a plot of this last January through current delta outflow. The blue line is the actual indices, and the dashed dark black line is the what the requirements would be. So as you can see, we were right up against the requirement probably for early part of January. Then we saw some excess conditions that certainly played into the middle half of February. With the real dry conditions we had in February, we rode the January flows, still kind of subsided up until the middle of the month. Hovered pretty much outflow right to where the requirement was, and then early part of March saw those inflows come back up again considerably. And for the most part, we've been at excess conditions ever since. If we take this kind of same data, so that you'll recognize the blue line, kind of the outflow, the dashed red line is an estimate of what the pumping could have been with just G1641, roughly, but the dark red line is what we actually exported during this period, which were influenced by the constraints of the biological opinions. And as you can see, there's some periods where there's some space between that, and that's kind of an element of foregone pumping because of the opinions. And you can see there was maybe 4 weeks in there from the middle part of February to just the beginning part of March where we were pretty much constrained to the outflow. Outflow was controlling. Now the difference between the blue line and the dashed red line is a degree of outflow that even with just D1641 constraints still would have been a significant amount of outflow. So a lot of discussion about millions of acre feet of outflow, and we're just, quote, letting that happen. Well, there's not a lot you can do with some of this. It's going to be there. But there is a piece of it that is kind of the actions of the older middle river flows predominantly have kind of put us into play. And I think this next chart, which is something that the San Luis Delta Medina Water Authority has done, again, sorry for changing over the color scheme, but the dashed blue line is, again, the outflow numbers. But the block colors of coming across the months, this now goes all the way out into the first part of December, kind of talk about what was controlling operations or the delta pumping at the time. And the first part from December until you get into the very close to the end of the month, this was all salinity controlled for us. The exports were very low. Even though we were getting a little bit of inflow, we were still kind of battling the salts at this point. And again, as I was saying, at the first part of December, we asked NOAA Fisheries for a flex to open the cross-channel gate, was just to try to keep the salts out, and we needed a little bit of that first flush just to get the salts out of play. The next band here is an action for the, I want to say this is the just dealing with outflow. That flush came through, but then outflow became a concern again, so just the delta outflow for a short time. Then at the beginning of the calendar year, the minus 5,000, kind of the salmon biological opinion, OMR constrained us for a period.
And then at that point, this big block of orange period has been delta smelt management. That's been the primary concern. Until April 1st, and this kind of latter green part, we're back into the NOAA Fisheries opinion is controlling, and this is related to San Joaquin River IE ratio. And this has been, we've been at our exports that combined 1,500 CFS. So this is a snapshot of periods of time as to what was basically controlling our delta operations. Well, that's basically just a number of capacity at the Jones pumping plant and Banks pumping plant through these periods of time. So that's probably 6,680 at Banks plus about 4,600 permitted capacity at Jones. So that's full capacity of what the pumps could physically pump and what's permitted, assuming no other constraints. But obviously, when we were at this chart, there's other dynamics in play, and there's some times there where D1641 was the constraint if the biological opinions were lifted away.
No, I'm just trying to, frequently people will count the number of the total flow that went out as wasted when there's no way you could have captured it.
This is an interesting chart because even though if you said just mechanically or the engineering solution of the capacities of the canals and the pumps would have been up to this line, probably violating EI ratio under D1641, all of this above that is still going to be outflow that you had no physical means to be able to capture it. And even if you did that probably in this period of time, I'm not sure where you would have stored it if you could increase your pumping at some point. You would have probably filled all your buckets. But that's kind of what this chart does show, but it's a nice one saying what is the control.
But there is a way to quantify below that line if you look at the export capacity and if you want to just say look at the biological opinion, the effect of the biological opinion.
Yeah,
and I know this is not your chart, so just wondering if you concur.
Well, it's very similar to this one in that this little space between here and here, which would be considered by many that's the impact, if you will, or at least the export effect of the biological opinions. That is here. It's just really hard to see. There's a little bit of space between that. But that little bit of space maybe adds up, and people can maybe argue about a little bit as to the wiggle within some of those lines is what could have happened. But that's maybe over the course of this period, almost 1 million acre feet. Certainly not 8 million acre feet that's in the upper block, but it does add up over time. So well, let's see if we had, that's kind of the last one in this mix, but we've talked about this, and I'm sure you've gotten lots of letters, as well as I know my agency has, about what's going on here and what's really driving this. And it's not always, in some cases, it's not always easy to know. It's not which particular thing is driving some of our actions. And as you get into the early part of the season where salinity is needed and delta outflow is needed, and a fishery action is taking place, sometimes it can kind of serve two purposes.
Right.
I think it's very helpful because we get questions all the time about this, and so this helps to somewhat simplify it. And then also, as we go forward with phase 2, it's helpful to understand what the baseline is for D1641 versus the BIOPS.
And this being an illustration of how it played out in 2016,
right.
But how there's a lot of moving parts, in different years. The breadth of the different colors would look differently, or the OMR recommendations would be different based on those biological conditions that are monitored by the fisheries services.
That's true, and I think one of the things obviously that's played into some of the decision making has been the effects of drought over the last, 3 years particularly on the species that are moving through and live in the delta. So that's kind of taking the concern for that management up to another level as well. The one thing I will say about OMR, which is a bit of a struggle, and this is a good example, is so we talk about it whether we're using a indices of some sort or empirical equation. It's one of the key inputs to that or drivers of OMR is San Joaquin River flow. When a element that's not an element or an input to that is Sacramento River flow. So these years where we're highly skewed with the Sacramento River being 140,000 CFS for outflow, that doesn't affect Old Mill River flows. It may affect the species or the fish being maybe pushed into places where you want them to be, but they don't necessarily contribute to the Old Mill River flows that are going to be part of this metric. So if San Joaquin River remains running at low numbers, we're going to constantly run into, most likely bumping into the Old Mill River flow as the controlling dynamic.
And those year types are hardwired into the BO, or those year types based on D1641?
Well, they aren't necessarily even dealt with as year types as such, other than the NOAA Fisheries opinion, but the Old Mill River flow criteria are basically a range that's specifically dealing with what they're observing with the fisheries, regardless of what year type it is. Now, a dry year type may escalate the concern level for Delta smelt, for example, or it may actually minimize it. If it's just a dry year in this normal sequence where that first migration of fish from the bay in the fall, late winter, or early winter on upstream is during a dry period and there's not a big turbidity event, we've seen those fish move fairly orderly up into the northern part of the delta. And then as the later winter storms came along, OMRs weren't nearly the concern of a year that may be slightly wetter but had a nice storm at the beginning that spewed salinity, or excuse me, turbidity all across the northern part of the delta and complicated operations significantly.
Talk about the turbidity.
I think maybe the answer to your question is that Old and Middle River flows are affected by San Joaquin River flows and not affected by Sacramento River flows. That's what Ron is getting at, and the risk to the fish is greater when those flows are more negative. So it's really dependent on the hydrology in the San Joaquin River watershed as to what kind of Old and Middle River flow conditions you're going to have.
Helpful, thank you.
I was going to ask John, is there anything you wanted to add to observations for this?
Other than your extreme skill in getting Oroville so full this year.
Yeah, maybe I can add, I think Ron did a very good job of outlining the issue. I'll just add maybe a couple issues here that some of these charts help address some of the questions that I've heard, some of the comments, workshop or what have you. But just starting with this outflow, I think there was a concern that the projects were not going to meet the Port Chicago X2 standard in this month. There's a requirement. So depending on how wet the previous month is, that particular standard is based on the previous month's full natural flow runoff on both the Sacramento and the San Joaquin. And depending on how wet that previous month was, that dictates at what point we need to push the X2 line, if you will. The wetter it is, the farther out we need to push it. And the station that's the furthest out is Port Chicago. You can meet that either by literally moving the salinity to that location, or you can also meet it through an outflow, a surrogate outflow. And so for Port Chicago, which is the furthest west, it's 29,200, okay? And that requirement was for 24 days or 24 or 20, I think 28 days in April as a result of the wet March that we saw. But when we were in March, we didn't have any requirements to meet that standard because February was so dry. But as you can see from the graph here, much of March, we actually, the Port Chicago is where X2 was for most of that month. So the standard was met from the previous month, and that's what's in D1641, that if you exceed the requirements from the previous month, you can use that for the current month. And so this is what's shown here is that requirement was for April, was most of that was met in March, and a little bit you can see there at the beginning of April. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on a little bit to get at some of the questions generally, and this probably goes back to my earlier statement about, we don't foresee any issues with meeting any of the standards for the Sacramento Valley, and how do we make those decisions on allocations and what have you. So, typically there's going to be, so there's two types of flow that we're really dealing with for the projects. We're either diverting the water upstream in the upstream reservoirs, or we're diverting it directly from the Delta and trying to put it in San Luis, okay? So we've already seen the graphs. We've diverted, millions of acre feet upstream into project storage. Couple million into Shasta, couple million and a half into Oroville. Okay, so this is for use. I also talked about the below normal year type, and that triggers the level of standard that we need to meet this summer. So with the below normal year type, we'll have to meet higher outflow standards in the summer. We'll have to improve the salinity conditions based on that year type as well. And so the first thing we're doing through the calculation is, are we able to meet, with that stored water, are we able to meet those higher degree of standards through the rest of the year? And yes. Are we able to meet our obligations to our senior settlement contractors? The answer, yes. And then after those two things we have confidence we're going to meet those, then what can we allocate to our contractors? So some of what we can, our South of Delta contractors, some of that will be some of this direct diversion that occurs in the late winter and spring, and it's already in San Luis. So some of that, but we will augment that source from now releases from the major project reservoirs, Shasta, Oroville, Folsom, during the summer. We will redivert it at the export facilities starting in July, as we've noted. Once we've got out of the fishery sensitive period, that's when we're going to move most of this water. And so that's the final calculation as far as what can we allocate to our respective contractors south of the Delta. And of course, what we're pointing out here with the Old and Middle River, the new flow regimes that have been deemed necessary since 2008, 2009, it puts this conflict between when the water supply is available that cannot be diverted upstream. So I talked about the millions of acre feet that we've already diverted upstream. This is the amount that still gets downstream. The difference between the required outflow and the actual outflow was over 4 million acre feet during this period. So that's another Shasta reservoir, essentially. That's some additional water on top of the outflow requirement, but there's no other way to capture that water. So this here, when we're comparing what we would have been able to do absent the Old and Middle River, so the calculation on this graph here, just for State Water Project from January 1st through the end of March, is essentially a little over 500,000 acre feet. So that's the difference of what we would have been able to pump if we were operating just to the D1641 standards alone. You see that dashed line actually comes down. So this look at it was not based on the full plant capacity. It was based on what would we be allowed to do under D1641. So it's limited to Outflow requirements, it's also limited to the EI ratio, which is the percent of total inflow that we're allowed to exports. And during the fishery sensitive period of time, that's 35%. And so that would have come into play perhaps on part of this as well. So we did factor that into, and so this is really the difference between the actual exports and if it was just purely D1641. So that gives you maybe a better understanding the layering of the BIOPS on top of D1641, the effects that it has on the exports.
Will be important as we update the standards. It's not a competition between the two.
Right. It's just, unfortunately, it's the time, it's the time period on which a big source of the water supply is generally gained. And unfortunately, it's also the period on which we have the biggest concern with the fishery and the effects on the Old Mill River. Yeah.
Any other questions? Not to move this along, I'm eager to get to the other things on the agenda, but thank you for responding. It's really helpful. It'll be helpful with talking with the fish agencies as well. Thanks very much. Appreciate that. We have two more items on the agenda before we get to our workshop. I think looking at the audience, people's eyes, et cetera, as well as my own, we're going to break until 11:30 for whatever you need. Caffeine, what? Oh, I have a card. I'm so sorry. Oh, and it's Mr. Cosmo. I'm sorry, one speaker. Thank you. Sorry, I got it so long ago I forgot. Mr. Cosmo, thank you for joining us. One speaker from We Are Water, Nazar Cosmo. My apologies.
Fine, thank you for opportunity. Yes, my comment for the staff. I greeting you all today. Thank you for doing all this. A recommendation to rotate staff for healthy stimulation and to bring more refreshments, more refreshing energy, because it's always the same and no had not changed yet since some time. Not much changes happen. So as we've been monitoring and we keep monitoring, want to bring to attention water keep being wasting. Lots of violations still happening, and we don't have to go too far in this area and this region. So when we can take care of this area and this region to secure our source, our water. This is my question again. Who protecting and who securing our water? Because the water keep being wasting. I on my own hadn't done many observation. I have only like 50 in the Sacramento area. I know it's 100,000, maybe more, and it's happening every day. So water are going nowhere. Water is disappearing. Literally, it's our source. So this is very simple to understand what we facing and what is still happening. This is regarding wasting water. So I really want to bring it to the attention and admire you to consider more tight regulations, and because we facing to the hotter days, hotter season, and we believe so that we need to secure our source. Also regarding the river, especially American River, because this energy, fresh energy, coming through this capital, and the American River as designated, the status is only recreational. We suggest to have sanctuary status of the American River and to protect all life what lives in a water body, because it's not protected. So we highly encourage to, we will talk about later about fishing activities, but for now we're talking about the cleaning act. It's a quality of river energy. It's a water, it's a alive energy. It has memory and has the highest consciousness. So we encourage you to participate with the river, not underground water. Underground water is only backup for, we use for the drinking, thank you, not for the watering the sidewalks, only for drinking, please. And regarding river one more time, to American River to more consider protection and secure. This all analysis been provided after study river. Okay, and also thank you for opportunity this, and yes, and also to encourage young generation as in high school, in universities to be more participative, even in meetings as you provided, to create some type of encouragement, like a study quest, as those who are drawn to the protection of environment can be included in the participation, because this is a fresh energy. You have experience, and the young generations, they have something that you don't have. So we need to develop a link between the youngest and you, as you've been doing this for the long term, you have experiencing, to create a link, and that link will have a more opening to awareness, that be possibly not possibly, very probably to have greater in the times to come. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. All good thoughts. It's a good note to take a little break on and air our heads, go look at the world outside, photosynthesize, etc. So we will come back in 10 minutes, ready and refreshed. Good morning. Sorry we're starting a little bit later, almost afternoon. Thank you. Continuing on the drought theme, item number 5 is resuming some of the discussion that we had on item number 3, but really focusing on the drought response in Tulare County, both short and long term. So I'll turn it over to the team for however you want to introduce it, or Mr. Howard, if you wanted to introduce it, however you, we'll give it.
Darren, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, why don't I kick it off? So Darren Paul Hemus, Deputy Director for Division of Financial Assistance, and we'll have a panel here of a bunch of different players associated with it. We'll lead off here, but let me do introductions first. So, Leslie Loudon to my right here, one of my Assistant Deputy Directors who's been running the cleanup and abatement effort and drought relief there. To my left, I have Jim Mon, who's going to also talk about when we get into some of the project details on our presentation here, because we want to both take a kind of distant view here, which I will lead off with. We'll do some specific project discussion on different projects to kind of highlight a lot of the issues faced and a lot of the new inventions we've tried to come up with during this drought of funding and assistance and all of it on the fly. And then our important partners are to the left. So Sean introduced himself earlier. Sean Smith from Office of Emergency Services is one of the key partners in doing part of this. Art Hinojosa from the Department of Water Resources next to him, our DWR partner, and the three agencies of us have been at this for quite some time, and obviously I jumped in the middle of it, and Art's new to it as well. Bill Croyle was running it kind of on the DWR side before, but we're all a good team working there. And then Janice Waddell from U.S. Department, or U.S. Rural Development, USDA, also our key funder, and as we're playing along on all these. And we've been hopefully not too creative, but very creative in how we've matched all of our different funding pots.
Be creative,
yes,
just not too creative.
Just not too creative. Creative enough, but keep the paperwork good so that all later it all looks like was all met all the rules. And of course, we've pulled all of our agencies' funding sources from every stretch of the imagination, with very few of them, I think, ever even contemplated when they were invented for drought relief. So, keep that in mind as we go through all the different things we've tried to do. None of these were like, hey, this is a drought relief fund. It was like, oh, hey, this was for something else. How do we spin it into drought relief? So I'll start off with the presentation here and do a couple slides, and then Jim and Leslie will take over as we get into some components. Usually I do the sum up at the end, but I kind of actually want to start off with that. We may get back to it on some big points, but the table up here now is the State Water Board's funding that we've used for drought emergency. Key being just, dedicated funding for drought emergency. This doesn't include our Prop 1, our drinking water SRF, and as was mentioned earlier as well, we are dealing with these in a emergency. They have to have water to drink today. Okay, secondary emergency, how do we meet their sanitation needs so that the place remains habitable? And then thirdly, how do we come in with more permanent solutions, or even interim and then permanent type of solutions, which that whole phase of it is certainly challenging. So this here has been different pots of funds, the cleanup and abatement being largely one of them, but also affectionately known as the PUSDR, or the Public Water System Drought Emergency Response Funds, which was general fund given to CDPH before they came to us, and we continued administering that fund. So that was $15 million of general fund that we still have a little bit change of, and we're cleaning up on that. But these were the main funding sources that have been given to us for the emergency. How do we handle bottled water, really fast type of approach? And you can see it's a significant amount of funding. It's really been addressed at serving disadvantaged communities and a wide breadth of things. We've gotten creative with our appropriation language to try to make sure that we could use the cleanup and abatement account broader than obviously its original statutory authority given to us. So those have been implemented via the implementing legislations there and in the budget bill. So that you see there. I won't go through the amounts, it's kind of obvious, but it adds up to a significant fund of money. We've burned through most of the pots in the previous years and are working on our current one, and we'll be looking forward to a funding amount going into next year. Looking now, kind of focusing on Tulare County, which is what we picked to be kind of the epicenter and certainly covers a lot of different scenarios for us. And focusing just down on that now, you can see that we've broken up our funding in Tulare County in this way. The largest amount of it gone to bottled water. We've done relief wells to try to drill new wells for communities that have gone dry. There's also the associated replacement of pumps where pumps have failed, and then consolidations where those were the most kind of prudent path forward to a more permanent. And in this, we've always taken an approach of, even if the interim or more permanent type solution is more expensive, we do that one, right? Because it's more desirable, certainly in the long term, to try to address it in that fashion. So we didn't hesitate and say, oh, well, it's just cheaper to put them on bottled water and they'll figure it out later. That obviously is not going to pan out in the long run. So we always looked, as we were getting them bottled water, what's our next step to try to venture into another project or another scale to get there. I guess another key point is that, this is a mix now of bottled water addressing, through the county program, addressing private wells, not just communities, but then wells within communities and then communities themselves. And so it's this full mix of different levels of community that we associate it with. So if you add those dollars up.
Would you say also there's a different mix on available local funds that have sort of been cobbled together with those funds that we provided? I mean, there's probably some where we're providing all the funding, but some where there's a partnership.
With the local funding, certainly there's been locals that have taken care of their own issues. They tend to be the larger ones, and so usually when we're coming in, it tends to be largely our funding associated with the project. But yes, there certainly is a mix of that. I think that's a very fair point to make. There are more communities within this picture here that have had to expend their own resources to deal with drought that are not receiving funding from us and are certainly going to be stressed associated with that. You're just getting a snapshot of the ones where we came in as kind of the last resort funder or the funder to address it. So very good point. This map here is going to highlight kind of the breadth across Tulare County of the different project types. It just gives a different color dot for the different ones, and we will go through, Jim and Leslie will cover some of those different ones as we go through. Within Tulare County, we've done 24 projects and $5.8 million as is shown there. And that's about a quarter of the drought funding, of all the funding we've done. So it's, by far and away the biggest concentration of drought funding.
Does that count what we just did today? So that's without what we did today. That's what
No, this is pre that. So that number is bigger now, and my quarter's less than, it's more. Maybe close to a third.
You don't have to recalculate.
Exactly. Thank you. I guess, so from my high-level perspective, as you start to look at the examples as we go through, if I can frame it up for you, what I see here as kind of some big trends are every one of these is a small community, okay? And so it causes me some consideration as we're looking at solutions. We've always approached it as, in California, as a local government. They can solve their own problems. They're in charge of it. And I think the drought has highlighted that model may not always necessarily work for some communities. They've, either for whatever reason, they're, in a situation where they can't take care of themselves, or they're unable to respond, and they certainly don't either have the technical, managerial, financial capabilities. One or all of those things can be missing in a circumstance. And so our setup is that we fund locals. And a lot of people are like, why isn't this moving faster? And it's like, well, our funding is to assist locals, and when the locals have a difficulty with prosecuting a project or developing it on their own, we have a problem getting them the funding because we're a reimbursement type of an approach. And so we have looked at that and of course are trying to create models to address that with our technical assistance program through Prop 1, which is brand new, and we're gearing that up, and hopefully that'll show some insights to it. But still at the end, it's like back to it's the locals. Some of these communities didn't have any local government, so we were implementing the LIFA program, which is our local agency, local entity formation assistance. I forgot the A. Local Entity Formation Assistance Program, which was a program actually started in CDPH, and we've continued it on, looking at how do we, when there is a community, an obvious community, but has no governing structure, no entity to take care of, they were on private wells and now they're going dry, I don't have anybody to write a check to. There's no one there to hire an engineer. There's this breadth of problem becomes almost unmanageable at some level, and so you have to build all of that up, and it's a long time in doing it, and it's really a big hill to climb. And of course, everybody understands the emergency need, but when you're trying to do those things fast, none of them come out well. The other big component of that I see is we regulate them at that local small level as well, but then there's a level that falls below where we regulate, and a lot of our bottled water program is going to individual residences. I've seen maps of those, and I didn't put one in the slide, but they're out in the middle of nowhere. And so they fall below even any of that protection of, they're kind of on their own, both for managing their own water quality, because no one regulates their well, it's their private well, and nobody is there to be a backstop financially for them. So our $5 million program that was mentioned earlier as well will hopefully be some assistance to that, and we're going to be learning as we go into that one to try to see what the scope and breadth is there and how that can assist with some. And I think with that, we'll go ahead and do some of the next sections where we look at some individual projects. And I guess my take home from this is you will see that while they're all small, it seems like every single one of them has some unique set of circumstances. So you can't ever cookie cutter these things. It's like, their location, their water supply, the size of where they're at, everything is almost unique in a way. So you come into them with, how do you address them in that fashion? And I think that'll play out as we look through them.
Creatively, just not too creatively.
Right, exactly.
So this is Leslie Loudon, and I'm going to go ahead and go through some examples of the types of projects that we funded with our emergency funds. And as Darren mentioned, a lot of times there's multiple components to these emergency projects because you get the call and somebody's out of water. And we've got to do something immediately. If it's get bottled water, if it's hauled water, if it's while we're working on what the next interim solution is, which in some cases can be a permanent solution, but oftentimes it's just an interim solution to get water while they're working through our other funding programs. So we tried to categorize them according to what the major portion of the project was. So as we talked about this morning, we've funded a number of bottled water projects. We have 14 in total, and we talked about the countywide bottled water program this morning where we have over 1,500 households that have either dry or contaminated wells enrolled in that program. And then also the schools program, I have a little bit different list than the county. We have that only 10 schools have been enrolled in that schools program. So we have a couple more besides Lindsay that haven't signed up for that program. But some other examples of some projects that we funded have been Tuleville received a grant for just over $50,000 for 76 households, and their well was contaminated with nitrates. So we're providing bottled water for them up until, again, 2018 when the funding expires. We had another project in East Arosi where we're providing bottled water to 105 households, and that's about 500 residents. And again, both of their wells exceed the nitrate standard, so we're providing bottled water there. As far as consolidation projects, we've funded 3 consolidation projects. One of them was the city of Farmersville, where we constructed over 7,000 feet of pipe to extend their distribution system to the Cameron Creek Colony. That project was co-funded with USDA, and that's also a common theme, and you'll hear from our other funding agencies, but we talk constantly, and we meet every other week all together to go over the projects, but every time a project comes in, we're looking at whose funding source can do what, who can respond quickly, you know, what we can do as far as the constraints on each agency. And so the other consolidations we did were one in Portersville, just a small hooking up some homes to the city's water systems. As far as well projects, we've funded 5 well projects for $1.6 million. And one of the examples that we brought to you is the Alley Mutual Water Company. This project included installation of a 10,000-gallon storage tank and booster pump, plus drilling the new well. And in addition, we hauled water as the interim while we were waiting to get the well drilled. So again, you'll see the various components that we have to do just to get people water. This was a project that was 14 connections, and the population it served was about 50 people. It was a $267,000 project. We've done, again, some various projects to help equip wells, pumps, and things like that. One of the more interesting projects was in Seville, where we funded the installation of the 15,000-gallon storage tank and 2 booster pumps to provide adequate water pressure. And when we also funded drilling a new well, and when it all got hooked up, we discovered a lot of leaks in the system because of the new pressure in the well, so then we needed to fix the leaks in the system. That served 77 connections and about 400 people, and that project was $275,000. So that was one of our larger projects as far as equipping the well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim, and he's going to talk about some of our other longer-term projects, and some of them are the same communities that they're working on. We've gotten the interim solution in place, and now we're working to figure out what that long-term solution is. Thanks.
So thank you, Leslie. This is Jim Mon again, the Assistant Deputy Director, one of them, for the Division of Financial Assistance. So this slide, we just wanted to give you an overall how many projects within Tulare County we've been working on over the years. Some of them did start when the drinking water program was with CDPH, and this gives you kind of the numbers of dollar amounts that we both committed and dispersed for the county. And they've been reliability of water source, extension of service, many of the same things that we've just been talking about with emergency services. But now let's start telling the stories, huh, Felicia? Okay, this is one actually I have not been to, and yes, they do call it Okieville. Darren actually has been out there, so he can give you a personal perspective. But this is a disadvantaged community. It's 5 miles west of Tulare, about 100 homes, 300 people, wells that have gone dry. This is one that was talked about previously as far as receiving the tank program for some of the community, but some of them don't have those. So they are purchasing water from their neighbors. So this is what goes on in these communities. Some of the fees that we've heard is $50 a month to get water, and they're using, I believe Darren had pictures of drip lines. You want to make a comment?
So they're tagging on to their neighbors.
Yeah, there was one that was basically they bought a drip tubing and zip tied it to the top of a barbed wire fence, and it went from like almost the southeast corner community almost over to the middle section of it. So I'm sure by the time it got to the house, it was almost scalding hot in the sun down there, you know, being an exposed black pipe like that. So, but, you know, what you're doing to try to keep a household operating.
So this is one that's out far enough away that there's no public water system that they can connect up to. So self-help came to us, and we appreciate our partners out there. This is one, as Darren described, part of the LIFA, where we have to create an entity who can even accept funding, accept the responsibility then of running a public water system. So we've been working with them. As you can see, the dollar amounts there, just under $130,000. That was executed back in 2014. There was a lot of public outreach at the time. This one actually is moving forward. It's a success, but it takes time to set up these systems. So right now where they're at is they're obtaining their nonprofit status from the IRS so that we can actually then work with them to get applications in for funding to solve this long-term solution.
We're also working with them on an emergency project to install a well and a fill station in that community as an interim solution.
I have toured in some of these areas, and many of the residents were getting irrigation water from an irrigation district, not for potable uses, but we're getting irrigation water. Do we partner at all with some of these irrigation districts who may be contributing to the problem?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, certainly irrigation district water is not considered potable water, and as Sean discussed earlier, when we're hauling it to the houses through their program, they've focused on finding potable water sources. So a lot of the communities have assisted us with that potable water source, but I don't believe we've used irrigation water.
I can speak to that. Denise England, Deputy County Administrative Officer for the County of Tulare. This particular community is actually within the Tulare Irrigation District, and there actually is which is a surface water district, I would describe as well. There's a basin adjacent to this community that district has used over the years for recharge, which actually benefited this community. This was a community where we would have expected to have seen nitrates in their wells, and for years their water was actually very clean, and we think it's because of the recharge from that particular basin. For this community, there is no infrastructure to get. Well, first of all, the irrigation district didn't get surface water the last couple of years either. What they did get was very minimal. Secondly, there's no infrastructure to get the water to the homes. As you can see, the pipe, the tanks, and the hauled water is the only option.
All right, so moving on to the next. Again, these are just snapshots, and there's multiple examples here, but Monson, I actually have been to this one. This is 4 miles south of Sultana. Medium household income, very low, $15,000 annually. 41 homes, 164 people. They were on private wells. Wells went dry. To address their needs, they got planning funding that actually went to Tulare County for $180,000. That planning funding was used to look at alternatives, potentials that they could use to move forward. It was completed in April 2015. Their plan, and this again shows some of the money, and we've given them technical assistance besides the tanks that you'll see in the area and that, but just now talking about the long term, is we've again issued another funding agreement to Tulare County to assist them in connecting up with Sultana. And so that's what they're looking at for their long-term solution. It would be first creating a distribution system within the community, because remember they're on private wells, and then connect that distribution system to Sultana, and then they would take over that system and be the water purveyor and supplier for that. And that's what we've been working towards, is these type of long-term solutions that are sustainable. They're connecting, consolidating with a larger entity that is within the area. Again, we've had great, I'm sorry.
No, continue on.
We've had great partners with self-help, with technical assistance to aid this with the county, but they're not solved overnight. These things take a while to get the community together to figure out what they're going to do.
So this is just one of those examples too where we can use the capital dollars that we have either through these funding sources or the Prop 1 money to do the physical infrastructure, and then consolidation allows for these small communities to be managed by a larger institution that already has the managerial, technical, and financial capacity to run a district. And so in those cases where you can get the large and the smaller community to agree, much less the ones where we can make it mandatory, which take longer to see the benefit to both, either in terms of water quality or karma points or just professional attention to the provision of clean, safe water, we can get our quicker wins, but there are going to be multiple meetings where folks don't necessarily want to, and those are going to be the harder ones.
Correct.
And I would say, you know, we talked about Okieville earlier. There's no consolidation.
Because they're so far away.
They're so far away. You know, so when there is a bigger entity, we focus on that and push hard to make sure that we can group those people together and get them a long-term viable. You know, I am concerned about a community like Okieville. What's their viability? You know, we're going to create this system for them. We're going to leave them with an O&M bill at $15,000 a month. Can they really afford to maintain that system in any fashion? Or if we moved them from certainly a no water system to then another type of bad scenario, better than they were because they have water and they can live in their homes, but now it's, you know, in financial straits with no subsidy and no fashion to get at it.
The people matter in situations like that. And is there some kind of community organization of Okieville and some local leaders that you're able to tap into to get things underway?
Yeah, no, the community with you know, self-help really deserves the credit for being able to mobilize that community and get the community behind it, and they're in supportive of it. They know it's going to be expensive, but it's, you know, what choice do they have in order to maintain some semblance of standard of living there and move their lives forward? So that's all great, but the reality is, when we can't find a consolidation partner, these small systems are going to continue to suffer under, you know, the burden of O&M associated with operating a system and the treatments, especially if they have, you know, need for treatment of some sort of contamination from the groundwater. They're lucky, like Denise said, they have, when there's water flowing in the system, a recharge basin that seems to keep their aquifer fresh within the local area. But especially, I don't know if you noticed, but immediately to their northwest, there's a huge dairy. So, you know, how to deal with that in the long term could be, you know, an issue for them, especially if that district doesn't get surface water supplies to be able to continue to use that recharge basin.
Could you say then self-help is really helping with the administration aspects? You know, in a situation like that, you're not necessarily handing it off to an entity.
Right. No, it's not right. They help build them up and get them there, but, you know, self-help themselves is limited in how much long-term operation and maintenance assistance it can provide. It's just, so, you know, we can get them propped up, we can get them to that level, but, you know, admittedly, I continue to have concerns about them in a long-term going forward situation. Without some form of subsidy or an economy of scale, you really kind of left them to struggle.
Yeah, and so I would just point out, this is a very important case study, and my question is, what is the institutional safety net?
So at this point for them, you know, if I look back historically, and we're going back several decades, counties used to step in that, and of course, it was a draw on their general fund to subsidize these type of communities. Most of the counties have gotten out of that business for obvious reasons and economic stress that we've been through in a recession, and like all local agencies, there is no catch for them at this point when it comes to operation and maintenance. That doesn't exist. We're here for capital type works, but the operation and maintenance is left a question.
Okay, the next one, Tullyville, is again another small community, 275 people, 78 connections, low medium household income, 34,000. They have nitrate problems and biological violations. So we started working with them with planning. As you can see there, they got just under 500,000 planning. They obviously, again, want Leslie coming. A lot of these are funded from different sources. We've given them bottled water. So the long-term solution was a new well, a storage tank They also looked at interim solutions, point of use type devices. That didn't work in this case. The community just didn't feel that they could manage that, deal with that. The other problem is we started running into delays. They need a new well, is finding a place to get the well. You run into problems where buying property and, well, I'll be blunt. People realize the state's coming in to help money and they jack up the price of the property. And it doesn't, we can't fund property, the purchase of property if it doesn't come up to the, what's the
Fair market value,
thank you, fair market value. Thank you very much. Yes.
selling to government, so, you know.
So they run into delays because they're very limited on the choices of where they can go to put in these type of things, the wells and the tanks and so forth. So that one is being delayed right now because they're in negotiations with these property owners to try to find this permanent solution for the land easement type problems. The next one that we were going to talk about is, these are again consolidation projects. This one, the board, I know, has been very involved with the Division of Drinking Water, but prior to that, there was funding of a project. We gave a significant amount of money to fund and to construct the project. We had assurance from Tulare, the city, that they would connect them up, and then that went south. And so then the division stepped in. We had to work through a number of issues. We're hoping that that will be resolved because they do have a solution, but they have to have this willing partner. And so that's where the board, through SB 88, is ending up using that authority through the Division of Drinking Water to be able to work to these final solutions so that we can solve these problems. You can see here there's a lot of press on this one that was in the B. We're still working through this, but I have hope. Any comment, Darren? No.
You don't want to jinx it as well.
No. But we did want to bring this to the board as, you know, one of these ones. These take quite a while when you have these type of things going on. The next one is another consolidation. There's two actually here. There's the Ken Water Company and the Beverly Grand Mutual Water Company. Now, both of these were right next to or right in kind of the influence of Porterville. A lot has been talked about East Porterville. These are projects that are still going on, and you can see the dollars that we've committed to solve the problems of nitrates within these small water systems and to connect them to Porterville. This shows the location there on your map, how close they are to Porterville, and then the East Porterville that everyone's seen. These were problems with this consolidation where we would give grant funding and the planning. Much of what Darren said earlier, these communities are small and their ability to move forward timely is difficult, even with help from outside technical resources. So we ended up going beyond the dates of some of our grants, so we had to amend them, we had to change things, conditions changed. That always causes problems. And then in the midst of this, they had to come in and get money from our cleanup and abatement account and get oral contracts because they would have breakages and so forth that they couldn't continue to serve their population there with the existing system while we're trying to get this consolidation completed. So it's just time and time on these type of projects that it takes. It's taken years to get these things resolved. This shows you a little bit more where the Beverly Grand Mutual Water District is in relationship. The last one here I'm going to talk about is West Goshen. All right, West Goshen is again a nitrate problem. It serves a small, severely disadvantaged community. They only had one backup well. There's 350 residents. They had times This is the problem where they haven't come in before. They have 40-year-old pumps and well systems, haven't been looked after. You're going to have problems. It's just a recipe for disaster. And so part of the problem is we have to solve the emergency type problems, but then trying to solve their long-term problems is difficult with them. They got grants for $250,000, an intertie, then going to Visalia. The dollars here, if you look at it, they're $3 million. And again, talking about we can fund these capital costs. They're very expensive. This is about $35,000 per connection that we're spending to connect them to Visalia. But as Darren commented, we feel it's worth it because in the long term, they will have a solution then. They will be connected to Visalia, to Cal Water System, and receive water, and they won't have the problems that they've had in the past. Did you want to close up with anything?
So you can see it's a myriad of every problem imaginable, sometimes 3 levels deep on top of each other as we're working through this to try to get these done. And we'll let our funding partners here kind of discuss their role in some of these as well. And like I say, multiples of these, we kind of discussed our funding, but threw in where they've played a huge role in that as well.
Hard work. Thank you very much. But one thing also to manage expectations of the folks listening and in terms of the impact this makes, certainly makes huge impact on the individual communities. But the overall challenge it looms large behind this, right? We've touched a lot of communities here, but there's still an unmet demand. Is that not true?
Oh, absolutely.
And are we scratching the surface? Are we getting a good bite at the apple? How would you characterize where we are and how far we have to go?
Yeah, that's definitely a tough one, and a lot of people want us to have better measures as to what the full level of need, especially when it comes to disadvantaged communities and contaminated water systems, and we're working with the Division of Drinking Water to try to have kind of a better predictor of what systems are in trouble and where they're at, and so those aren't quite developed yet, but we'll get there so that we can have that kind of better answer for you. But anecdotally, we're dealing with 10 to 20% of probably the need that's there that we know of. And like I say, and then the hard part to remember is we're only touching where our funding can touch. Private individuals, we're limited. We're going to do this $5 million program, but I'm sure the need is far exceeding that. USDA, maybe Janice will mention when she gets to her, we're following their program. They spent all their money and how quickly that went. And so we're trying to continue that on where the demand was there. We're focusing on consolidations. When I looked at the numbers of the ones that I know of where there was problems, about a quarter of them, we could hopefully find a solution through consolidation. That leaves 3/4 unanswered that are still going to be these isolated small communities that are too far from someone to deal with. And now you're still faced with, okay, you could build them an infrastructure, but how do they maintain that long term? You saw what happened to Goshen after 40 years of neglect. They just end up right back, and you see them in this cycle. So we are trying to be creative on how do we break down some of those cycles and come about this from a new way. We used to always just focus on, we just got to get the community past this next edge, just get them this system, and then we all look away for a while, but it doesn't, yes, it helps them for a while, but it's not, they come back. I've been in my career long enough now that I'm seeing them come back 3 or 4 times, in my career, and that's not the way it should be. We should be able to get them on a footing that launches them, and then maybe my successors 3 levels back actually see them again, but not that immediately. So
I'd like to follow up. I appreciate Board Member Moore's comment about the big picture and the vast need that's out there. I sort of struggle with this because there's always this sense that this is a huge problem, but it's really hard, as you've indicated, to wrap your arms around exactly how big is the problem. But if we were to look to a report, the only thing that we have is the nitrate report and some information about, possibly the extent of the problem, looking at, even private wells. So I think that it'd be helpful, and it sounds like you're moving in this direction anyway, to develop, whether it's a survey or a needs assessment, some tool that, and maybe even just focusing on Tulare County because it's a huge exercise, but some way to get us to a place where we could, with a little more certainty, use the figures that you just gave, that we've only touched 20% of the problem, that in only a quarter of the situations would consolidation help, and some way to value the potential need, public versus private, so that we can use it as a tool as we develop regulatory solutions, enforcement actions, and then just policy going forward. I think that it'd be helpful for us to have, more specific information, because otherwise you're left with giving examples about a community that's suffering, but not really having a sense of how many are out there.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and we need better tools to get at that, and so we're working on that level. It's expensive to do that and time-consuming, and surveys are a bit tough because people usually don't want to tell you what bad shape they're in until they're really in bad shape, so that can be troubling. I do know when we look at our US EPA needs survey, which is a randomization, but it looks at projects that are in need and obviously includes the large agencies. For California, we've documented for drinking water a $36 billion need. But that's the whole state and the large agencies included. So focusing down on the small ones will be helpful as we move forward. And I think we're looking at it, the Division of Drinking Water is trying to put together a page that comes at it from an enforcement standpoint. Who's not meeting water quality, where they're at, and then we can kind of take over from there and see what their status is financially, and are they moving a project ahead, or how do we take over at that point? And we'll hopefully have that for you sooner.
Sean Smith with Cal OES, Operations Chief for the State Operations Center. So to brief on Cal OES's response to the drought, we're currently providing emergency water supplies to 9 counties, with 75% of that funding resource being allocated to Tulare County. Currently in Tulare County alone, we are serving 659 tanks that are installed under the individual tank program. We spoke about the tank program earlier. A little bit more of what we're doing in Tulare County is we have 7 5,000-gallon non-potable tanks spread throughout the community that the county and their nonprofits are servicing. And what those tanks are used for is for sanitation purposes for the folks who don't have tanks. And we know that there's an unmet need out there. Different reasons why, but with over 1,100 dry wells in Tulare County, if we're only have 659 tanks out there, we know we're only getting half the folks to come forward to say they have a dry well and they want a tank.
Just for the people listening, so these are more centralized facilities where people can go take a shower?
Yes, well, yes, we are on top of the non-potable tanks where they can take their buckets of water. We have 16 mobile shower units spread throughout the county, 2 ADA compliant bathrooms, and 4 ADA compliant porta potties. We're funding those. The county and their nonprofits are servicing them, and those are spread throughout the county with probably the majority in or around East Porterville, with that being the point of focus for Tulare County. As we move forward, OES will continue to support the emergency water response, the tanks, no matter what county it's in, whether it be Tulare or wherever. And as the DWR will talk about, as their lines are extended, as the people connect, the tanks will come offline. But going back to what you had asked earlier, we'll leave those tanks in place until the point of that home being connected to a system. We don't want to, look at it from a funding standpoint and say, well, we're getting to the point now we only have 10 left or 20 left or whatever the number is. We'll pull those. We'll want to wait till everybody's has water permanently at their home before we remove those tanks. From the standpoint of Tulare County, we have a regional operations, which is our response side of OES, which they will continue responding and working with county OES in the day-to-day response, as well as the negotiations with Porterville and any of the other entities that the collaboration needs to be nurtured a little bit more. We'll work with that. So from the standpoint of OES, that's kind of where we are. We operate the State Operations Center. We keep that activated for the drought. We do once a month to follow in with the Drought Task Force and our meetings and then our calls. Any questions?
And just one, because there are different funding sources, and you tap into the disaster assistance. Do you, off the top of your head, do you have a dollar amount on how much you've spent statewide and in Tulare?
Yeah, statewide, as of March 29th,
Water.
statewide was $12.2 million, with 8.3 of that in Tulare County.
I'm going to want to come back to Porterville, East Porterville, when we're all done, just because there's a story there too of all its own of collaboration between the three of you and the county as well. You don't have to tell the whole story, I mean, every minute, but it'd be good as long as people are, if they're tuned in to listen to this, they're going to want to know sort of the status of the Porterville, East Porterville work you're doing.
I think a lot of that work we'll look to DWR to talk about.
Good afternoon. My name is Arthur Hinojosa. I'm with the Department of Water Resources. I'm the chief of the Integrated Regional Water Management Division. I'm also leading the department's drought effort. Well, I'm not going to stick a whole lot of time because Darren and Jim covered a lot of the things that I had to cover. You know, the department is actively engaged or will be actively engaged in 3 projects in the Tulare County. We talked about Monson and Okieville. The department's role here would be the technical engineering support for actually contracting and seeing to the construction of wells and distribution systems. We're looking at co-funding as well with our general fund, predominantly general fund emergency budget that was granted to us this year and hopefully next. Same thing in Okieville. Both places we're looking to construct a municipal well storage tank fill station in Okieville and a distribution system for the community. As we mentioned, 40 homes in Monson, 100 homes in Okieville. We're looking at about a $1.4 million project in Monson and a $1.8 million project in Okieville. Those are preliminary numbers based on what we know so far. And the bigger effort, scale-wise, is in East Porterville, where we are, as you've heard many times now, working on developing well, we're first off completing a feasibility study on what's the best approach to the distribution system to serve about 1,750 homes total. The idea here is we're torn between the Band-Aid for the immediate emergency, as well as the long-term program that the board is investing in. So we hope to construct a distribution system to serve 500 homes and hook up to the city of Porterville system. We expect that to cost about $7 million when all said and done. Total, I don't know how much, I don't know the cost share right now, but, and then, as Sean mentioned, as that system comes online and homes are hooked up, we hope to be pulling off the supply tanks that are being provided through OES's funding. If the schedule, which I'll consider optimistic, would have us wrapping up the distribution system by the end of the year. That is assuming nobody has any issues with anything we're doing. Yeah, that's assuming. I figure there probably might be a few folks who have some issues with some of the minutia because it's not a, you know, we're not leprechauns sprinkling gold. There's going to be some give and take for those who have to, you know, make this transition to a distribution
there are real
system.
impacts and costs.
Yeah, there are. There could be impacts to their land use potentially. There could be impacts to their monthly bills, that kind of thing. But that sums it up. One of the projects our efforts for the most part have been completed, although the work itself is still continuing. We also supplied about $200,000 to the Tule River Tribe in conjunction with U.S. Indian Health for a new well and system up there. I think they're going to contract this month, I think.
Wanted to mention, though, that our Office of Public Participation has been very involved in the East Porterville and helping with community meetings and working very closely with the Department of Water Resources on that project, too.
Right, so each of, there are different parts of it, like we're using our funding to drill the main well, and you're doing,
Yeah, DWR drilled the well.
and how does it,
Yeah, so Department of Water Resources drilled the emergency well that was put in. It originally started that well as a source when Cal OES was having trouble finding enough water sources for the tanks that we were putting in. Subsequent to the completion of the well, they were able to identify enough sources, so we've continued with the well. Obviously, it's going to be needed eventually for ultimate supply when we can get a community system in. Kind of the quick thumbnail sketch of where we're at now. There's the city of Porterville has some drinking water lines that traverse East Porterville, and I believe there's an estimated like 30 or so, Art may remember, 40 tanks that are adjacent to that, and so we're going to move as quick as we can with the city. They've agreed to hook those up. We're working to hook the well that was drilled that was going to be an emergency supply well to the city to provide a supply to the city. That'll take some time to get a pipeline into them, but they'll carry the 40 for the time being. The well, will supply something around 500 or so wells, or excuse me, residences when we get that done. But, we've left it open to see what the actual number is. These are mixed size lots, and obviously they'll be under conservation requirements and maybe even strict ones at that, as we can stretch it as far as we can in a drought emergency. But, there's some question even about housing density in this area. It's a community we're just unfamiliar with what their water usage is going to be, and so we'll monitor that as we get into it and see maybe more than 500, it may be somewhere around that number. We think 500 is conservative. So they're going to need another well, so we're going to have to work on that avenue of it, putting in more well, then, sizing a system to address the 500 tanks that we believe, or 500 residents we believe are out of water and need it, as well as then deal with the 1,700 ultimate build out and stacking our funding for that larger project as we go forward will be key. And then the whole time being worried about the city of Porterville's water supply at the same time. They have issues that they're facing as well. This obviously, the drought emergency as demonstrated by our maps is all around them, certainly affects them as well. I know their supply is, at okay, but not great, and they're looking forward, as in my conversations to them as well, in the future, Sigma issues associated with, their groundwater supply. So they're working with us on water recycling, proposal for funding to try to be able to offload some of their potable use now, and really starting to think long-term, and we want to be a partner with them in that long-term, not only just East Porterville, but that whole community area's health as we get into the future water for them all. It's going to be a big lift for all of that.
long-term relationship, but it sounds like you're chipping away at piece, more than a bite of the apple, but definitely not the whole apple.
Right, so it's a classic case of everything through bottled water, tanks, interim solutions to try to get people off, intermediate solution to build a system that can then be a long-term solution that can fund the whole community, so it's the layer on top of layer as we look at it.
Well,
And
we
you
also
touched on the integrated water management, and, which is Art's he's the chief of that part of DWR. So the integrated water management, recycling, groundwater management, sustainable is all part of the long-term management of this area of the state and many other areas of the state.
Right.
Thanks. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. We've been working really closely together, as Darren said, not just on the drought emergency, but really for many, many years. We've co-funded many projects. Always been a great working relationship, and it's really been going really well. I think under the drought, everybody is really, as Darren said, being as flexible as possible to try to get things done. We really have two main ways we can work in a rural community or in rural areas like Tulare County to help them deal with drought. One is on the housing side. We have various repair grants that we can make to individual homeowners to, there's small grants, $7,500 for elderly, small loans to help them drill a well or connect to a nearby system. We also have a household water well grant program, which is an individual household water well grant program that Self-Help Enterprises has received at least one of those to assist. And then we also have a program called the Housing Preservation Grant Program. So what Self-Help has done is they're layering those multiple sources of funding together to be able to actually drill a well on a home, because each of them has different limits, but none of them are quite enough to get the well drilled. So that's worked really well. We've done a lot of that in Tulare County and other areas that are experiencing dry well issues. And then our other program is our main emergency program, and it's, I think, the only emergency program we have in rural development, the Emergency Community Water Assistance Grant Program. And that's up to $500,000 to help a community that's been impacted with drought. We, in Tulare County, we've done 14 of those grants for a total of $5.2 million. We also have regular funding under a regular loan and grant program that we can also use for that purpose. But generally, we've been focusing on the Emergency Community Water Assistance Grant and leveraging that with the other funding services or sources to get things done. We've been involved in some of the projects that were mentioned here: Cameron Creek, Munson, East Porterville, Pixley, along with a number of other communities. And that's really the programs where we really target drought issues.
Oh, that's great. And I heard, and I remember from earlier discussion with the team a week or so ago, that what we've done is modeled on your program, since you've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, the $5 million follows from theirs. We tried to learn, they had restrictions on limits, and so we've looked at, can we make those a little higher? Obviously, we don't have the same federal restrictions imposed on the funding source, so tried to expand it to some extent.
Doesn't tell me I can't.
Right.
Attitude. But we also have cards from our county colleagues who are here. Do you all want to come up and add? Sorry, we don't. There are two chairs. You want to sit on either end of your state and federal.
Out here, thank you. Denise England again. I would just like to commend staff, both Water Board staff and DWR staff and USDA staff, for working with us and being extremely flexible and finding ways to cobble emergency money together with an eye towards that more long-term sustainable solution. It's been a learning experience, I think, for all of us, but it's been a really positive experience in being able to address some of these issues that were brought to light in the drought, but we were also dealing with communities like Munson that had long-term nitrate problems prior to this and no real funding path for them. And so this opportunity opened up an opportunity to be able to serve them and get them a solution. So again, we just really thank you and appreciate the effort.
Just to follow on that, your staff has been amazing. All of the partners have been amazing. I've been with the county almost 19 years, and before that as a reporter covering some of the issues in this particular area. And I'd just like to speak very quickly to just one project, the Seville. I got the calls at the board when that system broke, when it was in private ownership. Board members would give me credit cards, and we would hire a plumber, go cut the lock with no authority, put a Band-Aid on this, and hope nobody's going to spank us. But when you gave the authority as a board, and some of you came and visited, and we're standing there trying to talk about temporary measures, when you gave the authority on a Friday, we were able to drill that Sunday, and they had water for the first time in probably 15 years, and it was a good day to be a public servant. But your staff has been amazing. You see some here. There's obviously, we're putting faces with names that we've only talked to and emailed. But you've been very creative, and we are, Mr. Moore, making a difference. I don't know what percentage, but some of these are started as temporary and becoming permanent fixes. And just we thank you for hanging in there with us. Thank you.
Thank you. all for coming. I know we could talk all day, but that was a very good snapshot of what you're doing, and the fact that you're all working together is as important as the substance, because when you do that, you can get more done.
I just have to add that I get the last Mr. Coyne, right? Thank you for your comments, and that's what I hear when I'm out and about over and over again, is how amazing the staff has been and the collaboration working together with all of the agencies. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. See you again soon. Great. We're now going to move to item number 6, factors influencing salmon predation in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Again, another information item, all pieces of the puzzle that we deal with every day, so just as important as action items. While they're getting set up and people are leaving the room, Dee Dee, you suggested this for the agenda because you saw it, and thank you very much for that. I peeked. This metaphor I understand. I just can't use these in water conservation media briefings like I can sports.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is
Speak
Sean
my
Hayes,
language,
and I'm with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center Division of the National Marine Fisheries Service.
Pull it a little closer to you so everyone can hear you. I
Sure.
know there are a lot of people who
Is
are
that better?
listening. Yeah.
Okay. I'll be talking to you today about some efforts we've been doing mostly in the San Joaquin, but in the greater Delta, focusing on, and Central Valley watershed, focusing on salmon survival issues and their challenges in the Central Valley. Just a quick background, California is obviously many things, and we have a lot to think about in managing California and balancing resources. The challenge is, of course, managing the water to support all of this infrastructure in California, and at the same time protect and preserve natural resources that are of society concern. This is particularly hard with salmon in the case because we've altered roughly 65 million acres that are habitat, and less than 15% of it is unchanged. And a colleague of mine recently corrected me that we're more like 4% is unchanged or altered. So, and the heart of California's circulatory system, both in terms of fish and waters, in many respects the Delta. And in the early 1800s, prior to reclamation efforts, it was basically a large wetland habitat that was wonderful habitat for fishes and wildlife. Post-reclamation, beginning in the 1930s, we altered it and reclaimed it for the purposes of agriculture and urbanization, with so that it's in the state you see here. In addition to the sort of the physical changes of the Delta, we also now have to manage it in an aggressively freshwater state and maintain what's called the X2 line to ensure that there isn't seawater intrusion for any of the communities or farms in the area, and then also to ensure freshwater transport to the Clifton Court Forebay. All of this provides a situation when it is not natural habitat for salmon in this situation. And the fish have many challenges as a result, but ironically, we have to deal with, while many of these challenges seem obvious, we're sort of tasked with proving it because of the potential stakeholder conflicts and challenges in this issue. So we've been tasked first with the issue of establishing whether or not fish are dying in the river versus in the ocean. If fish are dying in the river, we really have these simple questions of identifying where, when, and what are their causes. This is a summary of some results from an acoustic telemetry study we conducted from 2007 to 2011 on one of the stocks of Chinook. This basically involves putting acoustic tags in hatchery fish that were released from a hatchery in Battle Creek near Redding, California. And then the left part of the axis shows the one on the top is 100% of the fish are still alive. And then the various lines show the percentage of fish still survive as they're moving across the x-axis to ultimately the Golden Gate and ocean entry. And what you can see here is a general trend that in the years of 2007, 8, 9, and 10, roughly 3% of the hatchery fish once released from the hatchery, actually made it to the Golden Gate. We had a wetter year in 2011 where roughly 16% of the fish made it to the river. And this 16% survival is, while sad, is on par with what we expect in a fairly healthy river system compared to where the studies have been done on farther north along the west coast and large river systems. The 3% survival is not so good. And this, we've subsequently done this with all the other hatchery stocks in the Sacramento, and then we've also done it with, we're doing it now with wild stocks of Chinook, fall and spring run Chinook in the Sacramento as well. The most effective strategy for the hatchery fish seems to be swim fast and get out of the river. Compiled with that is the fact that if they don't, roughly between 84 and 90% of them will die within the first 2 weeks at liberty after releasing the hatchery. And there is a relationship here where in the one wet year, survival was 5 times better, suggesting that water does appear to contribute to greater survival to the ocean. Putting this in terms of the ocean survival, the metrics, if you look at, since 2011, we've been able to track the fate of those fish coming all the way back as adults, either in the harvest or to spawn at the hatchery. And typically we would have relied on a tag called coded wire tag technology to basically measure what was historically called marine survival. And in the dry years, what you have in the example here is roughly 1 million fish released and only 28,000 making it to the ocean. In the wet year, more like 160,000 made it to the ocean. However, all of that mortality historically was accounted for as marine mortality. What it turns out is that if you factor out all the in-river mortality, so for one of the year classes, it was estimated that their marine survival was 0.8%. If you factor out all of the fish that died in the river that year, their marine survival was actually 20%. So 95% of the fish died in the first 2 weeks after they released it from the hatchery. Then during the next 2 years, the fish had a 1 in 5 chance of surviving, which was so in many respects, they went to the ocean for safety compared to the conditions we have in the marine environment. So in our initial question, do fish die in the river? Yes, and more than we would really like to see biologically. Relations to this seem to be through the large acoustic studies, a combination of lower flows, warmer water conditions. Where are they dying in the river? We've found that upstream habitat, depending on the stock we're tracking, can be quite poor. In the case of winter run, they seem to do very well in the highest portions of the river. Other stocks we've tracked not so well. The lower main stem seems to have good survival, and that's what we're talking about by lower main stem. We're talking about downtown Sacramento, literally, but the reality is there's no structure or habitat, and it's just a travel corridor. So survival is good, but also growth is poor. Delta survival is poor for most of the stocks, as is bay survival. And then the why are they fish dying? And that's really the sort of the $100 million question that we're tasked with addressing. Studying mortality getting it in a simple math formula should be as simple as being able to identify what is the source of mortality and then measuring how frequently that source occurs. And it gets more complicated, though, when we actually have multiple potential sources. In the case of the Central Valley, we're considering predators, water diversions, temperature, contaminants. All of these things can contribute. And then the frequency by which they contribute can also be influenced directly or indirectly by flow, available growth rate of potential habitat, turbidity, and all of the variables listed there. Say that again? Yes. So growth is definitely a function of food source and habitat to historical habitat, which is lacking. So we were tasked in this particular case to study the effects of predation. And when I first got involved with studying predation by bass and other predators in the Central Valley, I was asked the question of, bass have been present in the Central Valley for 130 years. Why are they such a problem now? Which is a very fair question. The reality is the Delta is an unstable environment ecologically or biologically, and every year or over time has constant introductions of new invasive species which continue to perturb or alter the food web in the system. In the case of the Asian clams that were introduced in the lower portion and eastern part of the bay from ballast water in the 80s, they resulted in two side effects. One, the clams directly competed with juvenile striped bass for food, forcing juvenile striped bass into a more piscivorous lifestyle at an earlier age. In addition, they increased water clarity, which made small juvenile fish like juvenile salmon, which rely on avoidance from visual predators, more difficult. And then you have aquatic plants such as Egeria or hyacinth, which many of you are familiar with. In the case of the water hyacinth, its introduction and subsequent explosion in the Delta has come with a transition in the Delta fish community for the centrarchids, which includes the black basses and sunfish, transitioning from 35 to 75% of the fish community in the last 20 years. So the predator issue, just how bad is it? Someone did a very elegant model, basically figured out how many calories and turned that into pounds of fish the striped bass population needs to eat to survive every year. And that estimate is roughly on order of 25 million kilograms of fish that striped bass need to eat to meet their, fish, crayfish, et cetera, to meet their energetic requirements every year. So working with juvenile salmon and having a rough estimate of the biomass of all the juvenile salmon in the Central Valley, I did a very conservatively high estimate and came up with a back of the envelope estimate of roughly 240,000 kilograms of juvenile salmon, which means that if striped bass were to eat every single salmon in the Central Valley, it would only meet 1% of their diet. This isn't an accusation of the bass, it's just saying they have easily could account for all missing salmon in the Central Valley. So we were tasked with studying predation and evaluating this. So we worked at the head of a series of experimental reaches on the lower San Joaquin, with the priority focus being the head of Old River. We collaborated with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and used multiple electrofishers to go in and basically estimate the abundance of predators in the reach. And then we identified what was there. And we found that there were 4 particular predators: striped bass, largemouth bass, as well as channel cats and white catfish. So those were our potential sources of mortality. We then conducted genetic stomach content analysis of the frequency of salmon in each of their stomachs. So this is basically a genetic test for just a positive presence or absence. When we analyzed the contents of this fish's stomach, was there a genetic signature of a salmon having been eaten roughly in the last 24 hours? This is just a binary test. A positive test doesn't tell you whether there's 1 salmon in the stomach or 100 salmon in the stomach. However, what you'll see here is that the frequency in general was pretty low. So we have on the x-axis is the various predators that we sampled: striped bass, largemouth bass, channel cats, and white catfish respectively, moving left to right. And then what we have is the frequency of detection. In striped bass, you see that roughly 3% of the stomachs, 3 to 5% of the stomachs were positive for Chinook salmon. Largemouth bass, it was 3% of the stomachs were positive. Channel cats, it was roughly, it was actually surprisingly high, 26%, but there was a small sample of channel cats, so there's considerable variance in that. And then white cats, also roughly 3% of them had salmon detected in their stomachs. So what this meant in terms of figuring out how many salmon are they eating, these are relatively low numbers, but we thought about this a little bit more deeply, and we considered that when a prey item is rarely detected in the stomach, on the order of only 3 to 5%, the odds that in that 1 salmon, or that 2 or 3 bass and 100 that had salmon in their stomachs, that they had more than 1 is probably very low. So we just developed a conservative estimate of a positive detection equaled 1 salmon in the stomach as a very conservative low estimate of predation rate to equal the actual rate. We then overlaid that with, in this case, and this is the estimate of striped bass that were in the 1 kilometer reach we sampled around the head of Old River in 2014 and in 2015. The x-axis is the range of population density, so between 400 and 600 striped bass were in that 1 kilometer reach that day. In 2015, it was more like 950 to 1,500 striped bass were in that reach that one day. And then based on the stomach content analysis, we were able to estimate the number of juvenile salmon that were likely eaten by just striped bass in that one reach on that one day. And in 2014, it's roughly between 35 and 60 fish with the central tendency is the dark gray line, and then the gray areas are the confidence intervals around that. And then in 2015, we estimated that roughly 80 to 110 juvenile salmon were eaten in that 1 kilometer of river on that one day by that one species of predator. We have similar data for largemouth bass, and the numbers are comparable. So again, another large impact. I should say that this Head-of-Old River is put up partly because it's the focus, but also shock factor. We did this in 2 other reaches with more subtle habitat features, and the numbers were more like 1 to 20 fish per day were being consumed. So just this is sort of the upper estimate of what predation potential is.
And where do the cats come in?
So the cats came in with similar numbers. The method we used for sampling electrofishing is the catfish are much harder to catch with it, so we don't have accurate estimates of catfish populations. Our suspicion is that the white catfish population probably rivals the bass numbers in terms of population densities. The channel cats, they seem to be the most voracious of the 4 predators, but their numbers are probably smaller than the other 3 predators.
But that other chart that had that number so high, it's a question of numbers.
Yeah, so they probably, per channel catfish, they are probably eating more salmon than other species, but there are fewer channel cats, we believe. We don't have the accuracy on those. So that was an estimate that was just sort of a raw estimate of mortality and consumption. But the real question is, in terms of managing this, how do all these other variables come into play? And how do they interact with each other? For that, we had to test this in a very different way. So working with the marine technology that National Marine Fisheries Service uses for its offshore surveys of fisheries, we adapted our marine hydroacoustic surveys to methodologies for basically conducting acoustic sonar surveys that could allow us to simultaneously map the bathymetry of the habitat as well as count all the individual fish targets in the habitat, and then using multiple methods identify the size targets of those fish to allocate what are predator, what are juvenile fish. We were tasked with conducting a density manipulation experiment. We were asked to basically identify whether, if we were to remove predators from this environment, would it increase salmon survival? And so we effectively did that. We went in, surveyed 3 reaches where we had a control reach, it's the cluster of fish in the cartoon to the lower portion. We had a removal reach, which we basically went in and sampled the fish, and then an addition reach. And we sent juvenile salmon through all of these reaches as pictured there in my little illustration before we manipulated the densities of any of the reaches.
Got to give them little helmets and guns.
Exactly. So anyway, we then went in and removed most of the predators from one of the reach and then increased predator density in the addition reach so that we had a strong experimental effect. Then we then sent more juvenile salmon through the reaches to evaluate relative survival, both acoustically tagged fish as well as an alternative method. The alternative method we used, and sort of this is one of those methods where it's very creative, but it's the reality of what we needed to do the research, is we basically had to send a live salmon smolt tethered to a detection device to evaluate whether or not it was predated upon while drifting through the reach. So what you have pictured here is a buoy system that has a GPS tracker, a GoPro camera, and hook timer on it, and then the salmon is basically tied to the end of it, and then and it's drifted through our experimental reaches, and then evaluated about whether it survived or not. And we did this thousands of times through our various experimental reaches. There's a video associated with that. I don't know if we can switch to that to give you a sense of what this looks like.
Oh, we get to be a smolt?
From the GoPro perspective,
VR,
yeah.
be a smolt going through the system?
Exactly. You don't
No
want to
one
be
would
the
really
smolt,
sign up
and
for
this will
that.
show you why. So this is the fish being released, and then the tether dropped into the water. What you see is tethered there is the juvenile smolt. The lighting in the room makes it kind of hard, but in a second you're going to see some carp swimming underneath the smolt. Thankfully, carp don't appear interested in eating juvenile salmon. But in just a second, we're going to transition to seeing a little bit more voracious activity.
Ooh.
So largemouth bass, stripers, white catfish, more stripers, I believe. And even a crappie, given the opportunity, will take a juvenile salmon. Now, I should emphasize that this method was not meant to quantify absolute predation rate. Obviously, this fish is far more susceptible than if it were free swimming. The agenda is to quantify relative predation rate under varying features like environmental conditions, time of day, temperature, habitat features, etc. If we can return to the talk, that would be great. You can hit escape or alt tab. Well, it's an old DOS trick.
So the next time I'm like slamming my finger on the escape tab, I should do, the escape button, I should be doing alt tab. Thank you.
So this is what the tether data look like for a series of deployments of roughly 20 tethers along a reach in the San Joaquin. And in this particular situation, the tethers drifted from south to north, or from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen. The colored lines, each colored line denotes the individual path a tether might have, that a specific tether buoy took drifting through it. The red dots denote where in the habitat a predation event actually occurred. And what you notice is the majority of the predation events actually happened in a very small portion of the habitat, showing you that predation is non-random. Combined with our hydroacoustic survey data of the same reach, we're able to evaluate that the blue dots basically show a cluster of predators in that habitat feature. At the same time, there are other blue dots where there are clusters of predators, but predation didn't really seem to happen. So this provides a different way of thinking about the situation, which is that predation is non-random and actually highly focused in small percentages of the habitat. Our goal then is to identify what are those characteristics where salmon are particularly susceptible to predation. It seems like they probably make it through 80% of the habitat completely unscathed. So what our goal is to do is identify those features in the other 20% of the habitat that make them so susceptible to predation. And by drifting these tethers through, we're able to look at all of these things in concert. So habitat features, temperature, dissolved oxygen. Because the tether is drifting, we're able to evaluate the effects of pumping, tide, flow, OMR, all of those things on the movement rate of the animal through the environment as a covariate on the susceptibility to predation, as well as predator density, turbidity, light, time of day. And then we're working towards developing basically a predictive model that could then be used to sort of look across the landscape and identify where mortality is likely to be happening in high frequency areas. We don't know necessarily what you'll do with that, but it would give you a new way of thinking about it. Yes.
So, for example, I'm just thinking, anecdotally, or more than anecdotally, when you go on a tour through the Delta, folks will stop at a place where there's a deep scour hole and say that's where the fish are waiting. It's like a McDonald's, and you find the little
tags
at the bottom, which means either they ate them there and they dropped, or they hang out there and release them from their innards there.
Absolutely.
Could be one or the other. So this question, I see a big hole there. Do you think you're going to be able to actually use this to say, this spot seems to be more, and we're looking at the habitat there, and it probably, we've heard in our various hearings, people point to things like that, artificial structures where the predators can hide, lack of natural features where the smolts can hide, lights under a bridge, all of those.
All of those things. So, and it may be, that there's 6 or 7 different reasons that, and each feature has its unique region, but we're hoping by developing these models, we can sort of predictively identify these areas and go investigate them and then prioritize. So the other thing to consider though is, what if it's not just predation? When we started getting catfish as a predator, our initial concern was we also, when we were doing the tether work late in the season in May in 2014 and then again in 2015, during the drought conditions, the water got so hot that as soon as we put the juvenile salmon in the river, they just died. So then the reciprocal question was, maybe it's not the predators, maybe they're just eating dead salmon off the bottom of the river. So that was something we were working to consider and account for in our studies. And the way we're doing that is basically using swim flumes, and we're basically exposing fish to the river temperatures and then exercising them and evaluating how their swimming ability or survival capacity changes after exposure to the river with time. So
Smolt, Jim?
literally. So we basically can exercise them and challenge them in that. So what do we do with this? And you've already alluded to this in terms of management. Our current management tools for salmon recovery have for a long time basically put a lot of emphasis on flow management and hatcheries, and we're probably going to always be having to do that. They are necessary and part of the equation of salmon recovery, but working with just those two features, we've been struggling for a long time, and we're still struggling with recovery. So what we really need are additional knobs that we can turn that with the goal of getting us towards a more stable state of natural production. Ideally, something that we could fix once and then maybe have to put less effort into it in the future. So one question that has obviously been posed and was put to us as from the concept of predator population control was the idea of, well, can we just get rid of all of the bass? And what would, will that stop the predation in this situation? And unfortunately, ecology is far more complex than that. And so if you'll bear with me, I've created sort of an analogous metaphor or cartoon that we can walk through in a hypothetical scenario of why I'm concerned predator control might not work in the situation like the Delta. So welcome to Springfield. And here's a hypothetical map of Springfield, which actually surprisingly looks analogous to all the Delta islands and channels. Let's consider that Springfield has a series of restaurants that you can eat at. Most of them serve broccoli. One of them serves donuts, in this case the equivalent to a place where you can get donuts at one particular restaurant, but not likely to get it at the broccoli restaurants. Homer's not very happy about eating at the broccoli restaurants, but he's getting by and can survive. However, the donut restaurant has a line out the door. If you were to remove half of the Homers from this situation, even the donut one, you're still going to have a big line out the door at the donut restaurant in Springfield. The situation that I'm really proposing is that this analogy of getting rid of half of the bass or predators in the Central Valley, I suspect is such that unless we actually manage the hot spots where the salmon are really getting predated upon, we won't really be in a situation where we're reducing predation just through raw population control. It's really until we turn the donut restaurant into a broccoli restaurant that Homers will redistribute to other areas and continue feeding. So from a management scenario, predator control on non-native salmon populations, I don't have a lot of confidence that that would be a successful way to enhance salmon recovery. The reality is the predators are probably providing a stabilizing situation in the Delta. Not only salmon are irrelevant to them as a diet source. They can eat all of them, but they could all go away tomorrow and they'd still be eating everything else. Most of what they're eating is each other, as well as so in our genetic contents we find that striped bass eat largemouth bass eat striped bass, and probably some cannibalism. In addition, the majority of the Delta fish community is actually a lot of small non-native fishes at this point. And those non-native fishes compete with juvenile salmon for food resources. And if we remove the predators from the situation, their populations might explode in such a way that it had deleterious effects on the salmon and smelt that we're trying to recover. So those are things we want to be very cautious about coming in with a drastic approach. So my advice is, speaking just purely as an ecologist, salmon really aren't contributing to the Delta food web. I recommend leaving it alone. But strategic hotspot control, in terms of just focusing on these areas where we know mortality is an issue, is something that we should, I think, is a tool that we could use. How that tool will be implemented waits until we finish the analysis on what this model is. It may be that we allow free fishing, between buoy marked areas where we know predators are a problem, or some other deterrent, or we understand the habitat features that are causing it and we re-engineer the habitat so that it's less likely to be a problem. But all of these things are potentially far more effective than just trying to cut the bass population in half. And ultimately...
The timing for you're going to get to that probably.
Say that again?
What you said until you complete the rest of it.
So we plan on the first model, which is calibrated just for the lower San Joaquin, is going to be ready for release to the public at the end of the year.
Oh, good.
We're funded to calibrate the model to the greater Delta based on field studies in 2017, and then we're hoping to find funding to calibrate the model to the Sacramento Basin, North Sacramento Basin, with field efforts in 2017 and 2018. So, and moving very quickly on all of that. The point being, to move towards a stable state situation, the real challenge for salmon and our other native species is that we change the habitat from a way that gave them the advantage to giving it to an advantage to the non-native species. And until we really focus on floodplains and habitat restoration, it's going to be a challenge. Fish die. In the salmon life cycle you have here before, for every 4,000 eggs that are laid, a stable, healthy population only gets 2 adults back. So we have to sort of accept that, but we can manage when and where it happens. Our current situation is a channelized river full of bass. The idea of habitat restoration, where we can give juvenile fish, growth opportunity, which they don't currently have from floodplains and wetlands, is really probably where our stable state solution requires. There will always be high mortality on those habitats. That has always been the case. Before we introduced the bass, it was birds. And people often ask me, well, what is the idea of a high growth, low risk habitat in California? We have them. They're called hatcheries, and they result in solution A. So we're still struggling with that one. That being said, there really are creative opportunities if we can provide some protection to the fish as well as provide them life history diversity. So pictured here is a wild smolt we've tagged coming out of the Mill Creek Basin in northern Sacramento Valley. And this is coming out of a yearling fish coming out of an oligotrophic high mountain river where it's been a year. This is the same age fish coming out of the Sutter Creek Basin moving through a rice ditch and rice field paddy, which is a surrogate for lost wetland habitat. So we're never going back to the way things were, but through creative use of existing habitat features, there may be alternatives that could allow us to find balance between society's economic and human resource needs while preserving resources. So, and I'll take questions or let people go to lunch at that point.
That was an extraordinarily good, brief, succinct explanation of things I've heard with many more words and greater length. It's sort of very, very helpful.
Well, thank you.
Other questions? I know we have a room full of people for our next item, and we have to decide. We will probably have to take a little break. We haven't had any lunch break, but I'm going to caucus with my colleagues about what their needs are. Any other questions or comments?
Wanted to make a comment. First of all, thank you for taking the time to come here. Dr. Hayes is going to be leaving the state, so there was a little bit of an effort to get him here before he leaves. But thank you very much. And the big take-home message for me really was habitat. And the exciting thing about this presentation, I know, working in the water user community quite a bit, and the big focus on predation. And then, of course, from the NGO community, the big focus on flow. And this seems to be a place where we can find common ground. Habitat, and the slide that you have about the current system that we have with hatcheries plus flow, really there's a missing piece. And that's something that I'm hoping will be having greater dialogue as we move through the water quality control plan.
That's great. Do you have a successor?
They're hiring 2 people to replace me.
Well, there you go. Is sense of humor one of the criteria? Because that's very important in the environmental world and all too rare.
I've been training
on
them
all
for a
sides.
while.
I'm not picking on any group. What?
I've been training some of the potential
Good, that's
successors.
really, it's an
so.
important filter. We do have we have two comment cards. First, Nizar Cosmo, Mr. Cosmos rejoined us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I will judge you. Thank you for opportunity. Yes, so you helping fish is like teaching bird to fly, and especially using technology. This is nature. You cannot communicate with nature through phone, even though your sensors, it's like a phone right now everyone has. We already censored as a fish, you censor a fish. So it's not the way. We have to find a way how to communicate harmoniously with the species who live in the water, and not touching this, not touching the fish, not touching, creating relationship between human and the species who lives in the water. That's number one. Number two, please, to protect and save ecological system mitigation. Highly recommended to adopt and to consider ordinance for prohibition and restriction any fishing activities. This is the first and the most factor. It's a legal habit what being unconsciously adopted to society from survival period. So all of those habits, because I done my own research on by the water, in the water. Most of those who fish, they don't know why they fish. It's just for fun. It's not a fun, because when you trying to hook something out of water, this is a living species. They live there. We cannot bother them. We can communicate only with them, and they will help. Otherwise, we will have the same what you have for many years to come. So if we want coherently and harmoniously co-expand with the planet as one, because it's not only here, this state, it's many states, we have one continent, one American continent, and we have one united planet, where it's all water connected. All fresh water going to the ocean, as we know, and fish have to go freely without any assistance. You don't have to assist fish to swim in the water. You don't have to, please. They know how to swim very well. They know where to go and what to do. This is a home. This is an environment. So please, again, I don't know how easy to swallow this proposition. Maybe we can create an experiment to have, because you do experiment on the fish. We can have just experiment on the area. For example, to have one river or maybe a couple miles at least, where is no fishing prohibited. Highly asking for that, because the fish feel that. It's like you hunting the fish. So how I said, excuse me, I will judge a little bit. This is the first and the most factor that influence all fishes, not only salmon. Yes. Because not only fish, all other inhabitants in the water, they scare. Because when fishermen are in the boat, on the coast, they want to fish, everyone is scared because they hunting right now for the species. Maybe also to create for commercial. I know some people eat all kinds of whatever, ingesting. Everyone has his own behavior, own way to sustain your life. If someone even eat a meat or fish, it's its own choice. Maybe we can have a commercialized hatchery where a fish can come and freely can give itself to the commercial production. The fish can contribute itself. If a fish can contribute itself to the hatchery, this is the most harmonious way. because you not force fish to hunt. Your fish can freely and harmoniously come to you. Otherwise, we cannot touch them. So this is my research study on energy from all the species who lives in the water, because someone have to speak from them. How are you going to communicate with the fish or any species? Do you know how to communicate with fish? If you can.
I don't know how to communicate with fish, and I don't know how to observe them. And here and throughout my career, I've struggled to understand the behavior and movements of animals that live in a different world than us, where we can't go to see them. And so the purposes of the science was to give us a way to watch them, because I don't know how to ask them the questions you're proposing. So instead, I try and watch and report and inform so that we can understand where their challenges are and then better inform, how we are making mistakes that are harming them, and then maybe fix those mistakes so that they can do better.
Try to swim with them. Try to go and be with them. Yes, thank you. Yes, appreciate it.
Next, Mr. Michael Bocadoro, Coalition for a Sustainable Delta.
Madam Chair, Michael Bocadoro, members, I very much appreciated the presentation. I think everyone's aware we've been working on the predation issue for a number of years and very concerned about it. And we're highly supportive of the concept of predator control and hotspots. We think, though, there is also one other step the state should be taking, and that is we continue to manage the populations on non-native predators in this state that we know predate on endangered native species. That is a very counterproductive state policy that continues to go on even after numerous attempts to remove it. We need to get rid of the size and bag limits on striped bass and black bass. We should not be managing populations that we know are detrimental to the species. We're losing 1 million acre-feet this year to protect salmon and smelt. That is a very costly proposition for water users, one that could be at least partially remedied by not only getting rid of the donut shops, but reducing the number of homers in the environment. And in the next few days, a broad coalition of state groups from business community to agriculture to water users north to south are going to be filing a petition with the Fish and Game Commission to begin to address the size and bag limit issue. And we would very much appreciate this agency's support for that simple, cost-free effort that the state can do as part of a comprehensive plan along with hotspot control to begin to address this issue. So thank you.
Are there further questions? Thank you very much, and come back and visit again. I hope you're not going too far away. That's a little far, but there are planes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Our next item is our workshop on the Salton Sea, and I want to turn to my colleagues. I'm sorry, we said it wouldn't start before 1, but our other items have been very meaty and interesting, and we've only taken one 10-minute break since 9 a.m. What is your pleasure? I know you need at least a short break, but how much time do you all need or want? 20? All right, we'll start again at 1:15. Sorry, we'll be back, but then we'll be refreshed.
nothing will happen in the Salton Sea area without a sustainable shoreline. You can't have urban growth, you can't have growth.
Courtney. All right. Good afternoon. Sorry for that extra delay. We will start with 4 of the 5 board members. As some of you may recall, when we do a workshop on a number of items, I am required to read a statement before we start, so I will do that. But thank you all very much for coming. I'll just say for myself, I'm glad we'll have a chance to have an update on what's happened since our last session here, and I appreciate you all coming together to focus collectively on this incredibly important issue in all of its dimensions. So I look forward to hearing from you and hoping to see progress in that. I can't remember what the spirit was that we decided had descended on the crowd, though there will be, I'm sure, disagreements all along the way. There was a spirit of, let me just say, motion towards solutions, big and small, and I very much appreciated that last meeting and very much look forward to this one. So good afternoon and welcome to this informal workshop to receive an update on the status of the Salton Sea Management Program. I'm Felicia Marcus, Chair of the State Water Board, and with me today are Vice Chair Fran Spivey Weber and board members Tam Dodek, Stephen Moore, and Doreen Diadamo. Evacuation procedure has changed since our last meeting. This is one of the few things that has ever changed in our evacuation procedure, which we always need to do because there are always new people in the room. So look for the lighted exit signs. Remember where it is. If you hear an emergency sound or I tell you there's an emergency, please grab your stuff and your friends and proceed cautiously out of the building. We used to reconvene, or our group would go to Cesar Chavez Park. That has been moved for some reason down to J. Neely Park, which is down 11th Street between E and F Street. If you come with us, you'll know right away whenever we get the all clear to come back, though of course you can go wherever you want. Just watch for us, I suspect. This workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated March 22nd, 2016. It's an informal workshop. The board will not take any formal action, and there will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board members and its staff may, however, ask clarifying questions of speakers. After receiving comments at this workshop, the board may provide direction to staff regarding future activities. This is the third board workshop held in response to a petition from the Imperial Irrigation District, also known as IID, that was received in late 2014. IID's petition requested modification of revised Order 2002-2013, which was adopted and revised by the board in 2002. The order authorized the long-term transfer of up to 300,000 acre-feet of Colorado River water per year for a period of up to 75 years. The order required IID to mitigate the potential adverse impacts of the transfer on the Salton Sea, and IID has implemented a number of actions, including providing replacement water to the sea. The requirement for IID to provide replacement water will end in 2017, and a decline of water surface elevation and increase in salinity levels at the Salton Sea will accelerate if no plan to restore the sea is in place. In May 2015, the Governor's Office formed the Salton Sea Task Force with principals from several key agencies, including the Natural Resources Agency and the California Environmental Protection Agency. The task force released recommendations on October 2015, including a description of the principles necessary for a successful Salton Sea management program. In addition, Governor Brown appointed Bruce Wilcox as Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea Policy at the Natural Resources Agency. On January 5th, 2016, the State Board held the first workshop to receive updates from the task force on the implementation of the Salton Sea Management Program. At that workshop, the board solicited information regarding the status of mitigation and restoration planning, the timing and funding of restoration work, and efforts to provide an overall framework to address long-term issues at the Salton Sea. The purpose of today's workshop is to provide the State Water Board with an update on activities of the task force since the January workshop. Board staff has prepared an agenda that's available on the tables at the back of the room if anyone's interested in the proposed order of panels. We'll begin the workshop with comments from any elected officials who are here. Following the comments, we will receive presentations from 4 panels. Following the panels, and panels were constructed by folks who requested to have a panel with some adjustments where people fit onto it. Following the comments, we'll receive presentations. Following the panels, we'll provide the opportunity to receive unscheduled comments from Salton Sea stakeholders and the public. The order of the panel presentations may change due to scheduling requests from the panel participants, and we may pause between or during panels or individual presentations to allow elected officials to make comments. Any elected official or their staff who is not part of a panel should please let the clerk know that you are present. If you intend to speak today, please fill out a blue speaker card and give it to the clerk. If you're not sure whether you wish to speak, fill out a card and mark it if necessary. In order to ensure that all participants have an opportunity to participate, oral presentations from any interested persons may be subject to time limits. We're broadcasting this workshop on the internet and recording both audio and video, so please be sure you speak into the microphone, either at the seats if you're a panel presenter or at the podium microphone. It's important to get close enough to it that it gets picked up so that folks who are listening over the web and the people behind you in the room can hear you, but not so close as to have it pop, and I'm not quite getting that popping right. Any of my colleagues wish to say anything before we start? Fran, would you like to, or are you going to wait, being on the task force? All right, I'm looking forward to it. First on presentation, do we have any elected official cards or comments today? Okay. Then we'll move on to panel number 1 from the Natural Resources Agency. I'll let the panels introduce themselves. The first panel will be the Natural Resources Agency, followed by Imperial Irrigation District and Imperial County as panel number 2. Panel number 3 will be environmental NGOs, and panel number 4 will be community and media speakers, and then we'll go to public comment. Hi.
Good afternoon. I'm Bruce Wilcox, the Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea Policy, and I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves.
Brian Turner, Project Director for the Renewable Energy Transmission Initiative number 2 at the Natural Resources Agency.
Thank you for joining this team. Welcome addition.
And Brad Porres, Air Pollution Control Officer for Imperial County.
Glad to have you on a panel versus sitting back there waiting for your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
You're sort of at the center of this, so I'm glad you're part of the panel.
We're glad he's part of the panel too, and I will give you kind of an update on where we stand and the progress we've made to this point.
Can I say one other thing? I apologize, I should have said this. Given that this is the second in what we're trying to make quarterly or near quarterly workshops, we don't have a presentation that starts from the beginning of the issue, so my apologies to people who are joining us for the first time, but in the interest of time, we'll just move in to the discussion, and it is possible to watch the prior workshops online, is it not, Janine? Yeah, so we can give people links if they'd like the background.
Thank you. I wanted to give you a little update of where we stand with some of the committees. As a reminder, pardon me, a couple of the original stakeholder groups, when we met, they asked for a series of committees to be developed, and these are some of those committees. We'll talk very briefly about where we are at with those, and then we'll talk a little bit about some of the projects we're proposing. The Outreach Committee is chaired by Val Simon from Bureau of Reclamation. That committee has met several times. There are other folks, environmental justice folks and others on that committee. The purpose of the committee was develop messaging and talking points and develop public workshops. We had 2 public workshops to this point, one with Imperial County and IID in Brawley, California, and one in Mecca, California. Both were fairly well attended. I think the 90 people at the one in Brawley and somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 or 45 people at the one in Mecca. We also recognize that we have some more work to do on the public outreach portion of this, and that we're trying to get more people involved. And we were talking to Luis from Civico earlier about getting them involved, and we also have the Office of Public Participation involved now. through the Regional Water Board. Jose Angels reached out to them and to put together a more transparent process for looking for outreach for the different communities, environmental justice, and so on. So I think the plan right now is to develop that outreach working group or that outreach document in the next few weeks and continue with these first series of meetings. The first series of meetings are designed to just tell everybody where we are at in the program, how we're getting started, how they can be involved. Also, as part of the outreach, we've developed a web page that is naturalresources.ca.gov/Salton-C, where all of these meetings are located, or the information about them are located. The summaries of the meetings and the presentations from the meetings are also on that. And soon, if not already, the report for the AB 1095, it will be on that website too. The Air Quality Advisory Committee will meet in, I think, the 2nd of May. That's one of the reasons Brad is here today. I'll let him talk a little bit about Rule 804, which I think is a lot of progress in the right direction for air quality mitigation at the Salton Sea. We've also talked a lot to IID about how the state might be able to partner in some of the JPA related pilot projects so that we can get a head start on where we're at with air quality. So that first meeting will occur on the 2nd of May, and we anticipate those probably happening every 30 days or 60 days as we have information. The project development work group is really the basic work group that then reports to the project committee. The project committee has not met yet because we have just now got to the point where we're working on construction design for some of the projects, and that means we now have something to talk about at that meeting. So we will have a project meeting very soon. But the development work group is made up of IID, different agencies at the state level, DWR, DFW. We just came from a meeting. WCB is in that meeting. There are folks from DWR that are working on the various projects. There are folks from DFW and IID and their consultants, and Salton Sea Authority and their consultants have been working together on different components of the project, or different components of the program. The program contains two major components, and I'll stress that these components are still in the final development stage, and this whole plan is an adaptive management program to start with, so things are going to change somewhat as we move forward. But the program consists of two major parts: one, some amount of the perimeter lake, or some variant of the perimeter lake, and some variant of what IID and Imperial County developed called the Salton Sea Restoration and Renewable Energy Initiative. We've also reached out to Torres Martinez, the tribe in the north end of the Salton Sea. Pardon me. And we have a small project up there with them right now associated with their wetland complex. And we'll talk just a little bit about those projects in a minute.
Can I just make, this is something else I should have said at the outset. In the beginning of your talk, you had more acronyms in one sentence than I've ever heard. But if you can just try and spell out Department of Water Resources or Department of Fishing,
sure,
it would be helpful because not everybody speaks acronym.
I set a record? That's
I
good.
think you might have, really.
That's great.
I mean, they were a lot of three-letter ones at least, but it was...
No. Sometimes I get called four-letter things.
Yeah.
The Funding Advisory Committee is a group that we put together, and Salton Sea Authority is heading that up. It looks at other funding. You'll remember that the task force asked us to look at other funding opportunities. I'm happy to say that we have a Natural Resource Conservation Service grant that was awarded to the Salton Sea Authority about 2 months ago. IID is a partner in that grant, so is the Farm Bureau, and I think the research station and others, and that will help build wetlands and water quality treatment around the Salton Sea. So that's one step towards trying to find other funding sources for this. We also spent some time in D.C. a couple of weeks ago, or about a month ago now, Washington, D.C. a couple of weeks ago, to talk about what other funding opportunities are out there. And we're looking at Watershed Act funding and some other funding moving forward. Again, trying to partner with IID, with both counties, with the Air Pollution Control District. We talked to them about some funding opportunities. And we're now in the process, and we'll have probably within a month or so an actual funding plan put together of what we think some of the potential funding that might come out of those out of that program. The Science Advisory Committee, there was We've been working for some time now to get that finalized. I'm happy to say we do have that finalized. GS has agreed to take the lead on the science committee, which is something we've wanted for some time, an example of our federal partners stepping up and helping. A lot of other academic and science members in that committee. That committee will probably meet in the latter part of May, and their first task will be to look at water quality issues and other issues associated with the perimeter lake and with SSRREI. And as we move forward with further development of those projects, we'll look at those different aspects of the projects. I guess the Funding Advisory Committee is on there twice. My apologies. The Long Range Planning Committee, remember that the stakeholders certainly asked for this, the Little Hoover Commission asked for this, and I think at the last Water Board meeting this was a request also to look at long-range planning. And long-range planning for this project, or for the Salton Sea anyway, is planning outside of the goals that we set for the short and midterm habitat areas, the acreage goals. So we're in the process of looking at that, and we're looking at, we've kind of widened the scope of that a little bit. I want to stress that I still think in the end we have a smaller but sustainable Salton Sea. That's still where we're headed, but we did look at some of the water import scenarios. We're still looking at those. We'll look at some ways to control salinity, which is the real problem with habitat in a lot of those areas. IID is helping with a hydrology model right now that should be done soon, and that will help us kind of fine-tune the kind of projects and the footprint of those projects around the Salton Sea. And it'll also help us to look at water balance and how often we might be able to reuse that water as we cascade it from one habitat cell to the next.
Just before you get off of the long-range planning, it's my understanding that short-term is through 2020 and medium-term is through 2027?
2025.
Somewhere in there.
Yes.
2025 to 2027. And so long-range would be after that, although it could start now.
It could, and remember, because of the need to get something on the ground now and to get moving, we're kind of approaching this slightly backwards in some respects. We're going to build some habitat now and work that into the longer range plan. So I really think that the long range plan, the draft will be done by the end of this year. And I think that plan will really help enforce what we're going to do even midterm and perhaps to some extent short term. When you see the projects in a minute, I think it'll help understand how we think that'll all fit together. But there are other land uses that we want to look at. You know, geothermal is one. Renewable energy at the Salton Sea is a big potential that we need to look at. Reclaiming of some farmland might be a potential, and then there are other issues with algae and other things around the sea. So I think that program, as we develop it, and the second series of public meetings will be about the development of that long-range plan, which probably will happen in the July or August timeframe, something like that. And the Environmental Compliance Committee is a committee that was put together to try and streamline, not circumvent, but streamline the environmental compliance for the projects to take advantage of permits that are already in place and CEQA NEPA strategies or documents that are already in place. We had a meeting just last night with IID to talk about how we might be able to fit the infrastructure backbone, one of the projects in AB 1095, into that strategy, and we'll be meeting with them again in the next few weeks. Again, the idea is to try to streamline or accelerate this process, not circumvent anything. This is, there's been some comments about the intricacies of the natural resource process and of the Salton Sea management program. This is an organizational chart that I will admit is a little busy. The project development work group I spoke about a minute ago, that's the group you see on the bottom, and that's where there are 3 or 4 folks from DFW, or 3 or 4 folks from DWR, I'm sorry, 2 or 3 folks from DFW working on that right now, several federal agency folks, Salton Sea Authority and its consultants, IID and its consultants, The county, Imperial County isn't on there, but they should be. They've been helping with support too, and looking at how to develop these projects and how to develop the information we need to keep developing those projects. That works up through the Science Advisory Committee, who provides us some insight on how those projects look from a science perspective. It is not a yay or nay vote from that advisory committee. They've been tasked with, we don't want to just hear it won't work. We want to hear how you can help us make it work. They've accepted that challenge, and they're a pretty smart group, so I think that they're going to be very helpful. The advisory committee set there in the middle. We have not had, a couple of those committees have not met yet. They will be meeting in the next few weeks, or at least within the next month. And the agency stakeholder advisory group, after some consultation with different agency stakeholders, we're going to hold those meetings quarterly. So there will be one probably in the latter part of May. The idea behind that is twofold. One, to keep everybody abreast of what's going on, but also not to burden everyone with a monthly meeting that everybody has to prepare for and come to it's a day-long event by the time you get everybody there.
I assume that a number of the people on, well, those are agency stakeholders as opposed to stakeholders.
Now,
They should know what's happening already from other people in their agencies that are working on it. So it's the moment to understand to pull it all together. Okay.
yeah, there's a little bit of an osmotic exchange of information through the whole process, or probably a better term than that. But and then at the top of the group, of course, is the Secretary of Natural Resource Agency and the Governor's Salton Sea Task Force. And I see the task force as sort of the guidance group, or the committee that gives us the guidance for moving forward, helps us set goals and objectives, and then the water board is on the org chart too. So that's how we see the organization moving forward. So this is just to remind everybody that the Salton Sea is declining. That probably is not surprise anybody, and it's also to remind us that it's declining, and it will decline over the next few years for the most part in a manner that's very alarming, and is going to cause us to have to accelerate most of what we're doing. Notice the north and the south ends have the most exposure, along with that area over by Salton City on the west side. So the area of change, and we borrowed this from Michael Cohen, that tomato soup, I think, is the term he uses for that washed out red color in the middle there. That is this rapid change area where we're trying to get through to be able to identify what kind of habitat we need and get it on the ground so that we can react to the salinity increases and the elevation changes, and react in the same way with air quality. And that's just as a reminder, and this has been in some of the comment letters, and it was in the series of goals or management strategies that IID produced, which was very helpful, and all of those strategies are represented in some level in this planning. But we need to look at a 20 to 40 parts per thousand salinity for most of this habitat. That does some things for us for water quality, particularly in the perimeter lake, but it also does some things for management of mosquitoes and other things along the perimeter lake and in the initiative too. So now we'll talk just for a few minutes about those projects specifically. They're located here on the, let's see if, it won't go that far. So New River West is the rest of species conservation habitat. The Backbone Initiative is the first phase, phase one of the SSREI, the IID and Imperial County plan. Red Hill Bay is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife and IID project funded by the state of California. IID Septon project is an IID and Septon Water Technologies project funded by the state of California. SCH will be built by the state of California. IID is going to participate in the construction management for that project. And then the project on the north end with Torres Martinez, and we'll talk just a little bit about those projects. This is the Red Hill Bay project. The importance of this project is twofold. One, it's going to provide some shallow water habitat, which is probably not a limiting factor out at the Salton Sea right now, but it also deals with a very emissive area from an air quality perspective. So we're looking to try to cut that white powdery substance you see on the photo there is blows at a very low rate of wind, and it's very high in salt. It burns your eyes. It's not a pleasant experience. The thing that makes this important is this is one of the strategies moving forward with the initiative, in particular the SSREI, is that it's renewable energy and habitat commingled, and that's a very important strategy. Now, whether or not it's private sector development of that renewable energy, but we still need to be able to make habitat and the two intersect with each other and be able to live quietly together. So
because I think for folks who know all the projects, what you're saying makes sense. For folks who don't actually know what the project is, and particularly what the renewable component is, it doesn't make sense.
Well, okay, thank you. The primary renewable energy out there is geothermal. There certainly is the potential for solar, and there's a potential for algae and some other things, but geothermal. So one of the things that IID and the county looked at some time ago is how can you build habitat adjacent to that. So as an example, if you use that road, the Red Hill Road that runs out to the island, or what used to be an island out there, you could use that as a corridor for the pipelines or the power lines, and then also use it as a berm for the habitat. So it costs less to build in that case. We think we've demonstrated enough with Sunny Bono National Wildlife Refuge that geothermal can exist without significant impact to wildlife. It's not a completely benign technology, but in my opinion at least, it's one of the most benign to mix with habitat. There are no big moving parts of a geothermal plant. There are just pipes and valves and things that the birds get used to fairly easy. So the idea would be this is probably some of the richest geothermal area around. We don't want to build habitat on it and not allow somebody to develop it. So in this case, Cal Energy holds the lease on a lot of this. They've been very helpful in developing this project, and we would essentially put a couple of easements or corridors in the project so they could still access it, and they could access it by slant drilling with well pads, and they could get the pipelines in and out. So that the whole initiative is based on that premise of being able to do that. And I think that probably the air quality and habitat portions of the initiative will probably go ahead of the geothermal development. So we'll leave easements and we'll leave corridors in place. That whole plan depends on that. So this is a very important project that is a state-funded project. It's Sunny Bono National Wildlife Refuge and IID that are working on this project. And there was a groundbreaking ceremony last fall. They have some test berms in place. There's some design that has to be done yet on the saltwater intake, but that's moving forward and will be built soon. I think the Wildlife Conservation Board grant is up for approval in May, I think.
When's completion of the project? Sorry, I'm an old public works director, so I like numbers.
I think it
and
takes a
critical path.
year, probably, something like that.
Like a year?
Yeah, roughly a year. We are learning on these projects too, and what we've learned so far on both species conservation habitat and Red Hill Bay is they aren't quite as difficult as we thought they were going to be. But my guess is before we're done, we're going to find out that at least parts of them are more difficult than we thought they were going to be.
Sure.
So if we might come in under budget on SCH, that would be nice. We might come in a little faster for completion. Red Hill Bay might be the same way. I know Sunny Bono has been doing a lot of work out there now with these test berms. It looks real good. I was out there over the weekend. It looks outstanding. This is a project up on the north end with Torres Martinez. This is a project that's funded through the Financial Assistance Program, which is some of the folks from DWR that are working on this project, Laura Peters, Vivian, Ted, Frank, and Kent Nelson in particular. This project will enhance some of the wetlands that the Torres Martinez folks have built on the north end. Unfortunately, right now they're dry because of the flood event washed out their water system, but the FAP project will put the water system back in. Some of the first phases of Prop 1 projects will enhance these areas with some more habitat features and look at further expansion. Pardon me.
On that one, you anticipate that it'll be finished roughly?
I think I just talked to Tetra Tech yesterday, I guess, and I think that they're assuming that they've got the welds done, and I think they're assuming that they could get that flooded, and I'm guessing now in the next 3 or 4 months, and then we have to wait, of course, for budget approval, but then we can move forward right after that. The CEQA, and I should have said this in the beginning, remember AB 1095 had some very specific definitions of shovel-ready that are different than what we're used to, and that included either being in final planning, in some level of design, or having environmental done, or at least a long way along the process. Let me back up. So the environmental permitting is done on this project. Most of the funding's in place. Some of the construction testing has started, and the rest of it will follow. On this project, the CEQA, well, they don't have to do, they had to do CEQA because it was state funded. That's done. We think we can continue to do these enhancements we're talking about under that existing CEQA NEPA approval. So again, we sort of slide in without too much delay. There's going to have to be some documentation to file or something, but we don't have to go through the CEQA NEPA process. Again, we're not trying to circumvent it or avoid it. We're just trying to move these projects forward in a manner that helps with the issues at the Salton Sea. One of the other well, there are 2 other projects shown on this graph. One is species conservation habitat. I'll talk about that in the next slide. I think that's in the next slide. The other is what we're now calling New River West, which I'm sure will turn into an acronym before we're done, but right now it's New River West. And that is, the reason for that is that that area is has CEQA and NEPA completed on it. It's fully permitted. It does need some of the design work done on it. And we will probably do some modifications to this particular piece within the existing CEQA and NEPA to allow it to be the first piece of the perimeter lake as we decide what to do with the perimeter lake. But again, it was back to the what can we build in the shortest amount of time, and quite frankly, without having to expend a lot of additional funds on environmental. So this project will start to design probably in the next couple of months, and then look at the best ways to change that design so we can still live within the CEQA and NEPA analysis. So here's species.
Can you go back? I'm sorry, and just describe what it is again.
Oh, sure.
Talked about the perimeter lake.
This is
not everybody was here.
Yeah, the perimeter lake is the project. Let me go ahead a couple of slides here. The perimeter lake is the dark blue area you see on the graph here, or graphic here. Stress again that it goes all the way over to Bombay Beach. It's an incremental project. It doesn't necessarily end up all the way over to Bombay Beach. We don't know yet. There's funding issues. This isn't all CEQA and NEPA. We think we could use existing CEQA and NEPA, but we're less sure of how much of it we can use at this point. So you can see the perimeter lake, and it gets water off of the New River, and it gets water off of the Whitewater River, the Whitewater flood channel. The Salton Sea Restoration Renewable Energy projects are the kind of aqua-colored things with the purple outlines. That's what we're talking about as part of the infrastructure backbone. So you can see that first piece of perimeter lake is much bigger than the SCH. So this piece that we're going to build right now to stay within the CEQA NEPA is going to most likely be smaller than that, but it will be built such that we could modify it into that first piece of the perimeter lake. Remember, all of these projects are incremental in nature deliberately, so as we get more funding, we can move forward with more pieces of them. And we'll need more funding to move forward with additional pieces of them. Pardon me, so let me go back here. Species conservation habitat is the state's project that is fully permitted, fully has all the environmental documentation on. The Division of Engineering at DWR is reviewing plans to get ready to let this for bid and construct it. Probably sometime early next year, start construction. I would guess it's about a year and a half project. It may go faster than that based on the information we've got so far about how it's a little drier than we thought it was going to be, and maybe is easier to construct. This project is probably the most difficult project of any of the projects. It's deep water habitat, fish habitat. The perimeter lake would also be fish habitat. The other two are shallow water habitat, important habitat, but this is a little bit more complex from a fisheries perspective, and it's deeper, so it needs more berms. IID has been very cooperative in this process. The power for this particular project is in or almost in, should be completed. We needed to have power run out there for the pumps. That's done. And the earthwork will start, like I said, right after the first of the year, we think. So this looks at the backbone infrastructure, and this is between the two rivers. Right now, we're also thinking about perhaps going to that SCH site. The New River West is the first piece that we build because of the permitting already being in place. But here's another, and here's another example of how I think we've worked together to get through this process and get a better project in the end. Because while we're concentrating on phase one, and we to get things built, we have to think about the later phases so we don't step on ourselves. And this is an example of what IID's consulting team came up with to modify SCA, or to modify the initiative, SSREI, to bring the water delivery system a little bit further up on shore to allow more gravity feed. That means we might have to pump it into that infrastructure delivery system, but that's a very short lift and fairly easy to do and fairly inexpensive to do. So we're looking at the difference in costs right now, but it gives you so much more coverage on the gravity feed that we think it's probably going to be worth it.
Explain to me where is this on the sea?
It's between the two rivers on the south end. So that's Red Hill Bay, right up there where it says pond, up at the top. That's the Alamo River, the New River down there.
Okay, got it.
Got it? Or I can go back. Okay. This is one of the areas we know we're going to build in. We just don't know how soon because of permitting. This is not permitted and not CEQA, although again, we think we can borrow from some of this. So credit to IID.
I understand. This is a big chunk of the playa that's going to be exposed. So this is big.
It is. Now it's going to expose in increments, right?
Right,
But yes.
right.
So, and there'll be phases of this delivery system. This delivery system designed the way it is right now will cover more area than the original design, I think, which is a step in the right direction, certainly. But it will need another phase of water infrastructure at some point in the future. But you put this in, and then it gives you the flexibility to address habitat needs and air quality needs as they occur, because you've got the water system into, and this is what we've been concentrating on. This is almost ready to go to construction design too. So this is a big step for us, and again, for IID and Imperial County, thank them for their help. This is just an example of kind of the process you have to go through when you're putting even phase one together. You have to think through where phase two is going to be and where phase three is going to be. And these are just some examples of how that might look. That's still evolving as we go on. But we're at a point now where we can move forward with the design of phase one. We already talked about this slide a little bit. The perimeter lake stabilizes the west side of the lake. There are issues with water quality, or potential issues with water quality if we keep it saline. Those issues probably to some extent are modified. There are some issues with water quality in the initiative too, as far as that goes. And remember that this is incremental, so as we move forward, we'll be looking at how we might present this incrementally. The long-range plan, which again is due in December, or will be done in December, will talk about the incremental, the schedule for the incremental. We'll talk about other things like the potential for water importing, the potential for water treatment, and we'll develop a funding plan. This is just an example of the berms. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not going to spend much time here other than in order to make stable berms, it's a lot harder than you think, and these berms are large and they're flat and they look like they're going to take up a lot of room, and they are. But for the perimeter lake, at least, that's what you have to have. For the initiative, I don't think the berms have to be as big because we're not holding back as much water, but we still have to go through that process of deciding what level of risk are we willing to take, and we are willing to take some level of risk moving forward, but we have to decide what that is so that you also trade operation and maintenance costs for construction costs. Upfront construction costs are less, but over time the operation and maintenance is going to be more. We're balancing those. We're trying to look at what operation and maintenance cost will be, because that's one of the other things we were asked to look at, and we're in the process of evaluating that.
And it's my understanding that you're working with the Department of Water Resources and their flood control
They
folks
are,
that work
yeah.
in the Delta. Most folks up here know the Delta issues quite well, and so they can appreciate that there's a lot of talent that you're able to tap into.
Yeah, every time I go to a meeting with the engineering group here, I'm impressed. They understand what we need to do, and they understand we need to do it quickly. They also understand that it's not a dam or a highway bridge, that there are different standards for it. They understand that. They have been incredibly helpful in getting us through that process. Now, they still have a process they have to go through, and or at least I am learning that process, but we're getting there together. So I've been very, very impressed with DWR division, the folks I named earlier, DFW folks who've been working on this, and then the Division of Engineering. And then just lastly, we did look at water import scenarios. I am not going to speculate as to whether or not how those will end up. We will talk about them in the long-range plan. They are expensive, but they would import water into the Salton Sea, which is at least one potential solution. And that's what I have for you. I'm happy to answer any other questions or to turn it over to the other folks who have much more interesting presentations.
So other questions that anybody else has first on this? In the budget, I know the budget hasn't been gone through the full process, but I know that people were urging more money, and then sometime, it may have been right after within a week or so, the governor's budget request came out with $80 million in it. Is that described, or is that a pot of money for the next year, or how?
It's over a 3-year period.
I know people were 3 years, thank you. That was very encouraging. And then this is very helpful. This is just me perhaps, but I'm a big fan of matrices and timelines. That some of the people at the Water Board are going to choke when they hear that from me, because I'm all about the story and other contexts. But in something like this, I was actually very moved by the conversations we had where people asked for short, medium, and long range. So you can sort of envision how those pieces come together, again, with the caveat that you're going to also figure it out as you go along, and that's why you've created this public participation process as everybody moves through and tries to figure out how to do. But I think some kind of a graphic would still be helpful.
Yeah.
But I'll wait and hear what other people suggest through the day. I'm not an engineer, but I've spent many years working with engineers. But
Me too.
so, thank you. All right. Which order are you going to go in the order you're sitting?
Great. Well, thanks again for the invitation to be here. I'm very pleased to speak about the Renewable Energy Transmission Initiative, version 2.0. I'll be giving a general overview and explain where we are in the process, trying to emphasize the connection to the Salton Sea Management Program. But this is a statewide effort so I'll mostly be talking energy, long-term state energy goals, but it does have particular relevance to the Salton Sea, so I'll try to emphasize that. First thing I want to point out is all the logos there that you see at the bottom. This is an interagency process. It's hosted and sponsored by the Natural Resources Agency. Secretary Laird is convening the process, but it does have participation from the President of the Public Utilities Commission, the Chair of the Energy Commission, the CEO of the California ISO, the grid operator, as well as Jerry Perez, the State Director of the Bureau of Land Management. And so first thing I wanted to say was to emphasize the connection to the Salton Sea Task Force. These are a couple of the directives out of the agency actions that came out at the beginning of this year, I believe, that specifically referenced SB 350 and the kind of long-term energy and greenhouse gas goals we're trying to achieve with relevance to the Salton Sea and committing the Public Utilities Commission, Energy Commission, and the ISO to take a look at what are the renewable energy opportunities in the Salton Sea and what's the transmission necessary to access them. So that's really one part of the project that I'm serving as director for. This slide is meant to convey some of the many, many issues that we're tackling now amongst different agencies of state government and other utilities as well regarding energy issues. First, starting off with the governor's executive order from almost a year ago, in which he set a midterm greenhouse gas goal to complement our 2050 greenhouse gas goals. He also committed the state to achieving a 40% reduction in greenhouse gases below 1990 levels by 2030. That's also 40% below 2020 levels, because AB 32 said we'd go back to 1990 levels by 2020. So these are a lot of numbers thrown around. But anyway, it's a 40% reduction in about a 10-year period. It's a tremendously ambitious goal. That's economy-wide and has particular implications for the electricity sector. And the Air Resources Board here is currently working on an overall plan to achieve those, but it will, like I said, include significant electricity measures. That was followed up by SB 350, which increased our RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standard, from 33% to 50%. But I think even more significant than that is that it committed each of the utilities to creating a plan, an integrated resource plan, that would achieve greenhouse gas emission targets commensurate with that 40% economy-wide goal. What that means is, and I'll just mention another measure up there is transportation electrification. As you're pursuing greenhouse gas goals amongst the economy writ large, a lot of that burden for meeting our energy needs in a low carbon future falls on the electricity sector, and we're actually going to need potentially need tremendously more electricity overall in order to meet economy-wide greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. And when that needs to be largely decarbonized electricity, it means a lot of renewables, is really my point there. At the same time, the ISO is planning for regional expansion of the ISO and has recognized that getting to a 50% or more renewable, majority renewables grid will entail a new way of operating the grid and a new way of thinking about how we procure resources and put them together, link them together with transmission, because renewables are intermittent. You need to have power when the sun is not shining and when the wind is not blowing to balance to bring in wind when you don't have the sun, and vice versa, hydro, geothermal, balancing a variety of different resources, and so it's a different consideration. And then there are quite a few developments going on around the rest regarding renewables, other states' renewable goals, as well as every state under the US EPA Clean Power Plan would need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as well. So tremendous year of changes throughout electricity and greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. I'm not going to talk about these, and I'm going to kind of skirt over this, but it's meant to convey some of the many changes that are going on at the Public Utilities Commission and elsewhere in considering how renewables fit into that majority renewables grid. Each of these aspects, the integrated resource planning, resource optimization, LCBF is least cost best fit. It is how we consider how different renewables fit into the portfolio of resources we'll need to meet those long-term greenhouse gas goals. And the reason I emphasize this in the Salton Sea context is because it means a reconsideration of how geothermal energy fits into our renewable resource mix. So now backing up again, backing up about a step to READY 2 overall Renewable Energy Transmission Initiative, statewide, non-regulatory.
What does READY mean?
READY is short for Renewable Energy Transmission Initiative. Did you just want me to say it again? It trips up on my tongue. It is non-regulatory, and I do need to emphasize that it is meant to inform regulatory proceedings, but we will not be making the principles of the READY 2 effort are overseeing a visioning effort that will inform those later regulatory proceedings, but it will not itself authorize any new procurement of resources or construction of transmission. We'll be looking at renewable resources, understanding what transmission may be necessary to access and integrate them, and that's an important aspect, that it's not just about one line to get to the renewables, but it is about connecting multiple generation centers and load centers, because that is one of the strategies to get to that more where you're balancing renewables with renewables. We also have a strong land use and environmental component in which we will advise on the environmental and land use implications of accessing those resources and identify where more work is necessary to really flesh out our understanding of the different options. And like I said, we'll inform both the procurement planning processes at the California Public Utilities Commission and the procurement oversight at the Energy Commission, as well as the transmission planning process that the California ISO undertakes. It helps to understand what Ready 1 was. This was in 2008 to 2010 when we were going from 20% RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standard, to 33%. We looked at renewable resources in California and across the West to some extent and looked at what's the transmission necessary to access them. Skipping down to the bottom point there, I'll point out that two lines that were analyzed during the Ready 1 process, the Sunrise Power Link and the Tehachapi Renewable Transmission Project, those two lines are now mostly completed and in service, and over 75% of the renewable resources that we used, because we're now on track to reach 33% RPS, over 75% of the resources that will interconnect to reach that goal will be interconnected to one of those two lines. So it underscores the importance of proactive transmission planning and what major lines can do for opening up these resources. And I'll point out that it did lead to the current RPS calculator process, and that the CAISO now can take a policy-driven transmission authorization and permit money to be spent on it, ratepayer money, to build a line to reach greenhouse gas RPS-driven goals, whereas formerly it was mostly about reliability or economics. Now we can build a line for policy-driven purposes. This time, however, because we've done so much work in the past, really Ready 2 is a very quick look, very high-level, quick summary of what's changed and what's new and what the new opportunities or constraints are. We will have a report done by September or October of this year, and we will influence the IRP as the integrated resource planning, this new requirement that was established by SB 350, a GHG-based integrated resource plan. And TPP is the transmission planning process at the ISO. That's the one that authorizes new lines. So we're going to leverage existing work. We won't be doing any new modeling or whole new analyses. We do have this land use and environmental component that will build off substantial work that's been completed to date, including with significance to Salton Sea, the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan, and the county level planning of the County of Imperial in their renewable energy plan and transmission planning. San Joaquin Valley solar process, very important, but not as relevant to Salton Sea. So here's our process and timeline, pretty colorful, bold boxes there. But I'll draw your attention to the timeline at the top. We're now in mid-April, and we're just completing the middle line there with the arrow. The plenary group is where it all comes together. Draw your attention there. We're just completing this stage of identifying where are the potential high-value resources. Again, we're not making any decisions for future policy, just identifying what may be important by 2030 that need transmission. And then we'll go in and we'll ask our environmental advisory group and our transmission advisory group to examine what is known about the environmental and transmission implications, what more needs to be known. And then we will identify, to the extent that we can, the common or critical elements that help us achieve seem like they're of most importance to reaching that 2030 goals, and then develop recommendations and next steps. This is a little more depth about where we are currently, the questions that we have asked to get to this point. How much renewables might we need? Which resources might be important by 2030? And then once we identify those areas and resources that might be important for accessing by 2030, how much do we think would become out of there by 2030? To examine transmission, you need to have an idea of how much power you're talking about from a specific area. And then do we need more transmission to achieve this? And I mentioned this, again, it has application 2. Greater Imperial, so this is a super CREZ, that's a competitive renewable energy zone. It's a geographic designation of the area. And here you see, I won't get into what all the little dots and lines are, but it's transmission, existing renewable energy projects, proposed renewable energy projects. And then I've listed some data there in a table referencing various studies that have been done on the technical potential of renewables in the area and specific amounts of renewables that have been studied in the RPS calculator, in a recent study by NREL, a recent study by the Center for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Technology. The CAISO-Q and the CEC project database there in the middle refer to actual private party proposals for projects. So that's how much megawatts is currently or recently been proposed. And then lastly is a recent estimate of existing transmission capacity. So the question we are currently in the middle of asking is how much renewables might reasonably be developed in the Salton Sea by 2030, for which we should assess the transmission implications. Our next steps will be to present that range of potential resource development and what it means that we intend to study further, along with a list of other focus areas to our ready-to agency executives, the chair, president, et cetera, of each agency on May 2nd. That's our next workshop over at the Energy Commission here in Sacramento. Then we'll turn that list over to a transmission group, environmental group to tell us what they think of those. We'll start presenting those initial results in July, further refine, and with the goal of having a report out in September or October, telling, in this instance, what are the transmission implications of getting X amount of further renewables out of the Imperial Valley, Salton Sea area. And I believe that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Questions? Comments? You wait till the end. But I have to ask one question. So then you make the recommendations, again, it's not a regulatory thing, and then it then allows the CPUC, the CEC, and others to be able to make certain decisions? What comes after your report's done?
I don't want to speak too much about that. It's not my decisions to make the kind of things. Certainly it could be used in the next round of the long-term procurement plan or integrated resource planning at the PUC when they look at what kind of resources will the private utilities need in the next 10 to 15 years. Could also be used in the transmission planning process at the ISO to really start studying. They run very complicated power flow models, et cetera, to identify what are the transmission specific infrastructure that's necessary. Could also lead to such things as more environmental planning, advanced mitigation planning, for instance, where those needs are identified, say, by our environmental advisors.
I'm up, huh? I'm going to heed the chair's advice and try not to use too many acronyms, which is pretty tough for a guy that dances with them daily in air quality world. But the last presentation got me with all the acronyms too. But I wanted to thank Bruce for, inviting me to sit on his panel and acquiesce in some of his time somewhere along there. I think you tried to give me some time, but appreciate that. And basically the theme of my talk today, there's no slide presentation, is the urgency. It's pretty much synonymous right now with the air quality at the Salton Sea. And the locals, we need something done urgently, and that's not a news flash to anyone here. We've had several meetings before this board and others describing just why we need that. I'm going to talk about a couple of recent events that the Air District has spearheaded that hopefully will show you that at a local level, from the bottom-up approach, we're doing a lot of proactive things to try to get some mitigation and some efforts going at the Salton Sea. Beyond that, though, we also have orchestrated back on March 23rd a meeting with Assistant Administrator Janet McCabe at EPA in DC, as well as Jennifer Gamble of Department of Interior. And we also had state and local representation by Bruce was at this meeting, as well as County of Imperial Irrigation District, CARB, obviously your colleagues, Kurt Kapuris, who was a appointee for your task force, was on the phone, as well as Ms. Nichols. She joined the call as well. And then we had Salton Sea Authority represented. We had the Torres Martinez Tribe represented, and Region 9 EPA as well. But the purpose of that meeting really was twofold. It was to bring back into focus all the efforts that the district, the county, the IID, and others who had been going back to DC with our plight regarding the Salton Sea, to bring it back into focus so that we could get some top-down approach here too. We know that a lot of the policy decision making is done in DC, so we wanted to tap into that. And just to quickly give you some outcomes of that, it was agreed upon by all the agencies that there needs to be a clear cooperation at the federal level. It's one thing for us to go to EPA from the air district standpoint, where we deal with just the air quality planning efforts, when they also have the Department of Interior, who's a major landowner, who could be impacted when the ply is exposed. So they need to be talking a little bit closer than they are currently. And so that was one of the outcomes, that they would engage each other more frequently and in a more positive manner in terms of trying to assist the state and local level trying to get some things done up there. And then one of the other ones was the federal agencies need to reach out to the other federal agencies that I didn't mention, such as Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Defense, and others that have a role here too, that haven't been at the table maybe as frequently as the rest of us have. We need them to engage with their partner, their sister agencies, to get them on board with the effort and the movement that's taking place right now. We need their assistance and their expertise as well, and I'm sure Bruce can attest to that, and others on the construction of what's being proposed. Army Corps of Engineers plays an important role to that too. And then we also, I'm going to touch on one of the bigger items at the end of my presentation, but it's also directed from Ms. McCabe to establish a streamlined process by which, if the local air districts, myself or South Coast, were to bring a program in place or a mitigation measure or a program, there's a streamlined process by which they can effectively, rapidly go through the approval process to make that happen, because we all know we don't have any time anymore. So that was very important for us. Since that meeting on March 23rd, one of the fallouts of that was our colleagues at CARB took the lead role in reaching out and working with EPA Region 9 to find some grant funds for toxics monitoring. That's one of the things you've heard in some of the other board meetings that's going to be needed up there when exposed playa happens. We need to understand the toxics that are associated with the soil composition up there. So we're hopeful that I think it's by the end of next month that the grant will be authorized, and Bruce Withicum, who's here, I think, he's kind of taking the lead from CARB's standpoint, that we'll be able to purchase those monitors. And with that, there's going to be other work that needs to be done, and that will be some MOUs or commitments from other agencies. It could include Torres Martinez, could include IID, could include the Air District, on what their roles and responsibilities are going to be with instituting that toxics monitoring. But we definitely need that to go along with the other monitoring we do, and to establish that baseline. So we can, once we have that baseline, we can formulate strategies on how to address it. So that's a positive piece of news that came after that meeting in DC. And I guess the most important and probably the largest thing that's happened to date since the last meeting was last week. My board of directors, two of which are here, Mike Kelly and Kevin Kelly, they understand the urgency that's needed, and they recognize that we need to do something near term. We can't wait till that medium term or that long term. We don't have that luxury. So my board of directors directed me and my staff to go back and look at the existing rules and regulations that we have on the books right now. And we do have one, it's called Rule 804 that Bruce mentioned earlier, that addresses open areas and what's required of open areas for mitigation. You have to utilize best available control measures, or BACM for acronym. And last Tuesday, when they approved revisions to the rule, the revisions basically established a process by which the Air District could receive and review alternate measures that could be considered equivalent best available control measures. Currently, there's no mechanism that would be approved or recognized by EPA in our rule. So the revisions that were in place will allow someone to submit scientific and technical documentation to be able to show and prove to not only the Air District but also EPA that that type of measure would be equivalent and BACM approvable. This is important because we talk about the Owens Lake a lot. There was a lot of groundwork that has been done there. Some of that's not recognized in our local rules. We want to be able to capitalize on some of those measures that there's millions of dollars spent, trial and error, these different types of control measures. We want to be able to utilize some of those in Imperial County at the Salton Sea if they prove to be substantiated to where they can meet the equivalency test. So this was a huge step forward on part of our board. We had the support of EPA, CARB, IID, the local farm bureau, the communities, the cities. So this is a grassroots effort to get change locally. And like I said, this can happen tomorrow. Somebody can start submitting this stuff and we can go out there and put pilot projects on the ground and start getting recognized as BACM for those.
Can I ask a question? This is just the old EPA geek in me, sort of my Owens Valley hangover perhaps, but what did this rule do before? You had a rule that didn't allow people to come up with it, or that EPA had to do it, or what was the old rule?
Well, the prior rule basically established BACM for open areas, but it was a limited list in there, and it didn't allow for alternate measures to be considered. So this establishes the process by which they have to go through and get approval, not only by me, but by the federal government, so that I can include them in my state implementation planning efforts.
No, that's just interesting. We spent a lot of time on individual ones when I was at EPA, but I didn't realize you had a limitation on doing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, several of our rules have that, and in the future, when we start talking about midterm and long range, there's probably that's going to necessitate maybe additional rulemaking or revisions to existing rules, because as we all know, we don't know what's going to happen in 2030. There could be some neat technical advances that we haven't even thought of yet that we want to be able to capitalize on. So that was a purpose of it.
Yeah, that was one of my questions coming out of the last meeting, so that's part of why I was glad to have you here, which is just you're on the front lines for dust mitigation, and so I want to know what you thought should happen or how you want to do so that the state can be of assistance, and the federal government certainly, of assistance of enabling you, but you do need the support at the top, but this is one of those things where you're the one in the most important seat in terms of helping drive what happens there.
That's very true, and not to, I think my CARB colleagues are here. They've stepped to the plate as well. I mean, they're our oversight agency. They have to first approve our state implementation plan before it even goes to EPA, and they're recognizing the urgency here too. I think one of the things, if I could ask for something, because of the urgency, would be for the state to help in accelerating some of the projects that Bruce and the Natural Resource Agency just submitted to you. I mean, the Red Hill Bay, you heard Bruce say today that, that it's exposed, it's emissive, but the funding and the environmental is done, but we still don't have the project completed yet. That's a big concern for us. So I think that, and maybe the species conservation habitat, where the state's also leading that effort. I think we need someone at the state to really say, let's get this going, let's spend the money, let's do what we need to do to get this done, because there is exposure there right now. So that's something, I guess, as a take-home, as a wish list for me, is to get those projects moving now so that I don't have to be reactive to the air emissions that are going to happen.
I would just like to add, though, that this Rule 804 is a big step in the right direction for the Salton Sea Management Program, and we will try to accelerate those projects as much as we can. But I think everybody in Imperial County deserves a lot of credit for moving this forward. We were kind of stymied, and now we're not, which is very important.
So the bottom line at 804 is just an opportunity to expand the toolbox of available options for those landowners, something they definitely need. And I guess the last thing, we continue to work with Bruce on, and we sit on several of the subcommittees that Bruce gave a presentation on today, and we'll continue to offer as much assistance as we can locally. As you know, we're a small rural air district. We have limited funds, but this is a priority for not only the air district, but it's also a priority for the board of directors. And you're going to hear that over and over again, I'm sure. And with that, I know we're going over time, so I'm going to cut it there. And if there's any other questions, be happy to answer them.
I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to wait to the end of this presentation to thank thank the three of you for coming and for illustrating by your presence here and by your presentations the integrated nature of what is going on at the Salton Sea. We talk about integration a lot at the state level, but we don't do it very well. And the Salton Sea is, at least from the small amount of time that I have spent looking at it, it offers a lot of opportunity for not only to do integration, but to pull out those elements that are important to helping other regions do integration. And so I'm saying this largely for Steve, because he's very, very interested in the integration area. And the funding is going to be also an integrated approach. It will not, the money will not all come from the state. It won't come from the feds. It will come from a wide range of people. It will be everyone, all hands on deck. And so I appreciate this. I do think that by the next meeting, next workshop that we have, we will need to, the water board, the state water board, will be needing to step up and to be clearer about what it is we can and should do.
I'm going to piggyback onto that because that's exactly what I was going to say. I think that there needs to be maybe more clarity for us, recognizing though that the role that we've served up till now really has been just in having these workshops and pulling folks together. And I think that that seems to have encouraged and resulted in better collaboration and this integrated approach. What I'd like to see is maybe some way to, when we end one workshop, come up with a list of what we're looking for the next workshop. What are the deliverables in between? Whether that's more detail on funding, more detail on the management plan. And I know our role is not to dictate the specifics, but if we could hear from you as to what you think a set of deliverables would be between now and the next workshop, I think that would be helpful. And then it would also be helpful for me as a board member that's not tracking this terribly closely, but for staff to come back. We always get briefed before we go into these workshops to just then whip out the list and say, this is the reminder, this is where we left off, and from staff's perspective, what's been checked off, what hasn't, and anything that we can do to help close the gap on the things that have not been moving forward.
Good. I appreciate the more detail that's now coming together, and appreciate everyone's efforts, and thanks to this panel for bringing the multidisciplinary view. Along the lines of my fellow board members, and you touched on it with the formation of the committees, you're moving along with project development and some pretty innovative, cutting-edge ideas. Just want to make sure that on the coordination side and with your environmental compliance committee, that you have the folks out of the regional water board part of that because of the TMDL efforts there and the wetland restoration efforts, coupled with fish and wildlife folks in your shop. Just making sure everyone's brought along with these concepts and we're thinking about unintended consequences as we move forward with innovative ideas, because it does need to be innovative. It's got to be dynamic to move with a dynamic setting. But all these folks, we all have our different mandates. We want to make sure that we're all being brought along and comfortable with the risks everyone's accepting.
I should have mentioned this earlier, but the regional board has been incredibly supportive. We worked with Jose, and we've got 3 or 4 of their folks or more helping us with looking at changing of standards or uses at the Salton Sea. And Jose's approach has been whatever you need that we can provide, we will. So thanks to them too.
Right, and you have a good partner down there. So I just wanted to emphasize that they're part of the water board family, you know, and so they're part of us. And I look forward to that better coordination.
We thank you. One suggestion I'm going to have for staff for the next time is a better sense of timeframes, because this is, you know, the state family, so to speak. So it is really important for everybody in the room to hear from you and folks that are listening. I hope the other panels will not take that as an invitation to use twice as much time. That would not be good, because I do want to get to public comment. I know many people are here to listen, but I also want to hear from folks who want to be listened to, and we'll be taking in how they feel that it's going as we figure out. We do have a role of shining a light on this, because we do have certain skills and authorities that we're hoping to not have to exercise because progress will be made. So want to make sure we get to hear it all from all of them, but we should always give this panel more time. So thanks. I know you'll be staying around to listen. Thank you. A lot of substance there. Panel number 2, Imperial Irrigation District and Imperial County. And if you can set the timer this time, or maybe you said it last time and I just wasn't. Am I the only one who sees it? Oh, okay. Well, just so I can see it would be good. I mean, I can look at the... Yeah, 30 minutes on the agenda. Okay.
Push your button, push your button.
Yeah, and we want to fill us in, and we want to hear how you feel it's going, ideas, what we should be focusing on. We actually talked about energy, so I'm assuming you're happy.
I thought that was a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Ralph Cordova and I are happy to be here. I'm not the Kelly on the Board of Supervisors. There are several hundred of us in the Imperial Valley.
And how many Kevins?
A couple dozen are here in the room today, I think. You'll probably be hearing from them. But I am happy to be here. I'm exceptionally happy that your board has stayed with this. It was March of last year when we came for the original workshop. And there's been a good deal to be encouraged about since then. I want to sound a kind of hopeful note today. One of our attorneys admonished me not to come here today and give you the parade of horribles at the Salton Sea. I think we've established that we're past the parade of horribles, and there's good reason to be encouraged. I also want to commend to you the letter I read from the joint letter from the NGOs. I thought that was especially well wrought. And particularly Mr. Cohen and Kim Delfino, who've stayed with this for years, longer than a reasonable person should. And I think they will tell you...
for unreasonable people.
I think they will tell you that there's reason for hopefulness at the Salton Sea. I also want to commend Mr. Wilcox. I think he's an able man. I think he needs help, but I think the state has the right guy, and you have the technology. I commend the governor, who, unlike his predecessor, finally stopped punting on Salton Sea. And these tentative sort of halting steps toward a renewable peace at the Salton Sea. That's also a reason for encouragement. So what is needed? I think that what's missing is the sense of urgency to match the scale of the problem. You need a roadmap with real performance benchmarks that people in the region can have confidence in. You're going to have real leadership, and it can only come from the state that recognizes rather than resists this expansive arsenal of mitigation tools, including renewable energy resources that are unique to the Salton Sea. I think it's important to map backward, not from 2017, but from 2016. Because if you don't get at a sort of common unifying vision of what the Salton Sea looks like longer term and how these incremental projects fit into that, then 2017 is too late. I think that everybody needs to remind themselves and steel themselves that the baseline ought to be a smaller but sustainable Salton Sea. I don't know of anybody who's opposed to more and new sources of water that might go into that troubled lake one day. But a better course, it seems to me, is to deal with the lake that we have in front of us and the problems on the ground right now in 2016. I think we need to acknowledge that there are two droughts. There's this terrible one in California that your board's dealt with so capably, and there's the other drought in the Colorado River Basin, and it's also a very serious drought. I think you're in year 14, and as they invariably do, other water contractors look to our water district to help them solve that problem. That is a conversation we can't even partake in as long as we have this situation at the Salton Sea. So what's next? Well, I hope that what's next is a concerted effort based on actually solving this problem rather than sidestepping it. I think that that what we really need to do is to agree that the focus needs to be on the sustained public good that can be done at the Salton Sea. The water reliability problem in Southern California that we can alleviate. The preservation of the environment. A climate change legacy worthy of a progressive state like California. A public policy choice that sets the stage for victory. Remember that old movie, Victory at Sea? Victory at the Salton Sea. So to wrap up, I promise. In January, I said to your board that we could live with an incremental approach to solving this problem at the Salton Sea, but we could not accept an incremental vision. It is time that kills projects, and time is clearly no friend to the Salton Sea. What we need now is achievable goals, measurable results, and both have to fit in to an overarching plan. That sort of plan, that vision of what restoration looks like, isn't something you can arrive at in increments unless those increments add up to a coherent whole. I said before that 2016 would be, in our view, the proving ground of whether or not we make it to 2017. We filed our petition with your board because we were serious, and we remain so. In many ways, we've never been closer to a viable solution to this problem that has vexed water agencies and policymakers for too long. But as you can see, the actual progress on the ground is not very much different from when we talked to you a year ago. So in that respect, we're still 1,000,000 miles away. That divergence between being so close to a mutual victory, at least in terms of a roadmap going forward, and the paucity of actual projects on the ground, on the exposed lake bed, that's the distance that we have to close. And I look to your board to help us do it. I thank you for staying with it, as I said before. And amazingly, I turn the balance of my time over to Mr. Cordova.
Can I ask you before you do that, can you go into a little bit of detail, not too much, about the request for proposals that that you have put into your letter?
That's actually the County of Imperial's proposal, and
Oh, okay.
Mr. Cordova can speak to it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon, board members and Chairman Marcus. I appreciate the time here today. I'm here on behalf of the County of Imperial as its CEO, and I offer the following with regards to the report on Salton Sea projects. Well, I truly appreciate the efforts made in the development of that report, including those efforts of the Natural Resources Agency and other stakeholders. Quite frankly, the project implementation dates reported simply do not meet expectations. I sat earlier today reviewing some of my notes from past meetings and began thinking about the Salton Sea Task Force Agency Actions document released last October. One of the task force actions asked the Natural Resources Agency to accelerate project implementation and delivery. As Assistant Secretary Bruce Wilcox stated earlier today, we need to get something done now. That's a direct quote. We couldn't agree more. The county couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, we don't see it here in this report. Although perhaps defined as shovel-ready, the projects failed to meet the C's immediate needs. The report identifies the earliest project construction start date as the last quarter of 2016, and that's the Red Hill Bay project that only covers 420 acres. The next project is the Species Conservation Habitat Phase 1, and that project covers 640 acres, and that has its challenges and is expected to begin construction in the first quarter of 2017, far behind the reported start date of actually this month, April of 2016. And by the way, these aren't new projects. These projects have been in the pipeline for some time now. And I'm not saying that as a criticism. I'm saying that as an acknowledgement that these projects take time. They really do, and we know that. But we still need immediate action at the sea. Other anticipated construction start dates identified in the report are listed as 2018 and 2019. It's just not acceptable. Even if all the timelines are met, and it was reported here earlier today, there will be thousands of acres, 17,000 acres of land, exposed playa, left unmitigated at the sea. That 17,000 acres, I was looking through the internet real quick, equates to half the size of San Francisco, the city and county of San Francisco. That's huge. In light of all this, and out of necessity and an extreme desire to ensure public health in Imperial County, the county would like to offer up a simple proposal, a proposal we believe that will not only meet task force actions, but the immediate needs and expectations of Salton Sea stakeholders. A proposal that will provide for essential, true short-term projects and provide critical, immediate
results. A proposal consistent, I believe, with the report with respect to the identified areas not designated for habitat cells at page 11. And I'll read it to you. The report states these areas will be evaluated for potential PM emissions, and if deemed emissive, will be treated with a PM suppression methodology. The evaluation process for determining additional procedures for evaluating emissive soils and the process for evaluating BACM is currently under development. The thought is the issue in RFP to private landowners or to just landowners to develop new air quality mitigation measures and other test projects to meet BACM on their land. These measures, consistent with the new or newly adopted APC Rule 804 that Brad earlier had discussed with you, could include, and he went through the list, I'll just go through a couple of them right now, surface roughening, moat and road, vegetation enhancement, as well as any other well-reasoned, scientific-based dust suppression methodology to cover the exposed playa. We need to give people the opportunity to do that, to develop what is best for their land at the sea. This RFP solution would provide an additional tool in the mitigation toolbox. Again, that's what Brad said, and it's with respect to the new Rule 804, which we believe will significantly be less expensive, would eliminate continued delay, and most importantly, providing needed immediate action. Don't interpret this, though, or offer in any way to release the state from its obligation at the sea. In Imperial County, we try to do the best we can. We're considered a self-help county. As a matter of fact, just recently and not too long ago, the county issued RFPs. We developed a program and implemented a public benefit renewable energy program to assist the conversion of ag land to solar. We see this as much the same. That program includes an agricultural as well as a community benefit component. Via an RFP process in the county, we were able to contribute, and we're continuing with the RFP process, significant resources to much needed ag and community projects. One is the County of Imperial committed significant funding to reopen a beef processing plant in Imperial County, which will provide hundreds of jobs to the local community, support our agriculture, and create revenue for the county. And this is through the program that we developed in Imperial County and implemented. One other thing, as the report points out, a hindrance for shovel-ready projects is a requirement to, quote, coordinate and negotiate with private landowners. We believe a program like this, providing for funding for local projects, could help eliminate and resolve that issue. During a local Salton Sea workshop on April 11th, hosted by the county and IID, numerous residents stood up and asked for immediate action. And we believe this RFP effort would help with that immediate action and produce immediate results. I was telling Kevin earlier today, you know what, there's many words have described what needs to be done at the Salton Sea. I can only think of one: action. Earlier, and member Spivey Weber indicated that this next quarterly board meeting on this, that, and I don't want to quote, but there must be clarity. We also believe there must be clarity. Clarity on efforts to move forward is absolutely, without a doubt, necessary. And last but not least, and I'm going to take you up on your offer, Chairman Marcus, I invite this board to conduct its next meeting at the Salton Sea so that you can feel, touch, smell the sea, experience what the sea has to offer and its challenges on a daily basis. I was thinking about that earlier, and I thought, well, the next one would be July. But that's okay. It's a little warm. It's a little warm, but you know what? The sea is very accommodating, and every facility out in Imperial County has air conditioning, so we can definitely accommodate a meeting. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I think we've all been there, haven't we? At least many times, but we'll take that under advisement. It's always a good idea.
Could I ask about the RFP a little further? So in reading the letter, talk about state funding for, like you said, the ag land public benefit approach, you could get a solar revenue that kind of helps sustain those type of conversions, create incentive. In your letter, though, you just mentioned state funding. Have you spoken with Assistant Secretary Wilcox about the flexibility within, the funding that's been made available through Prop 1, or you have other ideas on applying some kind of state funding source? Which one would it be? And how do you create then a sustainable self-funding system where you convert exposed playa to effectively dust suppressed systems?
To be honest with you, no. The report came out in second week of of April. We thought about it. We had our April 11th workshop. We wanted to listen to what the public had to say and what people had. We took a lot of what that was, and on the 12th, we actually developed this letter and put it in. It hasn't been vetted out totally, and I can sit up here and say Prop 1 funds, we can go through that whole process. We don't believe, though, that there's a lot of money that needs to be put into such a program. Quite frankly, we believe that this program would eventually end up paying for itself. It's going to develop, we hope, projects that would be included in that toolbox. And once you develop a project, once you develop a program that's consistent with the needs of APCD, the needs to suppress dust out there, it's going to be thrown in the toolbox, and we think that that would be used by many others in the area to suppress dust. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like it's real simple, but quite frankly, we think it is. We think we can do this and encourage the landowners down there, the private landowners, to engage in, as a proactive way, dust suppression now. Because if we have to wait, and it has to come from some of the landowners down there, it may not be done until they have to do it. We want to do it proactively, and we believe, as we talk through this program, that it can be done proactively. It can be done now and not have to wait. Start the process now and not have to wait.
There's private landowners of, what will be exposed playa.
Yes, sir. And I apologize, I didn't bring the map with me, but most of the landowners are on the, if you will, edge of the sea, and as we talk about a smaller sustainable sea, as the sea recedes, that land in some areas will be the first exposed land. So we're thinking of this as a proactive measure to encourage the landowners to do something today.
Might you look at JPA money as well?
We've talked a lot about the different monies, and quite frankly, I don't want to say which pot we're looking or how it would work, because it hasn't been vetted out well enough yet, and I apologize for that. But that's just a thought that we had, and again, we believe that it could provide for immediate action at the sea.
At some point, I'm going to want Bruce and Brad to come back and talk about it, because Bruce, you and I have talked about dust suppression and pilot projects for a long, long time. Do you want to just give a short form where you are? This is a perfect thing to report back on the next time in a more complete. Actually, I know you have to consult with people too.
Yeah, we do, but one of the things we might look at is that NRCS grant, as I remember, and I've just read through it once, as I remember it had some air quality mitigation potential in it too. So I think that makes some level of sense, and I think either Prop 1 or this NRCS grant or something else is, JPA money has a lot of restrictions on it, but some of the other stuff, I think this is a step in the right direction. I think we do need to move forward with projects like this. They're a little simpler. We can get them on the ground. They're covered under existing environmental documentation, and we can actually move forward. So commend the county for thinking of that.
And while you're there, why don't you just stay right there, because one of the things that got submitted with the letter from the county IAD was a metrics for success. And there are a number of items in terms of primary goals. There's human health and air quality, habitat for fish and wildlife that depend on the sea, water quality, and feasibility. And then under secondary goals, climate change mitigation and adaptation and economic development. Do you, I assume you have looked at this. Is this something that you can see as some of the measures that we might use, or might there be additional measures?
I think those are pretty good metrics. I quite frankly think there might be a few additional ones. I think we need to sit down and think through that. But one of the things we've tried to do, and I think this is really the Salton Sea Authority's mantra, is projects have to have multiple benefits. And so if you could build a large enough area for recreation in a lake that would develop some level of economic impact, that should be considered. It's not necessarily a primary goal of the state, but it should be considered. So I thought in general those metrics are fine. The devil's always in the details. But
your various committees, including the Environmental Committee on this, are your committees grappling with this sort of thing and working on it in some short-range time frame? Because I share the urgency.
As do I, share the urgency. I understand completely. We just got that metric, I don't know, last week, I think, or something. The IAD and the county were kind enough to share it with us ahead of time, or just about release time. So I think that is one of the things that we'll take up with the committees as we move forward with the next meetings.
If I may, that metric, those public policy goals that I think are indisputable, those should have been in place before we ever got to this point with these committees. And it's not Bruce Wilcox's fault, because he's, I mean, to my mind, he's a one-man band already. But those kinds of public policy level goals, these committees, this organizational chart, it may be that I've become so jaundiced and cynical about this problem at the Salton Sea that I don't tolerate it very well. But it seems to me if you're going to bring people together to deal with this very serious problem, you ought to know what it is you're trying to correct. And air impacts ought to be the top of the list.
And I think that's one of the reasons that we don't have any quarrels with the metrics. I mean, a lot of what was in that is things we're already considering at some level. I do appreciate the fact that somebody took the time to write them down and develop them a little bit more. But I think those are kind of some of the, we've known about the air quality and the human health issues and the wildlife issues for some time.
Well, and we've talked about them a lot. I think all the more reason to be able to articulate and in a written short form format what the goals are and where we're going. It's very hard to just talk about the stuff. That's not where we need to be at ASAP.
Oh, this is very helpful, I think, what they put together.
Thank you to the Water Board again.
Thank you. Bring it to this crucially important issue. Let's move on to the panel number 3, the environmental NGOs. It seems only yesterday.
Is it on?
Just pull it closer. Is it on?
Now it's on, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
Thanks for continuing to focus attention on this. I think there's nothing like a deadline and a workshop to really motivate the parties to come up with some of the reports. I think it was very useful for AB 1095 to, again, require a listing of the projects to date. So I'm going to, I think, very quickly summarize some of our key points from our long letter. Try not to be too unreasonable, but that's kind of why I'm here.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Michael Cohen with the Pacific Institute. So this first slide up here is the agency actions. This was, I think, a huge step forward for doing a number of things, including focusing governor level attention on the Salton Sea, but also laying out a couple of very specific goals, measurable, quantifiable goals for habitat and air quality projects. So this highlighted one on the bottom there is 9 to 12,000 acres of habitat and dust suppression efforts. So it's just the... so this is something we can measure this recent shovel-ready report against. So this just came out, I guess, about 10 days ago now. And this is just a graphic I put together, similar, based on the text in the report. There's a figure, I think on page 4 of this report that lists the start or the construction dates, does not include the specific acreages, so I just kind of combined those. And I think it's important to keep in mind the various challenges in moving this forward, but also keep in mind the amount of acreage we're talking about at the Salton Sea. What I should have done at the bottom here was to say, as was mentioned previously, the amount of acreage that's exposed in this time frame. So using 2003 as a baseline, there's roughly 17,000 acres of land exposed. Just from 2018 to 2020, we're going to see about 10,000 acres of land exposed at the Salton Sea as the mitigation waters go away and the water transfers ramp up. So in that time, we're going to see somewhere around 2,000 acres, maybe 1,200 acres of habitat constructed. So on the one hand, it's very encouraging to see these projects starting to move forward. On the other hand, it's a little frustrating that we're not even keeping pace with the amount of land exposed at the Salton Sea. So ultimately, I think one of the big challenges, certainly for the environmental community, and our request to you is to maintain the sense of urgency. We've heard that time and again already this afternoon, that some things are starting to move forward, but perhaps the rate of change is not sufficient to meet the very clear needs at the Salton Sea. So a couple key points. One, we're very pleased with the new Assistant Secretary, Bruce. I think, frankly, works too hard. When we're getting emails from him at 6 a.m. on a regular basis, he sends out emails on Sundays. I think that points really to the need for additional support. So Kevin mentioned this is a one-man band, and certainly there's a lot of staff assigned to work on the Salton Sea, but Bruce really, I think, does more than he should. That we need to get some additional support out there. Some of that's detailed in our letter. We need to specifically get a project manager out there to make sure that all these various projects are being tracked, that specific milestones, similar to some of the metrics that the county and IID put together, are being tracked, who's assigned to those, when are those deliverables due, and I think that's, again, a useful role for the board to play to getting regular report backs. And we listed in our letter a number of specific reports that I think would be useful, again, to maintain this focus and using deadlines as a motivator to generate this information. And recognizing that there's a real tension there. On the one hand, we're repeatedly banging the drum of urgency, and on the other hand saying, oh, by the way, do some additional work. But I think a little sunshine is helpful. These deadlines are helpful to say, we need to get this information out. I learned quite a bit today in some of these previous presentations about the various projects that are moving forward, which I hadn't heard about. So additional sunlight, the state's new website is increasing the amount of information that's being dispersed. That's also very helpful. But we need to get, I think, a regular channels of information to get out there, and there needs to be regular reporting. So it may be useful for the legislature to have another shovel-ready report or a similar report requirement for maybe early next year to say, what's the progress on these specific projects? And then getting reports perhaps from the board to say, what are the goals and objectives? So we heard from the previous panel that there's a couple of general goals out there. There's a number of goals in statute, but there's not a clear indication on within the Salton Sea Management Program itself what those goals are, what the shorter term objectives, and again, what these metrics are so we can start measuring how far things are moving along. There's a couple other key, I think, rate limiters at the Salton Sea. The first of those is financing. So a financing report, the Salton Sea Authority has helped develop some of those initial options, but we need to get a clear sense, how much is this going to cost? What are the expenditures going to be on over even just these 5 years for these particular projects? How much more money is going to be needed to meet these particular gaps? And what are additional funding sources that may be available or that should be pursued? The other key question I think that faces the state is, what's the state role moving forward? Is it more oversight, or is it going to be actual operations? And determining who owns the water that flows into the Salton Sea and who's going to manage that water may require some specific agreements or contracts between IID, it's IID's drainage water. But how do we ensure that whatever the habitat needs and the air quality needs are going to be met? Again, this is potentially a role for either the state board or simply some role that the state helps negotiate between IID and without the heavy hand of regulation or new rulemaking above them, but to come into some agreement to ensure that these projects that are funded by the state actually have sufficient water to operate moving forward. And then the letter talks a little bit about some baseline data that we still don't have. What's the hydrologic model? What's the salinity going to be at the Salton Sea? These basic things we need to look at moving forward. So realizing that the time is short, I'm going to pass it along to Kim and Andrea. This is Andrea Jones from Audubon. We regret that our initial panel had to change a little bit. There's a number of assembly hearings, so thank you for your flexibility.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to Audubon talk about the Salton Sea. As you know, one of our main interests in the Salton Sea is because of the bird populations and its critical place in the Pacific Flyway. And we're interested in creating a plan that addresses a smaller, sustainable sea that supports the wildlife populations and also addresses the health of the local communities because of the impending dust mitigation issues. And in order to look at the bird populations, Bruce Wilcox asked us, as well as my colleagues here, asked us if we could come up with some numbers of what habitat acres were needed to maintain the various bird populations of the Salton Sea. This work was initially done in 2005 by Point Blue Conservation Science, and we've taken on this work again using new data and new models that are available, as well as new layers and new information on salinity and Landsat imagery and things like that. And we're creating a modeling process that will help us determine what types of acres we need to support the different populations of birds at the sea during their life cycle. So for instance, we'll be looking at how many acres of open water habitat are needed, how many acres of wetlands habitat are needed, things like that. And we're looking at how to create these habitats and maintain them in the long term, not just for next year or in 5 years, but in 10 and 20 years. So we're calling these habitat acres, and this is a process that we use at Owens Lake, where we determine the amounts of acres and the conditions of the habitat that you need to maintain the bird populations. And once you have that information, you can inform the process. So our goal is to front-end the process and be able to provide the process with the information on how many acres we need, so that as projects are proposed and are built, they're going against this number of the total number of acres we need in the long term.
When do you think you'll have that model done?
Our plan is to have that. We just met yesterday with Point Blue. We've recontracted Point Blue and our own science team, and we plan to have that done in September, October of this year. Yes, we're working as fast as we can. And again, the goal is to be able to inform the process. And so you have almost like a balance sheet. So every time a project is proposed, whether it's a dust mitigation project or solely a habitat project, that you see if you're meeting the eventual needs of the wildlife. And we'll also be providing that information to the Science Committee, the Dust Mitigation Committee, and the hydrology experts, because that information can then be used to determine how much water you need to maintain these acres of habitat. And the second thing I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about is our experience at Owens Lake and the stakeholder process we're involved with there. We support Bruce and his team, and we think that they've accomplished a lot, but as my colleague Mike said, Bruce is getting stretched very thin, and the process we implemented at Owens Lake was very successful. It was a stakeholder-driven process with a variety of committees, much like we're seeing now at the Salton Sea. But the reason, and I think the sole reason that it was successful, was because we had an external facilitator hired. We hired the Center for Collaborative Policy, and their role was to set agendas, determine what was in those agendas, how often the committees should meet, make sure the committees were talking to each other, and keep the long-term vision in the front of everyone's minds. So they worked with all the logistics, and I've outlined the process, and I can provide that information to you if you need it. But my worry is that there's too much work to be done by one person, and right now the committees, there's no process for the committees to learn from each other. For instance, the Dust Mitigation Committee needs to be talking to the Science and Habitat Group to make sure that where possible, dust mitigation projects also provide habitat values and look at the issues such as the BACM. So I think this is it's a short-term financial investment that will have a long-term gain, and especially considering the timeline that we're looking at for the Salton Sea.
Who paid for the facilitator at Owens?
It was LA Department of Water and Power, and it was about $100,000. And we had the facilitator retained for several years. And I can't emphasize how important that was in keeping everyone moving forward. And it's also important that they were an independent third party, so they were able to hear out all of the different groups independently and address their needs and concerns in a bipartisan fashion.
I guess I agree with you. I see this, because we've seen this in other processes where they're quite complex, and if you are dealing with complexity, sometimes having facilitator is really, really helpful. But it's often privately funded. It's not a state. In fact, the state doesn't do it that well, in my opinion, in general. Sometimes we do, but in general we don't. And so we'll be looking for your ideas as to where we might get some private funding for something like this.
Okay, I'd be happy to talk to you about that. I'll turn it over to Kim.
So good afternoon. My name is Kim Delfino, and I'm the California Program Director for Defenders of Wildlife. And I've been sort of assigned the cleanup spot here on our panel. So I want to highlight a few things. First, I wanted to reinforce what Andrea was saying here about the facilitator role. I do think that that's important. The funding issue is definitely a real issue. I think we can think about maybe some finding private funding as a way of moving this forward. But, you know, just the logistics of interfacing between all the various committees, making sure that they're meeting and that they're producing minutes and that there's an back and forth between them is really important. I mean, there has been a number of meetings of the Long Range Planning Committee, but I also sit on the Environmental Compliance Committee, and unless I missed something, I don't think we've met yet. So, you know, there are a lot of, we kind of had to go, I think, with this planning effort, unfortunately, from 0 to 100 very quickly. Bruce and the team that works with him at DWR and at DFW and at Resources, they can only do so much. And so I think the recommendations that we're offering in terms of a project manager and a facilitator is really to try to help continue to move this very complex effort forward among a wide variety of stakeholders who have very, very different views in many respects on what should happen at the end of the day. And I just think it would be very helpful. I also would agree with Board Member Diadamo's recommendation about accountability, having the Water Board here set requests for the agency, for Bruce and his team to come back and give you very specific reports. I don't want to, I think there's a fine line here to be walked in terms of Bruce and his team getting work done, and then us making him tell us about the work that he's doing, which also takes time, and I do want to be sensitive to that. But I do think that having some accountability of actual deliverables to be brought back is important. And we have seen here where requests have been made about org charts and things like that have actually produced results, and I think that that's important. I also wanted to highlight this issue that came out, I think, in the discussion about the fact that we're not ramping up projects fast enough, honestly, to address the fact that we will have a receding sea starting in 2017. And we can bend time and space. Well, actually we can't. So we're not going to get habitat out, and we're not going to get these types of projects out fast enough. The receding sea will outstrip our ability to get projects out because we have started so late in this process. So there is going to be this tension I see emerging between how we're going to be dealing with air quality impacts and also being able to address habitat needs. And I really, really strongly urge that there start to be a discussion about how we're going to bridge that. Because as sitting here as Defenders of Wildlife, obviously I care very much about making sure that whatever sustainable sea we produce at the end of the day provides for habitat for migratory birds, because those birds don't have very many places to go anymore, and this is kind of one of their important spots. But at the same time, as a human being and a mother, and having spent a lot of time down in the Salton Sea area, we cannot ignore the fact that the air quality problems are going to be significant. So I think we have to have a conversation about what is going to be done in the short term to address air quality, moat and row, or spraying a surfactants, or putting gravel down. How is that going to be compatible with coming in later to perhaps do other types of more habitat-friendly mitigation? I think I don't want to set it up where we're coming in and opposing some kind of air quality technique when that's not our interest to do that. But at the same time, I want to make sure that money's not being spent on an air quality technique that could then be detrimental to eventually having a more sustainable, habitat-friendly technique.
You want to prioritize the no regrets.
Exactly.
Interim
And we don't
actions that don't interfere with the ability to do a better multi-benefit approach with time.
Right. And we have seen where that has been done poorly at Owens Lake, where a lot of money was spent on activity, anyways, it's just a conversation I think that needs to be had sooner rather than later. And I think we'd be very interested in talking to the county about their RFP and with the Air Pollution Control District about what they're looking at is for best available control measures. So I think I just wanted to highlight that. I also
Seems
want to...
like also it's resonant with the idea of a vision or a roadmap, really a map, frankly. If you got a sense of where the receding sea is going to be, what are some brainstormed ideas on how you deploy reaction?
Right.
With an RFP tool or any kind of Prop 1.
Or if you're doing an RFP tool as a short-term effort and say it's moat and row, well, we actually were talking about there's issues about bird conflicts. Sometimes there's baby birds that get run over. I mean, there's the things that we have to think about. Again, not to be a roadblock to getting good air quality out on the ground, but just not avoiding unnecessary conflict, because we don't want to see that happening.
So it's almost like, well, I was just suggesting, I think we've made progress since the last workshop on having more of a roadmap.
Yes.
For some conceptual ideas and some beginning pilots that you've laid out here. But it seems like, to your point, there's a need to have a finer resolution, in terms of identifying those type of unintended consequences, and then the lessons learned from Owens Lake and other examples.
Right. We want to see both habitat and air quality issues addressed, and we don't want to see habitat, because of the urgency of the air quality issues, become sort of cast aside, and the Salton Sea become really more of an air quality project and less of addressing the habitat needs, which the birds, again, I cannot emphasize it enough, they don't have any other place to go. So they really do need to have some amount of habitat down there. The other point I want to talk about is this, and it came up in the discussion about the air quality, but I think it's applicable throughout, and that is getting an MOU in place between the federal and state government before the end of this current federal administration. It would be good to get a report back, maybe from the Resources Agency or the governor's office. I imagine the conversations perhaps are happening more at the governor's office level, about how the discussion is going, and that the MOU not just be focused on Department of Interior and the discussions with Bureau of Reclamation, but also they would include the Department of Defense, both because of the fact that there is air defense lands down there, but that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is a really important partner in getting these projects moving forward expeditiously. And so I think, for our perspective, that MOU is really critical in terms of permitting, getting compliance work done quickly and efficiently, looking at how to prioritize, looking at funding and maybe some staff support from the federal government, Those are all, and getting firmer commitments from the federal government about air quality and habitat and how we're dealing with those issues. I think that's really going to be important, and we haven't quite seen where, I think that there are conversations happening, but it would be good to get a report back again because we're sort of heading into the waning days of the Obama administration, and it's becoming a pressing priority. And then the last thing I just wanted to highlight, and Mike already talked about getting a long-term financing plan together, but I do think it's going to be important as we move forward to get greater clarity about where the Prop 1 money is, how it's specifically going to be spent, because frankly, that's our only pot of money right now that we have available. And it would be good to have a clearer idea. I know that there was the list of the shovel-ready projects, but what wasn't clear about was will that $80 million pay for all of those shovel-ready projects? What's the gap? Is that $80 million going somewhere else? How are we, really spending that money out? What's the, yes, it's a 3-year, the plan is to spend it out over a 3-year timeline. Is that realistic? Those are really important questions. I know $80 million is not enough. So we would be glad to have more, but that pot of money is pretty well, I'd say, distributed out. So we do need to know where that $80 million is going. And then obviously we need to have a clear idea moving forward is, well, once you spend out the $80 million, how are we getting to pay, whatever that shortfall might be? Does the $80 million only pay for 2,000 acres? I don't know. And then how are we planning on finding money to do the rest? Those conversations are also incredibly urgent, as it seems like with everything to do with this particular project. So with that being said, I think, again, we do appreciate the fact that the Water Board has taken this on and had these ongoing oversight role, appreciate the hearings. We know how busy your schedule is, given all the other water issues in the state of California. We also appreciate the amount of work that the state with Bruce and Kaylee and that team. This is not any kind of negative indictment of their work. They're doing the best that they can. We know that. This is more about how we're going to address this very important issue, given that we're, essentially starting to run out of time. So thank you.
I have a quick question. You were one of the most eloquent speakers last time about the need for a short-term, medium-term, and long-term view. How do you feel about how that ought to be presented and displayed? I mean, I have a bias for critical path, and I like metrics and all of that in something like this, even if it's tentative, just so you can visually see how these things might go, and everybody can see the things they care about in some way, shape, or form, whether it's tied to a committee or this, they know where to invest their energy. But this is better than it was last time, to be sure, but how do you feel about it?
Well, we're slowly moving in the right direction, but we're not there yet. I feel like we've got maybe some meat on the bones about short term, but even that is a bit vague. Yeah, we would love to see short, medium, and long. I kind of feel like, as the time window starts to shrink, we're becoming more managing in crisis management. So it's kind of like, well, it'd be great to be thinking about the medium and the long term, but now we just have to sort of deal with the issue du jour. So I would love to see short, medium, and long term. I don't know how they're going to do all of this in the amount of time that we have, but to the degree that they can give us some boundaries around it, it would be helpful. Like, for example, on the habitat part, Audubon is going to be doing a huge amount of work to update those numbers. Those numbers are going to provide a lot of detail, but we do have some boundaries in terms of 12,000 acres till 2020, 25,000 acres 2025, and frankly, from the environmental community, we want to see between 30 and 50,000 acres potentially at the long-term side of this. But there's no clear agreement on what a long-term plan should be, so that does make it a little difficult to start working your way back from that. So it is just one of the conundrums I think we're currently finding ourselves in at the moment.
Bruce, I'm not going to make you come back at each panel. We'll save it for at the end, unless someone has a pressing question. Thank you. Very thoughtful comments, thoughtful presentation. We're scheduled to take a break next. With people's permission, I'm going to keep going. All right? You guys, okay? Are you okay? Okay. We're going to move now to the community and media panel. Afternoon.
Push your button on
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I can see that works.
I believe we have a video queuing up.
Oh, okay, great.
Good afternoon. My name is Kerry Morrison. I'm the Executive Director of the Eco Media Compass. Thank you so much for seeing us today. I think deep down one of the reasons I got involved in this project is when I was 6 years old, my mother was hospitalized and for a lung condition. And every day for 6 months, my father went an hour to San Diego to visit her in the hospital, and she never came out. And this is a very real issue that is going to affect so many people throughout Southern California. And I think about the most important thing is the people and animal life. What is the price of life? And these are some of the people that are truly concerned, want to help, but these are the people that live at the Salton Sea. Please play the video.
You can't have urban growth. You can't have growth. You can't. Nothing can happen. So
Can we turn it
once
up a
you
little
do
bit?
that, eliminate the dust, and you can problems. Imperial County has massive health problems with asthma.
Can you start over,
And
please? The first
children
thing you
are
said was
really susceptible to problems, especially the dust. Nothing will happen in the Salton Sea area without a sustainable shoreline. You can't have urban growth. You can't have growth. You can't. Nothing can happen. So once you do that, eliminate the dust, and you cure a lot of health problems. Imperial County has massive health problems with asthma. And children are really susceptible to problems, especially the dust exposure. The fish are dying by the millions per year. The birds are dying by the thousands per year, and there's lots of reasons that is happening. A lot of it is basically our neglect.
This is our office in Salton City. Can we turn the light down? Just one if possible. Please.
I mean, there's absolutely no way to replace something like this. If you let it go now, getting back into this is not going to be, it's almost impossible. So you got to take action right now.
We all know it's part of a flyway for the birds and everything. But again, I think it means more than that because of the reasons that we're losing it. To me, is a reflection of us slowly losing our human rights and pursuit for happiness and a better life.
SWRCB! Really enjoy it here at the Salton Sea, enjoying the great weather, and I really love the smooth air here at the sea. I've been here a few years and love it. I hope it never goes away.
This is part of our community, and it shows diversity not only in geography but the people. So we want to save the Salton Sea. Save the Salton Sea! Woo!
No, when I was out on Laguna Salada yesterday looking around, I thought, wow, this place is beautiful. It's spectacularly beautiful, but it's also really dead. You know, there are dead sticks on the ground. You can see where the water used to be, but no longer is. And having that experience and having the Eco Media Compass folks that we're traveling with say, hey, this could be the future of the Salton Sea. That visual is something that you can't really put into words. It's really hard to understand unless you've been there and you've felt it.
We must save the Salton Sea, not only for our communities, but for the future generations that will inherit this place.
Save our sea!
were just amazed by how many birds there were.
We could hear the beating of the wings and even see the wind created by the bird wings on the water. It was incredible. The people were so encouraging and supportive of us, helpful in lots of ways. Whenever we needed help, people were happy to do so.
Save our sea! 1, 2, 3.
So there has been some great progress this last year. This is Boner Harbor boat opening.
And as we are at the visitor center, we see approximately between 150 to 200 people come to the visitor center to learn about the sea, and they're not all local. They come from other countries, they come from other states, and of course they come from California. We do a Discover Kids Camp. It's like a mini camp for children, and we have Pelican Days to bring people to the sea. We had the sea athletes come out. They had Hawaiian outrigger races in February, and people are starting to realize they can enjoy the sea and it's not contaminated. And
I think you're going to have fun tonight. Do you need me to help you getting people?
We really don't know what will bring the people to the Salton Sea State Recreation Area if the sea is dry.
Hey guys, I'm Katie Cleary and I'm Kristen Renson from World Animal News, and we want you to save our sea.
We are sending out an SOS to save the Salton Sea. We just wanted to let you know we're here for the North Shore Extreme. We just did an awesome 5-mile race. We had an awesome time out there. It was beautiful. It was an awesome day.
It was great.
Yeah, we can't get enough of it. So, hope to be back soon. Save the Salton Sea.
Salton Sea Walk.
My favorite moment was getting back on the water after we had to get off for 2 days due to dust storms.
Por todos los que vivimos aquí y los que visitan este lugar, por favor, tratemos de ayudar para salvar el lago. Okay?
So it's the North Shore Extreme.
I'm really passionate about this area. It's beautiful. It's amazing landscape. There's agriculture here, and there's so much opportunity here, and I just wanted to take part.
So we're at the groundbreaking for the Red Hill Merino Wetlands Project. They are actually digging new wetlands here, so this is so exciting to see. Many of the leading groups at the Salton Sea came out to support this wonderful groundbreaking, and a lot of smiles, congratulations, and soon some happy birds.
Good job, Imperial County Irrigation.
So it is important to me to see this happen because it's going to be a change for humanity in a positive direction.
Angry. I become very angry when I take a look at the Salton Sea and see what is happening.
IID and Imperial County primarily decided that the state wasn't living up to its obligations at the Salton Sea, which I think is a reasonable decision on their part. So they filed a petition with the State Water Board that said, in essence, State of California, you promised to restore the Salton Sea, you haven't. That puts the QSA at risk, that puts the water transfer at risk, that puts the 4.4 million acre feet settlement at risk.
And the people.
And the people.
As it dries up, it's going to cause a lot of illnesses, birth defects, learning disabilities, cancer, lung disease, allergies, sinus, headaches. Who knows? If the Salton Sea continues to be the way it's going and it dries up, it's going to affect all of California.
And what people in Palm Springs don't realize is if this place dries up, they're going to get a lot of dust their way, and then it's going to be too late to save it.
Another afternoon at the office. It's usually quite pretty.
It's starting to burn my face and eyes. I got to get inside.
I think the message from a lot of other people is going to be, hurry up.
There's a really powerful politics of kind of being there and seeing a place firsthand to really get a sense of it. And if that experience can be had by as many people as possible, if you can create that emotional connection to a place, I think that's a really powerful thing.
So we need everyone to come out here and let their voice be heard. This is very important to all of us.
Printed Sunday, April 28th, 2002.
predicting the future for Imperial County as a result of the water transfer, and the benefits of the water transfer. How it would provide $50 million annually to develop our economy. It would create new jobs.
I live in this community.
A diversified economy, giving Imperial Valley residents, they can make desired improvements to our communities, compensating IID and growers, and allowing Imperial Valley to shape its own water destiny. These are all the bullet points in this article. I have before me West Shores News, January 2013. Our paper is now defunct, no longer in print. Oh, here we go. Salton Sea Beach Marina, closed. Johnson's Landing boat launch, closed. Hardware store, closed. Rancho La Playa, closed. Our Health and Ed Center, closed. Boys and Girls Club, closed. Bank, gone. Communities decimated. Thank you, water transfer.
Close to 10 years ago, a $9.8 billion plan was almost passed to restore the Salton Sea. We have on the table now about $80 million. That's less than 1/100th of what we knew it would have taken 10 years ago to do a good job fixing it. That's cute, but it's nowhere close to enough. We do need to immediately move forward on the short term, medium term, and have a great roadmap for long term. But we need more funding immediately. Thank you so much. And I believe next is Angela. There's the PowerPoint. I think it's called Life at the Salton Sea. I hope so. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Oh. Okay. Hi, my name is Angela Jaramillo. I'm a resident photographer from the Salton Sea. Well, where to begin? This has been a very wonderful experience being here, so thank you very much for having me here speak today. I had never heard of the Salton Sea until about 2012. I was raised in Northern California in Marin County and have never ever heard of that area in my life. The first time I had stepped foot at the Salton Sea, I was honestly shocked that anybody would want to live there. I looked at the place and my first initial thought was, wow, it's hot, there's a lot of flies, and this sun is intense. And well, a few months later, in August, hottest time of the year, I found myself moving there. It was a place I never imagined myself being, and in all honesty, I thought, well, this is going to be a great photo op, if nothing less. If I don't take anything away from this journey in my life, this is going to be an amazing photo opportunity. Well, sorry, forgetting about my slide. This was the neighborhood I moved into. This was one of the first mornings that I had spent at the sea. I remember looking out my kitchen window and just being in complete awe. I had never seen anything so beautiful. I'd never experienced a sunrise so up close and seemingly personal. It was honestly as amazing as meeting the people within that neighborhood, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. I would frequently go on morning walks. This was how I was just able to deal with the geographical shock, and I wanted to learn about where I was at. These morning walks became my favorite thing to do. I would get up early, right before the sun would rise. And when you do that at the sea, you get to experience the neon colors that only last for a few minutes. They occur very quickly. And once the sun is out, you just have this beautiful glow all over the scene. Along with the neon colors, I would be able to observe the flight patterns of the birds, just feel the warm air run across my face, and actually get to hear the crackling of the ground beneath my feet. These walks were absolutely amazing, and I feel like I was gifted with this time in my life where I was able to do more self-reflection than I think a lot of people get to experience in their whole lifetime. The cloudy days, they were some of my favorites, I must say. When you have the sun out for a good 365 days of the year, to experience some cloudy days was really great. Not only was it just nice to have a cloud cover, but it really created a dramatic feel to what's usually a very calm landscape. And in noticing it, just every day when I would walk, I would just think about the environment I'm walking in and why is it here? What are its uses for? And why is this place the way it is? Why is it just being let go to waste? I didn't understand it. And so with such few cloudy days, it was always a thought in my mind, why aren't there more solar panels around here? Why isn't solar energy really being utilized to its fullest in this area? And so again, it's just the sun was a great, I learned how much the sun is a great resource in areas like the Salton Sea where it just does not go away. Bird watching. As time went on, I would catch myself actually bird watching. I never did this before. I mean, there was plenty of things as a photographer and just as a nature lover that I had interest in, but really paying attention to the birds so closely was not one of them. And as the seasons changed, you would see the different birds come in and out of the sea. You would get to see different species utilize different areas of the sea. And you would get to see the change in their flight patterns. And that in itself gave me a whole new appreciation for the area. Desert sunsets. Wow, what a gift it is for anybody who gets to experience this place for an extensive period of time. It is a gift at the beginning of every day and at the end of every day to have that sunrise and the sunsets. The sunsets were my time to reflect. The sunsets gave me a time to think about the lessons I learned throughout my days, not just from the community, but from the environment. One of the most valuable lessons, although you're probably taught this when you're 5, but learning it again at around 30 years old, is don't judge a book by its cover. You really don't know how many valuable lessons are held within that book. And the community. When I first moved there, again, it was in the middle of summer, so you don't see too many people out. A lot of people are obviously inside with the AC on. But as the months went on, I realized there was a fabulous community, a tight-knit community, and a community that genuinely cared about where they lived and really felt like there was not a voice to hear them. I was gifted with an opportunity to work with Carrie and the Ecomedia Compass to experience firsthand people not realizing that they have a voice or have somebody to hear their voice, to, wow, there's somebody that wants to hear us, and there's somebody that's going to teach us how to go about this. And so to have that exposure was really a valuable lesson for the entire community, just to have somebody like Carrie or somebody to care come in and say, this is what you can do. We're going to teach you how you can do this. It was really great for the young people, for the old people, for the rich, the poor. Everybody reacted the same way, like, wow, let's get back on track here. It was kind of like it lit everybody up. You could see people at these events just get so excited in what was once thought a useless or forgotten cause. So this is the end of my slide, and I just wanted to leave off saying that one of the things that even I learned from the Ecomedia Compass was that although you're able to see the amount of resources within the area, until you're taught, you don't know what those resources can do for the area. And in one of the documentaries I watched, I remembered being told that the Salton Sea can be the first clean energy mecca of the world. That's amazing. Those aren't words to be taken lightly or just to be, oh, that's a nice idea. That is a really huge statement. And after living there, I believe that. I truly believe that. And how cool would it be for California to say, you know what, we host this clean energy mecca, and we are living by example for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you for those wonderful pictures. Reminds one. Who?
It's one of these gentlemen.
Can I just say, as an amateur photographer, I am totally jealous of those photos.
Those were good.
Come on down. And one thing I want to touch on with these events, we're putting together, not just our group, quite a few groups are putting together some amazing outreach events. Bruce and Val are doing a great job at organizing these, reaching out to the community. A lot of people come wanting to help. If we could find some way that they could help, if we could up the way that they can help instead of just receiving information, if there's some more places we can write letters, they can reach out to celebrities, they can reach out to the president. This needs to be much bigger in the public's eye. And Jasmine has put together a postcard campaign. If anyone would like to send a postcard to the president, those are here ready to fill out for you. These kind of things we need to be actively working on outreach if this is going to be louder. Thank you so much.
So my name is Tim Bradley. I'm a faculty member at the University of California at Irvine, and I'm the director of the UC Irvine Salton Sea Initiative. In founding the initiative, which is supported by the provost and the deans at the university, we have been trying to bring together the resources of the faculty and the expertise of the faculty and our students to deal with the myriad of issues at the Salton Sea. And we have really embraced the problems at the Salton Sea as something where the university can make a tremendous contribution to the state of California and to community that we care very much about. We share the concern about moving forward rapidly and dealing with the environmental problems, our water quality issues, environmental justice and economic justice in that area. And I really want to emphasize that we want to put our voice in as well, urging for urgent progress in those areas. But the other thing that I wanted to tell you a little bit about was what the University of California has to offer in this area and what we've been doing recently to help with what we hope are problem-solving areas in the Salton Sea. One thing is that in partnership with the Salton Sea Authority and with the Natural Resources Agency, we've been participating in a grant where we'll be working on water quality issues and water distribution issues related to agriculture, and also working on the marsh building projects there, where we would be doing monitoring. The University of California is, of course, very well positioned to do monitoring, particularly with regard to biological issues, but also water quality issues. So we can provide our expertise there, and we're very happy to do that. Some of our faculty and staff are also involved in the Outreach Advisory Committee that Bruce Wilcox mentioned, and have been participating in that. These are some of our recent PhDs in social sciences who are very interested in helping with this kind of community outreach and community engagement. I and another colleague have been involved in regional planning in the area, and we participated in the Salton Sea Restoration and Renewable Energy Initiative, hopefully providing expertise that helped with the development of that plan. And then, of course, the University of California is always engaged in education, and so our educational engagement has also involved K through 12 in the region, and we've been reaching out to that community. We've provided curriculum development and enrichment for the high schools and middle schools in that region, where the Salton Sea has been incorporated into the core curriculum. So the faculty are still meeting the teachers there are still meeting the core curriculum needs, but the Salton Sea becomes a subject within that core curriculum for STEM and also for history and social science. Then we've also been implementing and guiding field trips where we bring undergraduate and graduate students to the area and lead field trips that enriches the education for the students there. And finally, we've been organizing science fairs, and in some cases we've organized science fairs in school districts that never had a science fair before. So I just wanted to emphasize that the University of California is there to help, that we care deeply about this issue. We think this is a really interesting and important issue for our students to see how government and the private sector and the community addresses these really important environmental and economic issues. And so we feel it's an educational opportunity for our students. It's an opportunity for the University of California to help the state. And I just want to emphasize that we are there and we're working hard to try to help. Thank you.
That's great. I can see opportunities to augment all kinds of projects and people and et cetera. So thank you.
I mentioned that we have a couple of people on the Outreach Advisory Committee. I'm also on the Scientific Advisory Committee, so we're helping in that way too.
I'd imagine
Remarkable resource.
Imagine you may have some graduates that then go on to work in the Salton Sea area. Would that be true?
We have graduate students that are working there on issues related to energy and to some of the construction work. We've had graduate students in the social sciences that are looking at the economic issues of real estate values. And of course, we're also doing biological research there, and we have a public health school of public health, and we're looking at engaging with the Imperial County in that work as well.
Ecology as well?
These students, particularly the social science ones who are in social ecology, and the ones that are working on public outreach, their social ecology background is very helpful in that regard.
Thank you very much.
Romero.
You want to go next?
You guys decide.
On. There you go. Madam Chair, members of the board, buenas tardes. My name is Juan de Lara. I've lived in the Coachella thermal area since 1961, the year I was born. Family got there to the Coachella Valley in the early 50s. I am married. My wife's family got there in 1923. I have 4 children and 3 grandchildren, 2 of which live about 8 miles north of the Salton Sea. Been involved in the Coachella Valley in many ways, everything from Little League Baseball. In fact, you might recognize a couple of names of my former players, Assembly Member Eduardo Garcia and Congressman Raul Ruiz. I've also served on the Coachella City Council, or served on the Coachella City Council for 17 years as a mayor and council member, and was a representative on the Salton Sea Authority Board as a de facto member representing the Coachella Valley Association of Governments Executive Committee. I currently work, so I'm here representing the private sector. Currently work for a company called Federated Insurance. They're based out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Over the last 10 years, they've invested about $70 million in the area. We own 2,700 acres. We farm a little over 1,600 and putting more and more land into production. We have everything from grapes and dates and row crops that we are currently farming, and we also are developing a 5,000 acre master plan new town 17,000 homes, and this is in partnership with the Torres Martinez tribe and 20 other landowners. I'm also here representing the Salton Sea Action Committee, the emphasis in action. I'm the president of the board, and our organization has four major goals. One is community and political advocacy, fundraising, education and outreach, and public-private partnership. The community and political advocacy, our board members are serving on some of the committees that Mr. Wilcox has put together. We go out and we speak before city councils and other politicos and governmental bodies. For example, we participated with the, back about 2 years ago, with the organization, which is Water Education for Latino Leaders. We participated on the tour. And we also provided lunch for them and some refreshments. We provide a lot of funding and resources for special events. Some of the special events you saw in the first video, we supported and participated in those. Our board or our organization wants to be as inclusive as possible, so we have an ex officio board member structure where just about every governmental agency has a seat at the table. We have quarterly meetings, and we spread those out. In fact, our last meeting was at a mobile home park in Salton City. We hope to have our next meeting in June at Bombay Beach at the Veterans Hall there. So we'll be working with the community there. On the fundraising side, we started off with $500, $1,000, $2,000 contributions to the Salton Sea Authority efforts. For example, they needed to pay for a brochure that they were taking to DC. We paid for that. They hosted, the Salton Sea Authority hosted some visitors from Uzbekistan. We paid for the bus and the cowboy lunch. Real nice, overlooking on a bluff overlooking the Salton Sea. When Assistant Secretary Ann Castle came to the Valley, we also participated representing the private sector. And is my time up? I'll another 2 minutes. Sponsored the lunch. On the education outreach, we formed the 501c3, and we're raising money to create all the marketing materials and information materials, educational materials. We set up informational booths at a lot of the different events throughout the area. We are currently supporting a Salton Sea exhibit at College of the Desert. Our board members participate at school activities, judging everything from renewable energy type of events and contests to public speaking. We're doing a lot of public speaking. Bruce is one of and Bruce does need a lot of help, by the way. In fact, Bruce is speaking this Friday.
We had agreement on that
This Friday night. This Friday night he'll be speaking before the Palm Desert Historical Museum. Next Tuesday, Heritage Palms Country Club is inviting several other HOAs in the area, and Bruce will be a speaker at that. On the public-private partnership, this is a big one. The Benchmark 5, which is part of the Feasibility Action Plan, we, Salton Sea Action Committee, were awarded the contract, $225,000. We are augmenting that with another $100,000 to make sure that it's not just going to be another study on the shelf, but rather will bring about empirical data that we can take to Wall Street so we can prepare for the future of the EIFD and the formation of that, the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. The boat ramp was mentioned. That was part of our deal. One of our board members, Doug Beers, when it was all said and done, he put up about $200,000 out of his own pocket, along with our efforts to support him in that. We're hoping that the boat launch ramp will spearhead or open up an opportunity to bring in the boat races, Speed Week, in early next year, in 2017. So those are some of the things that we've been doing. There's a lot more, but I'll cut it off there and just let you know that, the private sector has been in action, and we just hope that the state will follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Mr. O'Malley, you've been deeply involved in this for a long time. Thank you for coming up and joining us. And make sure it's on.
Is it on?
Got it.
Okay. Okay. Well, Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak here. My name is Luis Olmedo, and I'm the Executive Director of Comité Cívico del Valle. We're a nonprofit organization. We have been working in the Imperial Valley and Coachella Valleys since 1987. The Comité Cívico has a track record of advocating for the rural disadvantaged communities in the Salton Sea Air Basin. Comité Cívico works on several projects around the Salton Sea. This includes a $4 million three-year asthma intervention for school-age children in partnership with San Diego State University. The asthma intervention includes community campaign, which involves an air notification program for schools, PSAs, and extensive outreach. Comité Cívico works with health experts and universities on installing and operating an over 50 community air monitoring network. We started with 40, it's moved up to 50. These sensors can serve as an alert system for poor air quality and for PM10, PM2.5. This is what we call a citizen science project. Finally, Comité has also designed a crowdsourcing platform in partnership with Cal EPA, which promotes faster response to violations, increase the eyes and ears on the ground, and has resulted in greater accountability, which we call IVAN, identifying violations affecting neighborhoods. This is our goal, to bring the best possible information to our stakeholders. But in that, we find the Salton Sea Community Engagement Plan is poorly designed, hard to understand. What's the overall vision? There is poor availability of documents for the public to see and how the pieces all fit together. There's a need for materials to be translated into multiple languages. Sorry about that. There should be more graphic
Perhaps
materials.
you can do it on your computer rather than on paper.
I didn't bring my glasses. There should be more graphic material so people can visualize what's going on. It's hard to understand all the technical jargon, and that was mentioned earlier, all the acronyms and all that. That's just part of it. I still can't figure out how geothermal are going to help the project. Geothermal has a role in climate and jobs, and that I won't deny. I also would like to see examples from geothermal of where they are profit sharing with Salton Sea Restoration Plan and how they overcome the small land footprint. I yet to see the math and how it all reconciles. Current strategy is like, let's just keep the patient on life support. We went from restoration to management. This shortchanges the people and the environment. There should be an environmental justice component, preferably with nonprofits co-chairing the work groups. There should be MOUs and MOAs about the roles of each agency involved with the management program. We should not waste time with fantasy concepts. I like good visuals because most people can understand them. The NGOs have been down this path, and I get it. Wildlife and habitat are well represented, and it is clear from the wealth of knowledge shared by the NGOs today. But it's long overdue that the people living in the Salton Sea Air Basin now be included. With your support, Madam Chair, I propose future hearings include an environmental justice and health panel, and Comité can and will offer our help to chair this panel. As I was also listening to the other presentations, I wanted to highlight a couple of points. I agree with Mr. Brad Poyris, APCO, that we need solutions to mitigate air pollution now. And I'm pleased to hear Bruce Wilcox from Natural Resources being responsive to some of the community engagement opportunities Comité has presented. I hope to bring back progress report in the next meeting that addresses the community engagement gaps. I also had an opportunity to speak with the Governor's Office, Cleve Bright, Deputy Secretary, Natural Resources. I believe there's a general consensus that the goal to improve clarity and the two-way communication with the community at risk is among the top priorities. After all, it is the people who live there who have to live with the solutions. I support the proposal by Ralph Cordova CEO, Imperial County, for the next Salton Sea update meeting be held in the Salton Sea, where there will be greater access to Coachella and Imperial Valley residents. And I know, Madam Chair, you have been there through our invitations, and I appreciate that. And I'd like to invite
Took
the
me
other
there
board.
first in this incarnation. I've been there many times before. Thank you.
And I extend that invite to all the other board members. Thank you. And one of the NGOs also mentioned a facilitator. I sit in several state and federal advisories, and I can attest the importance of a facilitator and the need for Bruce Wilcox to have a team comprised of natural resources and all other agencies involved. I will be providing Bruce Wilcox with some examples of where a facilitator has worked the best. Finally, an NGO stated, we don't want to come in and oppose. I happen to agree. We want NGOs to come in and work with local community. Any habitat and wildlife strategy needs to include addressing public health and needs to be compatible with the local community needs. The next meeting needs to include local community NGOs. I happen to think I'm an NGO, but I didn't make the cut. So I'm hoping that next one, our NGO representation can be expanded with local NGOs. Finally, we need projects to mitigate air pollution now. Buy us 30 years with immediate dust suppression projects, and we can then have the time to plan midterm and long-term. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for your leadership, guidance, and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your leadership in all sorts of ways in the community. All right. Thank you all. That was very helpful and nice to meet those of you who haven't met. I have a UCI connection I'll tell you about later. So I'm very pleased to hear about that. I think I want to check on my colleagues. We do have a number of speaker cards, and I want to hear from the folks who've traveled to be here. I also sense that without too much ado, we take a 5-minute break just so folks can use the facilities and not miss what people have to say. And I won't leave the room, but we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. So I suggest you go get water or whatever.
Thank you so much for hearing this community and media panel. And as you see, these groups are doing so much really challenging but very passionate work, but we need a lot more help from the state.
Thank you. It helps to have you all out there. Trust me. It was, uh-oh, my car. You know what? I have to make this call because my car's in the shop.
Okay.
Do you want to
Get
start?
started.
Oh, we have two, I hate to say this, we have two elected officials, Supervisor Ryan Kelly, and then Mike Kelly is going to put in a card. So the other Supervisor Kelly, and I'll be right back.
We're going to get started. Felicia has to step out for just a second, but we will have two elected officials first, Mr. Ryan Kelly, and I believe there's going to be another Kelly. We have so many Kellys today, who needs to fill out a card, a blue card, and hand it in to Janine. The other Kelly, but I'm not sure who is the other Kelly. There you are. Turn it in. Turn it in. Well, this is your chance. Mr. Ryan Kelly first.
I am Ryan Kelly.
Yes, the Ryan Kelly.
The only.
The one and only.
I thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Commissioners. I am Ryan Kelly. I am the Imperial County Supervisor for District 4, representing the north end of Imperial County, which encompasses the Salton Sea. I'm also the Vice Chair of the Salton Sea Authority. The reason I waited to make comments now was because my brother didn't want to share center stage during the IID and county presentation. But in all seriousness, we have a list of shovel-ready projects, and these are not new projects. They've been on the books for many years. Some of them are permitted and funded, and one specifically is Species Conservation Habitat number 1. I have serious concerns about the development of that. It was shown in the display, Red Hill Bay, the groundbreaking in November of 2015.
At that time, it was stated that Species Conservation Habitat 1 was going to begin first quarter of 16. And now in the schedule, we see it's going to begin in January of 17. This is a permitted project that has full funding. And I have seen the rationale because it's too wet to put equipment in. Some of that is because of the management and keeping an eye on what's happening in that ground. Water has gotten into that area in the past 2 months. And there was some work done to prevent that from reoccurring, but that is part of the delay. I also want to point out that in the presentation by ID in the County of Imperial, our CEO, Ralph Cordova, mentioned that we have come up with a way of moving things along. 804 allows additional measures to be applied to the land. And we would like to use that in a pilot method so that they can be evaluated and then applied as more of the exposed land is open. So that is our intent. The amount of funding and where it comes from, we hadn't gotten that far. But I'm sure you could help us if you find something available. And then, well, Mr. Moore, you may be skeptical, but I think we might even have some things already identified. I do want to mention, though, that we are trying to find the solutions. We are on the ground, we live in the area, and we need to see more action occurring. Since the March 18th workshop a year ago, we became more engaged, and we've been actively following. I've attended these 4 workshops that have occurred now. And we're seeing a lot of fanfare, but we're not seeing the action. And I think you've heard that today as well. The time is running out, and we need to make action happen now. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have another card for Mr. Kelly? Another Mr. Kelly? Another the Mr. Kelly? This is Mr. Michael Kelly, followed by Tom Spartan, I believe.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Kelly. I'm a County Board of Supervisor from Imperial County representing District 3. I was first elected, well actually I'm a born and raised resident of Imperial County. I know all about it. I know about the Salton Sea. I used to fish in it and I see it receding and I know the devastating effects that will occur if nothing happens. And I was first elected and in 2008, we came in on the terms of the QSA. We saw the Salton Sea receding. We saw the problems that was developing with respect to dust and the health and environmental hazards for Imperial County. And we finally settled with the IID. And in unison, we went forward. At the beginning, we were hollering in canyons only to hear our own echoes. But after we worked closely with the IID, we finally got the attention of the state. And we have now the task force and the State Water Resource Control Board. Thank God that you guys are here, and thank God that you are listening to us. But the residents of Imperial County need us to fight for them, and they need you to hear and understand what's happening and what they will be going through. The Salton Sea is the jewel of the Nile, but it's a jewel of the desert with us. And I enjoy the short-term solutions, the boots-on-the-ground projects, but I'm profess the total and absolute restoration of the Salton Sea. And that can only be done with the sea-to-sea concept. And I was really in favor of the sea-to-sea concept as it came from the Sea of Cortez through the Laguna Salada from another country. But the more I think about it, I don't know if I would like to put our future in the hands of a foreign country who has control of the cost of the water and whether or not it will be totally available to the United States. And then you look at the rising Pacific Ocean. The Sea of Cortez is 140 miles away from the Salton Sea. The rising Pacific Ocean is 80 to 90 miles away from the Salton Sea. So I think the long-term solution would be to get the water from the Pacific Ocean and pump it in to the Salton Sea to the east end and pump it out from the west end. And someday you have a circulation of clean, absolute seawater. And could you imagine the shot in the arm economically that would have for Southern California, not to mention the private-public partnerships, because if that's a clean fishery for people to enjoy, for birds to enjoy, for the futures of the state of California residents to enjoy, that's the total and absolute way to go. And forgive me for what I'm about to say, but I don't know the authority or the horsepower that you people have on that board. But I think that's the direction you should be pushing for as with respect to the long-term solution of the Salton Sea. And that would be keep it within the confines and control of the state of California, and just simply, they don't think out of the box. Get out of the box, think, and get it done. But anyhow, I appreciate your interest, because I spoke to some of you personally, and I know you have a sincere emotional interest in the betterment and the future of Southern California and all of its residents. So I thank you so much for your time and your consideration, and may God bless you.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us. Sorry, I had to step out. My apologies to the other supervisor, Kelly. Next.
I mispronounced.
How far did you go? Yeah, Tom
Sefton.
Sefton. Yeah. 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 And
Sorry for the delay. I heard a different last name.
yeah, wait, sorry. Followed. What? Really? Oh, I have to think of that.
Not a
Followed
problem.
by Daniel McCain, followed by Israel Cruz.
Thank you, Chairman Marcus, and members of the board for the, I'll keep it short. Enjoyed seeing the Earth Day celebration out in front of the building earlier, and it reminds us that we live on a very beautiful Earth, which we owe it to ourselves and the future generations to sustain. It's an Earth that's mostly covered by water, salt water, and the Salton Sea is California's largest and best example of an inland body of salt water that we should look towards sustaining. It fits into the state water management program as essentially a drain for agricultural water, salts that need to be drained off the fields. But I hope that we can work slowly toward a different perception of what the Salton Sea means to the state's water program, and understand in the future the Salton Sea as a water resource, a saltwater resource that can be recycled and used locally to sustain the habitat and to sustain the human needs in the area. And we certainly have enjoyed the opportunity to have both feet on the ground next to the Salton Sea working on doing exactly that. And we've got a toe on the playa, and I hope we'll be allowed to put both feet on the playa, hold some dust down, and create some water for habitat. And I hope that in the course of the quite necessary crisis management, trying to keep the dust from blowing in the short term, that the state will put a little bit of effort toward the longer term vision and putting together a long-term future for the Salton Sea that is sustainable, that provides for habitat, provides for elimination of the dust problem, provides for human development and resource development, and eventually maybe works toward a sizable, sustainable Salton Sea. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. McCain? Great, you can tell me how I should be pronouncing it. Followed by Israel Cruz, followed by Humberto Lugo.
My name is Danny McShane. I'm an organizer with the IBW Local 569 with the Electrical Workers Union. We represent over 3,400 members between Imperial County and San Diego. Our members and their families live and work in Imperial County. And in fact, our members work outside in the construction, so the air quality is a major health concern, safety concern to us. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I know it's been a long day for you. Got here a little bit about past 11, so I know how long you've been sitting there, and I really appreciate you staying behind and opening the mic for us to be able to speak. Really appreciate all your leadership that you have proposed and creating all the task force and all of that. Really glad to see and hear talking about renewable energy at the Salton Sea. That is one of the greatest things we can hear out there. You heard the MECA, you heard the renewable energy, probably capital of the world. There's a lot of things we can call it. But it starts with us talking about it, and it's really nice to hear all of those things in there. As we stated in our letter, renewable energy is the key part of this conversation about the Salton Sea solutions, especially the role of geothermal resources. We believe renewable energy must continue to be part of the core dialogue as the task force continues to work. By acting quickly, we will still have time to improve the air quality, protect fragile species, and create good clean energy jobs while we move toward a safer, healthy, sustainable sea. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Mr. Cruz, followed by Mr. Lugo, followed by Drew Story.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity of being here. My name is Israel Cruz. I am from El Centro, California, Imperial County. And today I'm going to speak on behalf of the Respira Sana project, or Breathe Healthy project. This is an asthma intervention project that provides education, information, resources, and clinical support to families in Imperial County that have children who suffer from asthma. As you're aware, Imperial County has one of the highest rates of asthma in the whole state. Visits to the emergency department and hospitalizations due to this condition. But today I'm also representing thousands of Imperial Valley residents who have no voice in the Salton Sea issue, or who are not even aware of this natural disaster that's happening right now. That's true. As it was mentioned before, more outreach efforts, more education, information, and resources have to be available for the community to try to include them in this conversation. I also believe it's time to have a more transparent and accessible process, but most important, it's time to mitigate this problem. I invite all of you to take a different approach to measure the success or failure of the Salton Sea project. Let's measure the success or failure of the Salton Sea project by the number of deaths of residents due to respiratory disease, by the number of children who go to the hospital to be hospitalized, by the number of days that our community breathed poor/hazardous air quality. It is completely understandable that profit and resources are essential to execute this project, but let's make human life, let's make public health the top priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lugo, followed by Drew Story, followed by Craig Morgan.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair. My name is Humberto Lugo. I'm with the California Environmental Justice Coalition. I co-chair the Ivan Environmental Justice Task Forces in Imperial County and Coachella Valley. Ivan is an environmental and reporting network. The Ivan Environmental Justice Task Forces are in 7 communities throughout California. We are here today along with our fellow stakeholders in an aggressive attempt to move forward on projects at the sea. And I applaud the hard work Assemblymember Garcia and the Water Board has done to lead us to where we are today. However, knowing firsthand the challenges of the Salton Sea region, that the Salton Sea region faces, we are faced with the reality that no matter what projects are done at the sea, there seems to be an exclusion of public health, an environmental justice element, an environmental justice element. In Imperial County alone, we've had over 14 days of unhealthy air on the AQI this year in the Salton Sea Air Basin. As an organization that's involved with the Salton Sea disaster for over a decade, we don't see any transparency or accountability of how these projects will be selected and who is making the decisions on which of the projects are deemed necessary and truly benefit the sea or public health. The community wants to know where and how these monies will be available and how it will be spent. We don't want some fly-by-night projects at the sea. We want the project selection to be completely transparent and inclusive of public participation to the community and organizations like ours that can help in the process. As an organization, we are being proactive with the air monitoring project in the Salton Sea Air Basin to understand the future impacts to public health from the exposed seabed, which we are already seeing. As a statewide network organization that works along with the Comité Cívico del Valle, we are empowering our community members to become the experts by then participating in our civic scientist projects in the Salton Sea Air Basin, such as the air monitoring project. Nowhere on the natural resources page did I find an environmental justice element, which seems why the local environmental health organizations such as La Unión Hacia la Fuerza, which is at the north end of the sea, and the Comité Cívico del Valle are not being invited when decisions are being made. So we invite ourselves. So in behalf of our disadvantaged and vulnerable communities that are struggling to breathe, I ask that we move forward and add the environmental justice element to the Natural Resources Agency. The Salton Sea needs to be addressed and not ignored as part of an overarching strategy to mitigate the negative effects of climate change. I'm going to have a short comment on behalf of somebody that couldn't attend. He's a senior advocate in Imperial County. His name is John Hernandez. He's from Our Roots Multicultural. He's a director. This is his comment. The senior citizen population of Imperial and southeastern Riverside counties have witnessed the Salton Sea in its heyday and are now witnesses to its demise. It is now apparent to us that more attention and resources are being directed towards habitat and economic development than to the negative health impacts of the most vulnerable amongst us. Many U.S., Mexican, American, United States citizens are now wondering if equal protection under the law does not apply to them, or maybe ethnic designation of Mexican Americans should be changed to habitat. Then perhaps the 14th Amendment would be enforced. So this is a comment from John Hernandez, the director of Our Roots Multicultural. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our first two hearings spent a lot more time on public health than this one did, so I understand the comment, but that really is the top priority for us. But thank you for your process points, and I'll figure out how to talk with Bruce, but also the Resources Agency about probably fits in with the helping with facilitation, because he's just one guy, but I appreciate that point very much being made. Okay, that's you. Drew Story, Mr. Story, followed by Craig Morgan, followed by, Delilah Salazar.
Chairwoman and board members, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I want to remind you, well, first let me introduce myself. I'm a PhD candidate at UC Riverside, and I'm part of the Public Outreach Committee for the Salton Sea Management Program. And I want to remind you specifically, or perhaps inform you for the first time, of something that I think cannot be overstated, and that is that this man over here, Bruce Wilcox, is trusted by the Salton Sea communities. And from what I can tell, he's trusted by most of, if not all of the people in this room. And it's my understanding that it's been a long time since the Salton Sea communities have felt that they have somebody that they can trust, and that they also think is making progress on behalf of the Salton Sea and on behalf of their community. And I think it would be a travesty at this juncture if he was to be hogtied by funding inadequacies. And so I implore you to use your words, Chairwoman, to use your special skills and authorities to continue to support him and to find however it is that you can do that. And I don't believe that there is time for you to wait in the wings to let him figure it out on his own. And I think Bruce needs you, and I think the Salton Sea needs you. Thank you.
Thank you for that very much. I love the power of the person. It's very good. Mr. Morgan, followed by Ms. Salazar, followed by Marina Barragan.
Good afternoon, and thank you for conducting the workshop. My name is Craig Morgan. I'm an engineer with Avalex, and I'm here representing today some Imperial Valley farmers, and also to show our support for IID's position in this. I'd like to expand upon some of the comments I provided in my April 13th letter, which I submitted to this board last week regarding the need to address the environmental impacts during the interim period or the short term, as well as IID's need for storage. But before I get started on that, let me give the perspective from our client's point of view of where we think we're at or where we are at. Shortly after the QSA was signed back in 2003, our clients, like other farming families in the Imperial Valley, were concerned about the restoration of the Salton Sea, which was, in their view, the linchpin to securing the QSA agreement. The QSA agreements, as you know, are structured to provide a ramp-up in water transfer deliveries, together with the provision of mitigation water to the sea for a period of 15 years to offset impacts to the sea. It was believed that this period of time would be sufficient to allow for the development of a plan to address what is widely understood to be an impending air quality disaster if nothing is done. Whereas the prior IID boards took it on faith that the state would follow through with its commitments under the QSA and move forward with actually transferring the water, our clients and others were less optimistic and opposed the transfers to the extent that they could, or posed an injury to the Imperial Valley because of air quality concerns. Many have mischaracterized this opposition as an attempt to block any water transfers out of the valley, but in reality, the opposition was an attempt to protect the interest of the Imperial Valley and its residents, especially with respect to the environmental and health risks, which so eloquently have been presented today and in past meetings. When it became clear that the reduction of these concerns, or the resolution of these concerns with respect to the Salton Sea, were not going to be accomplished in the courtroom, our clients helped lead the efforts to settle the QSA lawsuits, all of which are now dismissed as of the beginning of 2015. So here we are again today with the same goals in mind that we had back in 2003, 2004. How do we secure restoration and avert an environmental disaster and its associated liabilities? Given the history of the past 14 years, you can't fault our clients for having some skepticism. The quantity of water being transferred now is much greater than that which was transferred back in 2003, and there's another 100,000 acre-feet programmed under the QSA for transfer to San Diego between now and 2021. Before any restoration program is put in place, what measures will be imposed or implemented to prevent short-term environmental impacts beginning in 2017 when mitigation water is no longer mandated by this board or required underneath the terms of the QSA agreement? The question as to mitigating air quality impacts in the near future is of significant concern, especially if delays continue to plague restoration efforts as they have in the past 10 years. In order to address these concerns, we have suggested that the water transfers not be ramped up as is presently proposed, a reduction in the current deliveries be considered. Give me another minute. Great. That we have suggested that the water transfers not be ramped up as presently proposed, or a reduction in the current deliveries be considered, and or the continuation of mitigation water be provided using IID's underruns, which occur from year to year. To date, since 2003, approximately 1 million acre-feet of underrun water has been left in the Colorado River to flow free of charge to the Metropolitan Water Agency. That's 1 million acre-feet, and I'm sure they appreciate that. We believe IID has the right to use this water, their underruns, in the sea when it is in excess of the needs of its agricultural and municipal users. Also, this water should be stored to provide IID the flexibility they need to accommodate fluctuations in their annual water demand. We believe IID's underruns, as well as the question of storage, are part of the solution to Salton Sea restoration and need to be included as part of the state's restoration analysis. And to the extent that these discussions directly impact the mechanics of the QSA, we believe IID's request in its petition that the board require the QSA parties and the Salton Sea Authority to meet and discuss restoration and funding is warranted. That hasn't happened. And I would close by saying, where are the other QSA parties in this conversation that we're having? And where is the Bureau of Reclamation? Thank you.
Had some of them in our past meetings, not today, but interesting questions I'm going to need to follow up with staff on that I don't understand, I want to understand. Ms. Salazar, followed by Ms. Berrigan, followed by Cynthia Portillo.
Hi, I'm Delilah Salazar. I live in Salton City. I'm a homeowner. I'm a full-time resident. I'm not a part-timer, a weekender, or a snowbird. I live there every day. You saw the beautiful pictures that Angie took. I'm not a great photographer like her, but I walk every day. I take those same pictures of the same things every day, and it's a different kind of beauty every day. And it's just breathtaking. I love going away because when I come home, you're driving, you're in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, and you come up over the crest and the sea spreads out before you, and it just absolutely stuns you. It takes your breath away. It's so gorgeous. And I just love it. I love the area. And I don't want to lose that. I moved there. My daughter came to visit me. She loved it and came with her children and her husband. And I have other relatives that have come to visit me, and they want to come and move there. Everyone I know that is there really loves the area. It's also heartbreaking to take my walk every day and go down by the beach and see dead fish everywhere and see the birds eating those dead fish and worry about them. And I just, it's something, we've heard all the proposals, lots and lots of proposals, and everybody keeps talking, and it seems like all we hear is talk. It's time for action. It's time to get something done, and not because of money or this or that, because it's the right thing to do. We need something done right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and joining us. Ms. Berrigan, followed by Ms. Portillo, followed by me, Arachavaleta.
Hi, my name is Marina Bragan. I am here representing my community in the Eastern Coachella Valley, as well as Sierra Club, California. I grew up in Oasis my whole life, which is a mile from the sea. I grew up with my grandma taking me to picnics at the sea, and I might not have understood it then, but I did remember the shoreline just shrinking and shrinking, and I didn't understand it until now. The American Lung Association stated that brown and black folks are 4 to 6 times more likely to have asthma than white folk. I don't think that it's any secret that this is an environmental justice issue. I think that needs to be in everyone's head at all times. There's intersections that we need to be looking at. My sister has asthma, and if we don't take care of this sea, if we keep taking our time and going the way we're going now, these asthma rates, this 4 to 6, will raise dramatically. It's going to skyrocket. And who's at the front lines of that is me, my community, and my sister. I'm sorry. I'm also on the outreach committee for the Salton Sea. And on this board, with my community, with the group I work with high school students, with students, college students, elementary school students, and middle school students. We recruited over 85 people to attend this meeting in Mecca. We changed the meeting time to a time accessible for farm workers, which is the majority of the parents there. We changed it to a place that's close and most impacted. Instead of meeting in Palm Desert, which is an hour away, we're meeting in Mecca, which is 5 minutes away. We're the frontline communities. I am the frontline communities. We need immediate action. These shovel-ready projects need to be funded, and they need to be started. They need to be started immediately. We're not running out of time. We are out of time. We have been out of time, and we need immediate action. When I look at the funding, when I see how much we have in budget, that's a price tag you put on my sister's life. That's a price tag you put on my life and my community's life, my neighbor's life. And that price tag hurts. I don't know if I want to scream from frustration or if I want to cry from sadness. You're telling me how much my life is worth, and you're telling me it is not worth much. I see my sister suffer with asthma. I see her go inhaler through inhaler like it's candy. That is not a life worth living. I see this. I gave presentations in middle school classes, speaking to groups of 30 to 35 students in each class. There were 7 classes, and I asked them one question: how many of you yourself have asthma, or you know someone with asthma? Almost every single one of them rose their hand, except for 3 students. That's not normal. That is not a way to live. We need better funding. We need these shovel project ready We need these shovel projects started immediately and funded. We need people to listen to these communities. The communities care. If I, along with the people that I am working with, the youth that I am working with, were able to recruit over 85 people to attend a hearing, that lasted a good couple hours. You know they care. They can't be here today because it's a privilege for me to be able to stand in front of you today. For a 15-hour drive, it's a privilege.
Thank you very, very much. Ms. Portillo, followed by Mr. Arechavaleta, followed by Ruben Garza.
Good afternoon, Board. I am Cynthia Portillo. I grew up in Mecca, California, right by the Salton Sea. As you have just heard, my mentor, Nina Maragan, there's a lot of issues with the Salton Sea, and a lot of these issues are health issues. An important fact is that there is only $80 million going to restoration of the Salton Sea, and it's like giving a family of $4 $10 for groceries to feed that entire family. It's not going to help. It's going to put a dent, but it's not going to help. And I'm happy that there is some action starting with these short-term projects, but in all honesty, we do need something to happen already. We need more long-term projects going, like the Sea-to-Sea Walk. That one's a great idea that I have heard, and I've heard so many of these projects and so many numbers thrown in the air, but these projects keep getting denied because of the money, and that's not something that we should be worrying about. We should be worrying about saving the sea, saving the people there, and going to be affected by the consequences of the sea not being saved. It's not only going to affect the frontline communities, it's going to affect states. It's going to affect Arizona, Nevada, all the way to possibly Mexico, all of Southern California, because it's a great land of water. It's like right there in the middle of the desert, really. You could see it on the maps. And it's basically going to be another Owens Lake if we don't start something right now. And it's way bigger than Owens Lake, obviously. It's something that we should start fixing. The moment that we have that funding, it should be done already. We can't keep postponing and postponing and postponing. I'm another generation fighting for the Salton Sea, and it should not be happening. I shouldn't have to be up here taking 15-hour drives from where I live to come here and speak. And honestly, I'm happy to be here. I'm really happy to have my voice being heard, but not everyone has that privilege. And I don't think that future generations are going to be able to have that privilege as well, because they're going to be either having asthma or they're going to be suffering from the PM10, PM2.5. The future generations might not even have a chance to live. So I'm just saying that we should really start putting into long-term projects and putting into more funding. I feel like that is what should be helping out our communities a lot better. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much for yours. Thank you. Mr. Arechavaleta, tell me if I got that right, followed by Mr. Garza, followed by Ignacio Ochoa.
Good evening, and thank you, board members, for holding this important workshop. My name is Giovanni Arechavaleta, campaign director of the Eco Media Compass and a resident at the Salton Sea. I'd like to first congratulate everyone's recent efforts at the sea. There's been a lot of great progress by Imperial Irrigation District, by the county, by the state, and by so many others, but we can't stop here. We must continue to work together towards long-term solutions that not only mitigate the effects of the Q&A, but also actively restore the region. I'm also a biologist. I've been studying life in Southern California for over 8 years, and it pains me to say that I'm seeing life slip away at the sea. Every day we see thousands of dead birds and fish and people constantly getting sick. There are also threatened and endangered species that are protected by our state and federal government and that rely on the sea for their survival. Currently, the Salton Sea provides around 40,000 acres of just shoreline habitat. And the few thousand acres that the state has proposed to conserve is not nearly enough to sustain the Pacific Flyway. Study after study proves habitat fragmentation only increases stress, it increases competition and disease within animal populations, and these already sensitive communities will continue to die if we continue to fragment their habitat and if we continue to take away that habitat. I've also had the privilege of working on the ground at the sea for dust mitigation and air quality projects. And I have a gut feeling that we can't begin to build and work fast enough to combat the consequences of the Q&A. It seems to me that we are not addressing the root problem at the sea, which is the water. We are focusing on all the symptoms being caused by decreasing water levels, but we aren't addressing the water itself. And we can't begin to address it without more aggressive funding and a new water source. There are also organizations that have the will to tackle the water issue, like Sefton Water Tech, Aegis Inc., and Desert Wildlife Unlimited, but they need your help to do so. We must do everything we can to save it, not just for our communities, but for the future generations that will inherit the sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said. Mr. Garza, thank you. Mr. Ochoa, followed by Don Stevens.
My name is Ruben Garza, and I am a resident at Mecca, California, and they're right next to the Salton Sea. I'm here with the, with the Sierra Club, well, with my mentor, Mina Patagon, and the rest of my fellow classmates I got the pleasure to meet them with. Everybody here that I came with has tremendous, love for the Salton Sea. I live right next to it. I may not have gone often, and I don't go often over there, but I still, whenever I pass or whenever I get close to it, I still admire the beauty. It's there. If you live as close as I live, you live as close to where my mentor lives, you get to know that, even though you live in the desert, there's still things that are beautiful out there. This is something that was left by past generations that are still here. And we're left, the young and the middle-aged, we're left with your problems, the problems that you guys left. And it was thriving, and time went by so fast, and we don't know what happened to the sea. I would love to see it again the way it was, but as research shows, it's probably not possible. What I want to see is action and not just empty words, because people are here and we're trying to say that, we're living, no, we're barely surviving. We don't want any health hazards, because if that sea dries up, a part of us is dead. And after that, it's just going to keep killing us. We did not deserve to suffer. And I have a younger brother who could not be here. He has asthma, and he suffers a lot. And I'm just there, and I can't do anything. Can you see your family member who was suffering and, just trying to grab the air, just trying to breathe it in, and all they breathe in is just nothing. If that sea dries up, he will die. People will die. And we're just suffering. I want the sea to be restored, and I want it now. Thank you for your time.
You. Mr. Ochoa, followed by Mr. Stevens, followed by Jasmine Phillips. Up, you're taller, so just move it up a little bit.
Yeah, there.
There?
Yeah, so everyone can
Hi,
hear you.
I'm Ignacio Ochoa. I'm a resident of Coachella, California, Eastern Coachella Valley. I got here today and I immediately got disheartened hearing that this is an informal meeting, meaning that you guys are just here to take our input in, essentially. Because it's felt like all my life, all my 24 years of life, that I've been aware of the Salton Sea getting worse and worse, that all it's been is talk. all it's been is essentially bullshit. And it got me really mad today. But as I heard the panels and I heard the presentations and I saw the videos, it shows me that there's people here who care, and that it gives me hope that people care. Because I used to go to Oasis all the time as a kid, spend time with family out there, and we would always drive by the sea. You could see it, and as I grew up, you could literally see it get smaller, smaller and smaller, and it's a scary thing. And I remember as a kid when the winds would come in from the Salton Sea, the worst we would get in Coachella was some fishy smell, a light breeze and some fishy smell. But over the last few recent years, we get those sandstorms in Coachella, past Mecca, past Oasis, past Thermal. We get those sandstorms in Coachella coming from the sea. It's getting worse. It's getting worse, and it's a horrible snowball, and it sucks, quite honestly. It feels like we're just here yelling at a wall, essentially, to me, because this is an informal meeting. I don't think we don't have time for informal meetings. We don't have time for more discussions. We need time for action. We need it done now. We need it done. And by the fact that you guys are not getting it done, it shows me that the government essentially doesn't care for the well-beings of its citizens. It hasn't so far, in my point of view. And quite frankly, I'm sick of it. That's why I'm here. I don't think I would ever have been the type of person to go and talk to government officials, to talk to people with real power, with real authority, because I never really wanted a part of the bureaucracy or anything like that. But because of concerns of my family, my friends, my community, and my environment, I have to be here. Because if I'm not here, what else is going to get done? If I'm not here, I feel like I'm just going to go crazy, feeling insane for my environment, for my community. And it's not a way to live. It's not a place to live. But for a lot of us, it's the only place we have. And it's unfair to us to let it be destroyed. And so just in closing, I mean, it is one of the last wetlands in California. Let's not make it a wasteland.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, if we have more time, when we're done, I can explain the different roles of different agencies of government and all of that. I don't have the time to do it right now, but I wish we just had the authority to snap our fingers and make things happen. We use the tools we have. So I'm happy to explain why it's an informal workshop and why the workshop format is one that folks have wanted to try and keep a shine spotlight on all these issues. I'm not going to disagree with anything you said about how late it is. I've been working on the sea for decades. So it's about time. So, but I'm happy to talk to you about the mechanics of it a little bit, just so you understand. I want you to understand it. Mr. Stevens, followed by Ms. Phillips, followed by Nazar Cosmo.
Hello, my name's Don Stevens, and I'd like to thank you all for letting me make some comments, and thank you all for your hard work and your long hours. Really appreciate it. And we all have heard and know about the awesome beauty of the Salton Sea and the wonderful wildlife, the beautiful birds, the potential for economic development, and the need for dust mitigation and habitat restoration. And we know we're really in the 11th hour here. I'd like to say that as a lifelong non-smoker, kind of all-around healtharian, vegetarian, runner, swimmer, I was very dismayed one day about a year and a half ago to wake up and realize I couldn't walk across the room without sitting down, taking a break, huffing and puffing, and went to my doctor, got tested, and COPD. And I said, how did I get COPD? I don't smoke. All the websites said, stop smoking. I'd have to take it up to stop it. So they just said PM10, that the whole area has increasing amounts of really bad dust problems. And so here we are, and we're at the end of the road, and we need to do something. We've heard a lot of good and great insightful ideas from some very brilliant people today. And I'm really hoping that we can listen to what they have to say and take it to heart. I especially liked what Kim from the Audubon Society said about getting some help from somewhere to oversee and coordinate and help everyone move ahead with their projects. But I really hope we can get some of this stuff started. I really worry about the children. I mean, if this can happen to me, this will happen more and more to them, and they have a lifetime to have to deal with this stuff. So again, thank you, and I appreciate your being here for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for summing so much of it up. Ms. Phillips, followed by Mr. Cosmo, followed by Phil Rosenstrater.
I'm a wildlife photographer. Okay. My name is Jasmine Phillips. I'm a wildlife photographer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I came to the Salton Sea 30 years ago, and I immediately fell in love with it. It's always been a place of peace and beauty to me, and I often think to myself, how lucky we are to have this beautiful blue water in the middle of the desert. But I've also personally seen how things have gone downhill over the last 30 years. And it truly breaks my heart to see the rapid decline of the Salton Sea. There's a saying, if we don't value our assets, they become a liability. As the sea suffers, we suffer along with it. As the shoreline recedes and playa is exposed, I fear for our health. I have members of my family who suffer from asthma, and it absolutely terrifies me to think of them unable to breathe. I don't want that to happen. I'm also greatly concerned about the wildlife that depends on the Salton Sea. Anyone that knows me knows that I love to photograph the birds, especially the pelicans. And speaking of birds, I feel like the situation at the Salton Sea has been like the ostrich that buries its head in the sand. Out of sight, out of mind, let's just ignore it. But we can no longer afford to keep avoiding the issues. The sea needs urgent help. We need your help. We need to get our heads out of the sand and be more like the far-sighted eagle. We need to have a clear vision for long-term restoration plans. We need them now. We need significant funding. So to conclude, I love the Salton Sea because to me, it's like a sapphire jewel in the desert. It's a treasure. And I know that some people may complain about the odor, but it takes my breath away with its beauty. I'm interested in a successful future for the Salton Sea. As Carrie mentioned earlier, I've been inviting people to send a postcard I designed to President Obama. I know that they often visit the Coachella Valley, and I'm confident that air quality is very important to them. So I'm excited to give the President this opportunity to help the Salton Sea. And it would really make my day today if the members of the board would also like to forward this important message to the President.
Mr. Cosmo, followed by Mr. Rosenstrater, followed by Israel Cruz again, but on behalf of Imari Kariotis. Hi, Mr. Cosmo.
Much light to all. I really appreciate the Salton community that and admire as well that such a community choosing to experience such challenge environment conditions. And I be straightforward what the energy is reading right now. And of course, dust, it's a natural moving condition, so nothing to blame. We cannot fight with nature, we only can participate. And when community choosing to be in area, that's fine. It's very admiring to have such experience and blending conditions. To save Salton Sea is like to stop volcano to erupt, because it will go. Nothing we can stop. We have some solutions already. I'll be straightforward again. The first I want to ask: is it any work group over along the state that anyone can participate and see the facts, see the material, and see even the water? I also can offer myself to the work group to find more solution. But already I have something as well to share, because this is a national American citizen line, and water is not united in that area. So one of the solution is to increase a line, to increase the state line, to unite the water. When the water can be, yes, thank you. When the water can be united, Colorado River, when we united all the way down to the ocean, when all of that line can be one American continent, the water will be united, and when all state can start participating as one, as coherent and integrated state, we can save lots of water, what already citizens are wasting, and through those vibration, water will feel, because water is a consciousness. How I said, it's very sensitive area. It's not only about the environment over there. Water is intelligent and is doing the work. So how I said, it's another solution is to increase the line, the citizen American state line, all the way down to Colorado River and the ocean. Then in this case, water will be united and water will feel that. And very possible that we can deliver fresh water, because we will start saving water and also harvesting the rainwater. Water also will feel that, and in that circumstances, we can deliver more water to the communities, because we admire communities to live and be in all kinds of areas in our beautiful planet. Thank you.
Rosenstrader, thank you for being with us all afternoon, along with everyone else, followed by Mr. Cruz.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Phil Rosentrader, Executive Director of Salton Sea Authority. We are the state-designated Joint Powers Authority representing local voices around the Salton Sea, those voices being the jurisdictions of the two large Colorado River water importing agencies, Coachella Valley Water District and Imperial Irrigation District, as well as the two counties, Imperial and Riverside, and a Native American tribe, the Torres Martinez. That Joint Powers Authority has been working under the direction of state legislation, AB 71, billed by Manuel Perez, for the last year and a half to deliver a financial feasibility action plan that examines all of the previous iterations of sea restoration, pulling the best of those ideas together and coming up with a proposal that will be reasonable and achievable, as well as finding a way to pay for this. And that financial feasibility action plan is now on time, under budget, and will be completed at the end of next month. It should be available for discussion. We'll make sure you all have that. Lastly, I'd like to echo the comments of others made earlier. How do we get things done quickly with limited time and limited funding? The Salton Sea Authority and its partner agencies have embraced the concept of multiple benefits, integrating the need for air quality mitigation with habitat restoration, with renewable energy production. That is in essence what IID and Imperial County have proposed with their initiative. The Salton Sea Authority has endorsed that in concept, and we continue to support that as part of the overall restoration effort of the sea, as well as a component that would also create a stable shoreline. And that feasibility analysis part of the work product that is going to be presented to the state, part of the financial feasibility action plan. And finally, I'd also like to encourage the State Water Resource Control Board and the state to give credibility to the local expertise, the farmers, the folks who have been doing soil manipulation and water impoundment for generations. They really know what they're doing. And I think if we're going to expedite progress, cut to the chase and get things done in a quick way with minimal amount of funding required, we would do well to pay attention to those folks and to come down and see what they are doing successfully already and might be able to do in the future. I appreciate your time and attention and look forward to working with you all in the future.
Forward to that report. Mr. Cruz? We should have given you a series of hats. But thank you for doing that for your colleagues. It is a long way to go.
Absolutely. I'm here again. I'm working as a messenger, the voice of the community. So this is on behalf of Imari Cariotis, a Salton Sea community leader, and she is actually watching us online, so I better do it right. There will be a town hall meeting in mid-May in Salton City at the high school that she will personally like to have been able to ask you, to all of you guys, to attend, but she's not here today. You can get more information or reach her at the Salton Sea Action Group on Facebook. Again, this message is on behalf of Imari Cariotis of the Salton Sea Action Group. Thank you.
Thank you all, and especially thank you to those of you who came a very long way to be here. We've had a number of meetings, different focus each time, and there's some motion, but there needs to be a lot more. I'm going to turn to my colleagues. I have a few notes for follow-up, but obviously our follow-up will also be not just today, but as we regroup and think about how we can be most helpful in all the meanings of that word in terms of accelerating things. But I want to turn to my colleagues first, including Vice Chair Spivey Weber, who sits on the task force.
Thank you, Chair Marcus, and thanks to all you who've braved many hours on the road to be up here. And I just want to acknowledge how much work it took to get here and then present to us, and how much we care about it and want to hear your voices. And we know that you're representing more than just a few individuals, that there's many thousands of people whose lives are dependent on the sea and its health. Just want a couple of comments just for folks who are watching on the web and that sort of thing, that the money thing, it feels like it's giving short shrift from a certain perspective, but we, the State Water Board, are part of this administration's commitment through the Water Action Plan to really address significant regional water quality and quantity issues. And the Salton Sea is one of those significant issues in this state. And we take this very seriously and want to be a constructive partner with the rest of the state agencies in the implementation of the action plan and its priorities. And so it's a start, and really, if you look at any place in the state, what the state's resources are to be able to bring to the table is just a part of the total resource and funding picture. All parts of the state struggle with water sustainability in different aspects, and the Salton Sea is certainly one of the most serious in our state. I liked what Board Member Diadamo suggested. I think we're all on board with the idea that we want to queue up the next meetings with certain expectations, really just to help motivate our Assistant Secretary of Natural Resources, but also his team and all the stakeholders to help continue to show this progress in terms of moving to action. And just real quickly, I'll wrap up, and I'm sure my colleagues will have other ideas, but issues that we might think about are, I thought, the constructive suggestions of the NGO joint letter about facilitation services and project management, call it what you want, but it's really an administration of your action plan, and to engage folks, private and public, in that discussion, and maybe hopefully setting something up by the next time we get together. So any progress on that. Real interested in the county RFP process and that idea, and any update on that. And I want to underscore the importance of a roadmap and a vision. I've shared that all along through these hearings that we've had. And I'll just, we all have our own experiences. I come from the San Francisco Bay Area, and it's a different setting, and there's different motivations and resources, but there is an emerging collective vision in the San Francisco Bay Area about climate adaptation with sea level rise. And it involves baylands and ecosystem goals that adapt to a changing sea level. In that case, the sea is getting bigger, whereas in the Salton Sea, it's getting smaller. In both settings, there needs to be this roadmap and vision so that specific areas along the shoreline kind of have a context that's feasible and takes into account the multiple benefits that were well articulated by Mr. Rosenstrater, about air quality, habitat, renewable energy, shoreline management. So I think any progress toward that vision, and I'm seeing progress, but it does need to continue. And as we discussed at a finer resolution, just more of the visioning about how this looks near Salton City or near, the southern part of the sea or the northern part. And so I'll encourage you to think of milestones for the coming year and not just for the next meeting, so that we can articulate that to stakeholders. Maybe a committee calendar so we know when the committees are meeting, gearing the website up on things like salinity data and hydrology data like the NGO letter suggested, giving people a sense of the pace of restoration and the dust mitigation efforts that are underway. Have kind of a clearinghouse. I'm sure you've thought about all this, but I think these are milestones that I'd love to hear you celebrate when you take the next opportunity to present to the board. And then clearly, as the chair noted, this financial feasibility plan is an important step that the Salton Sea Authority is taking, where you're really looking at, okay, how are we going to self-fund? Take advantage of the little state funding that is there in Prop 1 that the voters approved, and whatever other general funding the administration can pull together. But ultimately, this has to be a financially sustainable solution at the local and regional level. So I think that'll be really important to hear about next time. So thanks for allowing me to share some thoughts. I guess also I don't want to ignore the idea of the environmental justice panel. Maybe next time if folks want to put something together, I would certainly be very interested in hearing from that community.
Thank you. As always, Member Moore is very eloquent, so that saves me from having to, saves me from having to say a lot. I too want to thank everyone, especially everyone who came such a long distance to share their life story. And again, I'm totally jealous of the photography. I think one of the things that I've learned during my time on the board is it is extremely frustrating to be up here because we want to do so much. And when we hear you and see you and feel the experience that you bring forth, that you care so much to come here and share those stories, we want to go out and we want to do things. And as the chair said, unfortunately, we just sometimes can't. We have to act within the authority and within the resources that we have. One of the things that we just briefly discussed is the fact that because of the petition before us, we cannot have any ex parte communication. We just cannot go and visit the Salton Sea unless we do it as a noticed meeting of the board. So I can appreciate, not to the extent that you feel the frustration, but I think I have a small fraction of that in terms of wanting to do something and yet being bound by the rules and the authorities that we must adhere to. Having said that, though, there is more we can do and we should do. And my colleagues and the state board staff knows that one of my passion here on the board is performance measures, putting together an action plan and putting together milestones, setting, clear vision of what we want to do, how we're going to get there. And most importantly, what are the measures that we're going to use to gauge our process in achieving that? So I would join in Board Members Moore's comment and also Board Member Diadamo's and others in terms of expectations for the next workshop.
And because we are not allowed to have communications beyond this setting of this workshop, I would like that workshop to be focused on addressing some of the recommendations that were made in the NGO's letter in terms of transparency, in terms of objectives, milestone, in terms of perhaps an MOA that could be framed, but documenting as much as we can what the game plan is, what the path forward is, and what some of the milestones are that we want to keep an eye on as a board, because we do have a petition before us, and I want us to be able to have meaningful progress in order which to determine what we might do with that petition.
Hour is late, so I won't take up much time. Ditto to everything that's already been said. I would just hope that as we go forward that we are also structured. So we're expecting more structure, we're expecting deliverables, performance measures, deadlines. I think that we need to consider some structure as well. And so I am going to defer my list to the vice chair, because she's involved in the task force. And I think that that can probably help us take the next step forward in terms of communication on what we expect. We could go through a list right now, but there's not a lot of structure to that. So I think it's important for us to noodle on this a bit and then somehow communicate what we expect for the next workshop.
Thank you, and I will again thank you all for coming up here, particularly those who had to drive long distances. It is a beautiful area, and I've been there many times, and it is just gorgeous. I accept your suggestion that I work with staff, but also with the Salton Sea Task Force to make the list of expectations, not just for the next meeting, but into the future. And I think it'll be there that we can work out what can be done now, what can be done in a few months, what can be done next year, and what can be done into the future. We will be using all the information that has come from people here, as well as the written comments. We got a lot of very, very good written comments, and so we'll be using those as well. I'm very glad to see Val is here as the chair of the Outreach Committee, because clearly outreach is a huge, important area that you all have taken advantage of and that you will want to take even more advantage of. And so thank you, Bruce, for bringing Val with you to this meeting. This was great. And I will work with staff, but I hope we can turn around a draft list within the next week, and so that it's real clear as to where we would like to see things go, and then we'll set up a meeting with the governor's office for the next meeting of a task force, which I know you'll be up here pretty often. So let's put that together as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all the time that you're spending on it. I won't go through my whole list, but just a few things. And the hour is later, I'd be asking you a million questions, Bruce, about where things are, but it feels like we have a structure that might be helpful, especially since you definitely need more help. Just cloning you would obviously make everybody happy since everyone likes you so much. And I actually think that's that your integrity and your heart is something that is invaluable in this. So thank you. I want to add a little more metrics to it, though, so you need some help. I mean, for me, there are a number of issues. One is we should have had a dust, specified dust. It was such a big part of our earlier hearings that I was a little surprised it didn't come up in your overall presentation. And I really want to hear about the pilot projects we talked about a long time ago and what those options are. I know that Imperial has a proposal, have to look at that, but the whole notion of dealing with the public health problem ASAP to give people some confidence that then gives the time to talk about the optimal solutions for both habitat and public health, because there are going to be win-wins in there. I think is important, some sort of metrics. And I know this is something people may not understand. We don't get to decide how much money any of us get. That is the legislature. The governor can ask for it. Hopefully the legislature gives it. Governor's office made sure it was in the bond because it was in the water action plan. But that is, I wish I had the checkbook. I could just write for everything I wish we could do, but we don't. So there is that need, though, to be able to articulate what we're going to, if you want to get more money, you've got to articulate what you're going to do with it. So I definitely want some sort of short-term, long, medium-term, long, just so people can understand. We heard that a lot today. You can have it up on your website. You can, but there needs to be outreach that engages community members and the like, because they're the ones most affected. And the whole notion of the financing, I think, is something that for 20 years, I don't know how many different financing schemes and plans I've seen, how many different ideas for restoring the sea. I've seen dreams of the sea across the board. Right now we do have an emerging emergency that we have a hand. It's why there's a petition here. Part of this came from a proceeding that we started a long time ago, and I think we have a responsibility to deal with all of the consequences and the issues and think about how to use the tools we have. So far, there's been so much action, we haven't had to wave the stick, but we are going to need to amp up its intelligibility and access to folks, because you get further faster, frankly. The goal is to get further faster. So this was a good step from the last meeting, but I still think we have a ways to go to give folks the confidence that something is going to happen in a reasonable amount of time. So those are going to be my priorities for the next meeting, but also for this clearer set of expectations that we have, because applaud the progress that's been made, but there needs to be a lot more in an architecture that gives folks some hope. And thank you for reminding us. There have been others from your community that we've met with there, but also who've come up here have done a very eloquent job of helping make it real. It's, if you can make real that incredible vista and those incredible people when we're sitting in a windowless room, that's pretty impressive advocacy. So thank you for reminding us while we're here.
Maybe not during the summer, but I certainly would be supportive of a meeting
Yeah,
down
no,
in the
I
Salton
would
Sea, so
too.
I can bring my camera out.
Yeah, I'm a lizard in my former life, so I don't mind when it's that hot, and I love the desert, so. Those of us who are Southern Californians are fine with it. Yeah, exactly, so, yeah, I used to go there.
Okay, I'm a Northern California wimp when it comes to the weather.
No, we'll have to look at our schedule. We definitely will try and do a meeting down there, depending on our hearing schedule. We have months of hearing schedule, so we'll see how that works. But thank you. Thank you for the creativity. And with that, I guess we'll move to our other sessions, but we, in our debriefings with staff, we should expect within the week we'll have a draft, and you'll work with them, and then we'll each give our input as we can individually. Okay. Thank you all very, very much. Really honored to have you spend your time with us. We have other items on our agenda that we jumped over. We have board member reports and Mr. Howard's executive director report. I want to turn to my colleagues. We'll give them to the governor's staffer on this. Yeah, sure, of course. No, of course. No, thank you. Hmm? I don't see why not.
Well, Nathan will tell us.
Isn't, yeah. All right. Board member reports? I know it's late, so
Just,
you, but it's important.
Just a quick note for me that I am heading to the Central Valley Regional Water Board meeting tomorrow and Thursday in Fresno. And one of the things on their agenda is consideration of a human right to water resolution.
It's my understanding that really there aren't that many other regional boards that are doing these. And so we should, when we go to our various, as liaisons to our various boards, we should use the fact that this is being done in Central Valley as an example of what others could and should do.
Region 6 is working on one as well. I've got an update. Board member Moore and I attended a workshop last week put on by the Freshwater Trust. I think many of us have met with them. And so it was a great opportunity to spend several hours hearing from them about successful projects and trying to visualize how it would work in California. We have a pretty strong irrigated lands program, unlike some of the regions that they were dealing with, so there may be more opportunities elsewhere, but lots of creative ideas. And I was pleased to see quite a bit of participation from staff. Several staff members were there, including some of the regions. And they've got a California presence now. I'm looking for the name of the individual. Eric Rinkenberg is opening their Sacramento office.
I think I'm the last person to do the Zone 7 tour. That's all I wanted to say. They said you'd all been there. Awesome. I mean, I've never seen a water agency that did fish ladders. When they showed me the pictures of the fish ladders, I was like, where did those fish come from? It's in the Livermore Valley. And it's because someday they might come up Alameda Creek through that pass from the bay. That's incredible. I've never seen such, I mean, there are reasons to do it, to get ahead of the curve, but I've actually never seen an agency, actually, if they build it, maybe they'll come in some decade. It was pretty impressive. Now the whole, their professionalism, a lot of what they did was great, but that was pretty cool, I have to say.
Yes. No.
Mr. Howard.
Could I just real quickly, though, I should mention that I did attend North Coast Water Board's hearing on April 7th that was in Eureka, and we got a detailed update on the cannabis cultivation regulation, and also Chris Kerrigan was there as well and gave a very good presentation. Just a couple quick fun facts. As of the February deadline, there were 263 filers of notices of intent to comply with the general WDRs for cannabis cultivation. That's increased to 372 by April, and so another double, like 50% more enrollees. There was comments by Paul Hagan of the State Bar, who's been watching this, and he was very positive. He says the regional board is out front, the order's put together well, the staff's working hard. The definition of cultivated area is consistent with the Humboldt County ordinance. These details that are really important, and it's a well-written order. It ties in water rights, CAL FIRE, Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so this is actually a very strong starting point. And the sense in the community is the people do want to comply. And so there is momentum. It may have seemed like something impossible to get started, but by staying with it and using considerable skill and outreach, they've made important steps forward. And so I just want to congratulate North Coast on a very brave program. And then you may have heard that I'm likely to travel with the Department of Food and Agriculture in June to Israel to learn about agricultural innovation and climate smart adaptation, which will be really useful. But I actually, on April 12th, had the opportunity to participate at the Jewish High-Tech Society's meeting, which had Jim Fiedler of Santa Clara Valley Water District, and then Dr. Nusha Ajami, our regional board member in San Francisco and professor at Stanford, discuss changing the water paradigm in Israel over a 10 to 15 year period, and some innovations there. I won't go into great detail, but there are important parallels to what we're grappling with here, just like we've seen with Australia, as you, Chair Marcus, have articulated over and over. So they closed a gap where they were really at a deficit 20 years ago, and now they're at a surplus. And among other things, it is a master plan approach, but you know, they're actually in a surplus water situation. It's possibly improving some of their international relationships, that the provision of water can create some semblance of peace, and that's some hope, you know, in a place like Israel. So closing the gap was a pretty powerful presentation. There are a lot of parallels here, a lot of differences, but there's 8 million people there, 38 million people here. You know, it's a different scale. But I look forward to this opportunity to learn much more when I get a chance to travel there. Thank you.
So there's nothing I particularly want to highlight. I did send to you today the priorities table for the next year. Unfortunately, it's supposed to have been available to you April 1st, and I will get it on track. It seems to have needs a little attention. But anyway, that's been provided to you as well, and no other comments.
Just a quick heads up to Mr. Howard and the rest of my colleagues. There was one item that I noticed, and it's the statewide permit on wineries. I will be requesting a detailed briefing on that. I've already started to hear concerns from some of our regional boards and potentially some from obviously the regulated community about that, and about specifically whether there is a real need for a statewide permit for winery, given that Region 2 in particular has already gone down very far in this path, and in fact is on the verge of issuing or at least considering a permit. And so I just want to get more information and be aware as we are contemplating this. And I think from your priorities table, it's expected to come before the board later on this year, like in the fall, which seems to be on a pretty fast deadline, considering I believe the staff is just starting the scoping process right now.
No, I think the permit is largely drafted presently, or is drafted. A draft of it is available, I think. Okay. You know, this is sort of the recurring theme of you know, is there value in developing consistency, both in terms of efficiency and in terms of treating people who own property in various areas, you know, don't have to have completely different regulatory regimes imposed on them. Region 1 adopted a winery general permit 2 or 3 months ago. Region 2 is working on a winery general permit that's quite different, I understand. Region 5 and Region 3 have said they want us to adopt a general permit for wineries because they want to use it and don't want to do their own. So yeah, there's these trade-offs of these types of general permits, but at least in my perspective, in terms of us not having all the regions reproducing each other's work and changing it and making it difficult for the dischargers, I think that in the sum of, you know, pluses and minuses, that you know, we should be looking for areas where general permits make sense.
Well, I'll have more questions during my briefing, but for now, has there been any outreach to the regulated community regarding the statewide permit?
I know there's been some discussions. I couldn't, you know, if we want to get a schedule of a briefing, we can certainly tell, you know, at that point lay out what has been done to date. And there are, certainly there are a lot more discussions scheduled before we would bring anything to the board.
I'll just comment that I've had some informal discussions with stakeholders and asked staff. I've had a couple of briefings and have asked staff to put together targeted stakeholder discussions, but I haven't heard back from them. So I believe that they would have occurred by now. So I'm making a note as well to check back with staff.
And with that, are we recessing till the workshop or? Okay, recessing until 1 o'clock, correct? Workshop on water conservation. Put your listening hats back on tomorrow. All right, thank you all for your attention.